Chapter 1019. After arriving in the upper worlds, Yi Futian and the others found an inn to stay at. After arriving in the upper worlds, Yi Futian and the others found an inn to stay at. The upper worlds and the lower world were different. Although the upper worlds were vast, the population was very closely crowded together, and there were endless grand palaces located there. After settling in, Yi Futian and the village chief went over to Emperor Xia's palace. The news about Jieyu had been hanging in his mind for the past few days, and now that the palace's affairs had been properly arranged, the first thing he would do while in the upper worlds was go see Xia Qingyuan. The others all took the time to stroll around and become familiar with Emperor Xia's realm, and at the same time learn about the distribution of the top forces in the upper worlds so they could form a complete map of them. But what Yi Futian did not know was that from the first moment when they had entered the inn they were staying at, they were already being watched. In Emperor Xia's realm there was a grand community of palaces that an extremely sharp willpower emanated from. This was Juying Palace, the place where the Juying Sword Saint cultivated. At that moment, the Juying Sword Saint was sitting upright in the middle of a giant diagram cultivating. Invisible sword wills flowed all around him. He opened his eyes and asked, "What is it?" "My lord, someone from Tianji Pavilion is here, saying he has news of Yi Futian," said the person bowing in front of him. A sword will flashed in the Juying Sword Saint's eyes. "Show him in." His expression was cold. Ever since Pei Qianying's defeat, he had paid close attention to Yi Futian's movements. But the 9 states were directly governed by Emperor Xia, and he set the rules there. The Juying Sword Saint did not dare do anything rash. But his most cherished disciple had been destroyed right in front of his face. How could he forget that? These days his sword was unstable, and often wavered, and he was getting tired of it. Thus he had paid Tianji Pavilion to inquire after news of Yi Futian. Tianji Pavilion did not originally worry about the affairs of the lower world because it was not worth it. No one ever asked them to pay attention to them, and so there was no profit in it for them. Thus they would not do it. But the Juying Sword Saint had paid them a lot, and so they had personally sent someone to the lower world to observe the movements down there. They knew everything that happened in the lower worlds. Soon, a figure in a white robe embroidered with 2 fish representing yin and yang appeared. He squinted at the Juying Sword Saint and then bowed, saying, "Greetings, Senior Juying Sword Saint." The Juying Sword Saint continued to sit there, and said, "Get to the point. Yi Futian has arrived in the upper worlds along with many of the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace. There are 3 saints among them, including Yaya, the sword servant of the Sword Saint of the Void who may have inherited his position. You have seen her before. There is also the Lord of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Besides them, there are many sages who are very powerful. Almost all of those who went to the trials with Xia Qingyuan are there." This group made it up the sky stairwell into the upper worlds. The man from Tianji Pavilion smiled slightly as he said this. His report was very detailed. He had investigated those who had come very thoroughly. The Juying Sword Saint's brow tightened suddenly. So there were 3 saints with him, including the heir of the Sword Saint of the Void. He had no way of shaking such a powerful battle array. "Where are they now?" asked the Juying Sword Saint. "They've taken up residence at an inn. You may not have heard, but Yi Futian has gone to Emperor Xia's palace with one of the Sword Saint of the Void's sword servants, probably to pay his respects. As for the real reason for his visit, we don't know yet, but we will find out as soon as possible," continued the man. The Juying Sword Saint nodded as he listened to his visitor continue. "There is one more thing I must remind you of. Yi Futian's performance in the sacred war in the 9 states was outstanding, and it is being said that there is no one who can match him below the saint level, and in terms of combat prowess he is said to be without rival. Emperor Xia is probably already paying attention to him, and as far as we know, Princess Xia Qingyuan has paid a visit to the Holy Ji Palace." The Juying Sword Saint frowned. Yi Futian was a palace lord of a palace in the lower world, a vassal of Emperor Xia. If what his visitor said was true and Yi Futian had indeed attracted Emperor Xia's attention, then if he killed him it would displease the emperor. But many cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace had come. Perhaps he could start with them and find out Emperor Xia's attitude that way. "Father," came a voice. He looked and saw Pei Qianying coming towards him. He no longer had the same temperament that he'd had before. His hair was messy and his eyes were hazy. After his life spirit had been destroyed, his path of cultivation had been interrupted. Everyone looked at each other coldly. His former fellow disciples of the Lihan heaven looked at him and saw that his eyes were full of only sorrow. He had lost the right to cultivate with them. Even though he was a member of the Zhuiying Sword Saints family, you could see in his eyes that things were different now. Once everyone had worshipped and respected him, but now all that was left was contempt and pity. "I want him to die." Pei Qianying's voice was full of poison. The Zhuiying Sword Saint looked at Pei Qianying with displeasure. But he did not say anything. He only sighed. He had after all once been his most cherished son. He could understand his pain. "Come with me to Lihan heaven," he said. Pei Qianying saw his father's intention at once. He nodded and said, "All right." The Lihan Sword Palace in Lihan Heaven was the foremost holy land dedicated to swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm. Its current master was Emperor Xia's foremost sword saint, the most powerful swordsman. His fame was not limited to Emperor Xia's realm. From this it could be seen how high a position Lihan Heaven occupied in Emperor Xia's realm. Lihan Heaven was like a fairyland. Clouds drifted by this place that looked like a home for immortals. At that moment there was a saint cultivating in front of the palace. Pei Qianying knelt on the ground and kowtowed, weeping bitterly. In front of him was a man with an incredibly swift and sturdy aura about him. He was clearly also a saint. "I have always practiced hard in order to strive for glory to repay the debt of gratitude I have for my master. No matter where I was, I could always turn to you for guidance in my swordsmanship. Now my cultivation has been ruined, and I am no longer worthy to study under you. I did not dare to taint your vision, master, and so I have not come to visit you these past few years. I hope that you can forgive me." Pei Qianying's voice was sincere. In the past he would not have been able to do this, but now honor and dignity were worthless for him. All he wanted was revenge. "Rise and speak," said Pei Qianying's master. But Pei Qianying stayed bowing. He said, "I am ashamed. I have come to you because I heard that the man who did this to me has come to the upper worlds. I was defeated in that battle at Zhoutian Temple. I was weaker than him, so there was no dignity in me bringing up this matter, and even less dignity in asking you to deal with it. But because of this battle I have affected the reputation of Lihan Heaven. I was humiliated in front of a crowd, and my life spirit was destroyed. Many people have been talking about this. I hope to one day see a cultivator from Lihan Heaven crush Yi Futian and wipe away the shame that I have caused." After saying this, he touched his head to the floor again and said, "I have no power. I cannot wipe away my own shame. Please forgive me, master." The man in front of him looked at him. Although Pei Qianying's voice was sincere, and everything he said seemed to be for the benefit of Lihan Heaven's reputation, he also knew that Pei Qianying was seeking revenge. But that was understandable. What level has he cultivated to? He is an upper-level sage. This man considers everyone to be beneath his notice, and boasts that he has no rivals below the saint level. He is called the foremost figure in the 9 states who is not a saint. His combat ability is impressive, none in the 9 states can match it. The people of the lower world say that even in Emperor Xia's realm there is no one below the saint level who can beat him, said Pei Qianying as he looked up at his master. The youths on both sides of him frowned and gazed at Pei Qianying coldly. There was a little bit of hatred in their eyes. Pei Qianying had once been the star of Lihan Heaven, and had entered Zhoutian Temple. Now, he had abandoned all dignity just for a chance at revenge. He was deliberately provoking them, trying to make them take action. Feng Xiao and Mo Li have been to the lower world. They were there at the Imperial Mausoleum. "Is this the person who won Ren Huang's inheritance for his holy land?" asked an elder. "Yes, He possesses an extremely powerful divine implement, said to be number 3 on the divine implements ranking of the 9 states. He was surrounded, and yet he managed to fight his way out of an encirclement of top sages all by himself, answered someone beside him. The one who stole Ren Huang's sword will, Yi Wuqian, and the one that received Ren Huang's inheritance have come with Yi Futian to the upper worlds, said Pei Qianying. The elder looked at Pei Qianying, then turned to the man beside him and said, since he was defeated at Jiutian Temple, let's do this according to Jiutian Temple's rules. When he heard these words, Pei Qianying clenched his fists and bowed to the floor again. The Juying sword saint said nothing, standing there quietly all along. When he saw Pei Qianying bowing there, he sighed to himself. However, he was giving up his dignity for the sake of revenge. He knew that no matter who won and who lost, the ending was already determined the moment that Lihan Heaven decided to act. Yi Futian did not know that he had been watched ever since he had set foot in the upper worlds. Of course, he knew that the Juying Sword Saint and Lihan Heaven would send people against him. That was why he had brought Yaya and Glass Saint, to protect him. At that moment he had arrived in front of Emperor Xia's palace and was looking up at it. He was a bit uneasy. Was this really Ren Huang's palace? It was so impressive and dignified, truly supernatural. He stepped forward to the foot of the palace. Cultivators were guarding the gate, and when they saw Yi Futian and the village chief, several of them stepped forward and blocked the path. Who are you? Asked a guard. Yi Futian took a deep breath and said, Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, and a vassal of Emperor Xia. I've come to seek an audience with Princess Xia Qingyuan. The guard stared at him. There was no doubt that this was indeed Yi Futian. Who would dare stand in front of Emperor Xia's palace and tell lies? That would be looking for death. Let me report to my superior, said one of the guards. All right, Yi Futian nodded. He stood there in front of the gate, quietly waiting. Emperor Xia's palace was so strict that even small matters needed to be reported from the lowest levels to the highest, all throughout the palace. Yi Futian was a little anxious, but he kept his eyes fixed ahead of him. After a while, a maid came out. She looked at Yi Futian extremely coldly and said, You are Yi Futian. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. The princess says that she is not receiving guests today, and has asked me to personally see you off, said the maid. Chapter 10:20, Yi Futian frowned. Xia Qingyuan intended to tell him the news, yet she kept him outside the door. It was apparently to settle the score of him behaving disrespectfully to her at the Holy Ji Palace that day. Yi Futian frowned. Xia Qingyuan intended to tell him the news, yet she kept him outside the door. It was apparently to settle the score of him behaving disrespectfully to her at the Holy Ji Palace that day. Xia Qingyuan crashed into his bedchambers and it irked him. As such, he behaved glumly to the princess back then. Yi Futian reminded himself of Jieyu and said to the servant girl, Please inform the princess that I, Yi Futian, would be willing to come to her place to apologize for any disrespect I caused in the past. The princess said she is not seeing anyone and that is final. Please come again, Palace Lord Yi. The servant girl's attitude did not change one bit and replied. Yi Futian looked at that servant girl and his silver hair billowed in the wind. His pointed eyes came to bear a tinge of coldness in them. That servant girl sensed the coldness emanating from his and averted her eyes, not daring to look at them anymore. He turned and looked at the tall palace tower and felt rather cold inside. If Xia Qingyuan were to take revenge on him with other matters, he would not have been bothered, but playing him using news regarding Jieyu was another matter altogether, and one could have imagined what he was going through. Please inform the princess that I shall come again tomorrow, Yi Futian said to the servant girl, then turned around to address the village chief, Let's go. There was nothing he could have done about Xia Qingyuan's antics. That place was Emperor Xia's palace after all. It was not just him, anyone who came from Emperor Xia's realm would have had to lower their heads at such a place. No one dared to get nasty there after all. Bring him up here. A voice was heard from high above, which sounded rather fleeting. Yi Futian stopped dead in his tracks before turning around. He then saw the servant girl said to him, "Come with me." Yi Futian stepped forward and passed the heaven's gate, heading into the heavenly palace. The village chief stayed waiting outside. Emperor Xia's palace was not a place that would have allowed entry with permission, and that applied to even the saints. Xia Qingyuan had only asked for Yi Futian to be brought in after all. Yi Futian went upwards for the heavenly tower, coming before a mesmerizing palace with clouds everywhere, looking immensely beautiful. The place was immensely thick with spiritual qi, making it seem as if it was indeed a fairyland. They stepped past a fairy bridge and came before a lotus pond. The silhouette of a man appeared there, yet when said silhouette turned around, the face of said figure was an extremely beautiful one. Yi Futian greets the princess. Yi Futian bowed and said. Xia Qingyuan simply looked at him coldly without saying anything. You insist on maintaining such aloof attitude despite having favors to ask from others? Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. She was unable to sense one bit of sincerity from him. There is no way I dare to behave in an aloof manner before you, princess. What happened in the Holy Ji Palace in the past was all my fault, for not receiving you in a proper manner. I hereby sincerely apologize, and I hope you would not be holding a grudge against me, Yi Futian said with a low voice. Such pretense indeed, Xia Qingyuan said coldly. Yi Futian looked at her and struggled to keep his emotions in check. Xia Qingyuan knew what was going through his mind just by looking at his expression. She then said coldly, I've witnessed that battle of the Sacred War 3 years ago in the Holy Ji Palace. Hua Jieyu was apparently using external forces to invoke her powers. I looked into the places where they have studied and deliberately afterwards, finding a ruins with a supreme being in it. Her methods of training was also very exceptional. Yi Futian listened intently and felt rather tense. He then asked, May I know what was so special about said method of training? You're here in the upper worlds to train now. Do you know how many realms are there here? Xia Qingyuan asked. I do not. Yi Futian shook his head. There are 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian, so I brought people of both lower and upper worlds of Emperor Xia's realm to train outside. Although we've been to a myriad of places, the places that we've been to were only a handful in comparison. If it had been other days, Yi Futian might have been astounded by what he heard. However, at present, there was little more than a flutter in his mind, which disappeared as quickly it came. He then asked, What does that have to do with my wife? That ruins was left behind by one of the top-notch figures of the 3,000 realms. One thought connecting the divine and the 3,000 realms could have been reached. Your wife's soul remained intact, and it was possible that she was taken away by that supreme being. If that turned out to be the case, then there was a chance that she might have survived, Xia Qingyuan replied. Yi Futian's heart raced. He had already given in to despair. Despite Hua Qingqing's words before she left, he still found that unbelievable. He had witnessed Jieyu disintegrating right in his arms back then after all. Her body disintegrated and her soul took flight into the heavens. Even if her soul had stayed intact at that moment, there was no way she could have stayed alive. As such, he did not have much hope before he came. However, upon hearing what Xia Qingyuan said, a flame of hope lit up within his mind. 3,000 worlds of the Great Path. One thought connecting the divine could reach the 3,000 realms. If there was such massive forces existing in the world, then there was little else that was deemed impossible. The possibility of Jieyu's soul being brought away was very, very real. An intense heat welled up within his mind at the thought of that. He had been despaired for 3 years and his hope was reignited. One could have only imagined what was going on in his mind at the moment. Princess, may I know who that top-notch figure might be? Yi Futian asked. It was too far away from you. You won't be able to look for her even if that is what you intend to do right now. Remain diligent in your training and get to Saint Plain before you consider anything else. Xia Qingyuan did not tell Yi Futian. Yi Futian stared at her and she replied coldly, "What I've told are nothing but the truth. It is up to you if you want to believe me. I would say no more about anything else." She then turned around to face the pond and paying no heed to Yi Futian. Seeing how she carried herself, Yi Futian knew that he would not have been able to get further answers. He bowed to her back and said sincerely, "Thank you, Princess, for telling me all that. I'd be taking my leave." Yi Futian turned around and left after that. A silhouette appeared beside Xia Qingyuan without making a sound. It was none other than Emperor Xia himself. Xia Qingyuan eyed Emperor Xia and said, "You know that Queen's method of training was special, father. It is possible that there are countless throughout the 3,000 realms acquiring her lineage. She was but training using the powers of that queen. Even if the queen had been capable of saving Hua Jieyu, the chance of her doing so would have been infinitely minuscule. Why do you tell me this and give him hope, father? Wouldn't it be rather cruel if said hope bursts one day? Are you pitying him then?" Emperor Xia smiled and said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan's eyes remained composed and simply looked at her father. Emperor Xia knew her daughter's personality well and simply smiled, saying, "That guy is intensely sentimental, having his hand ended up bleached due to emotional trauma and all that. In that case, it would seem that emotions serve as good driving force to further his training without a doubt. Telling him this would prompt him to train more diligently. Do you believe that? If the day comes where his hope proves to be little more than a bubble, wouldn't it have been a greater blow to his mind?" Xia Qingyuan asked. If such a day truly comes, his state of mind would be even more strengthened. He isn't someone so easily crushed. Don't underestimate him, and don't forget, he has beaten you once, Emperor Xia smiled and said. The supreme ruler of Emperor Xia realm would have only been so tender when talking to his beloved daughter. Do you find that he has quite a nasty temper? Emperor Xia smiled and asked his daughter. Xia Qingyuan did not respond. Emperor Xia looked at his daughter and naturally knew how proud her daughter was as a person. Be it status or talents, she was peerless in all of Emperor Xia's realm. Anyone that she would have spoken to in such a soft-spoken manner was probably someone who had beaten her. If it had been someone else, she might have been able to scare them until the legs give with just one look. What is his actually? Xia Qingyuan asked curiously. She only knew that when his father was looking into Yi Futian, a mysterious figure visited Emperor Xia's palace one day. The lockdown was lifted afterwards and her father summoned all of the saints below to the upper worlds, decreeing that the news regarding the sacred war shall not be leaked. Shadow guards were sent to the lower worlds and kept watch over all who had participated in that battle. She had never seen his father being concerned over anything since she began to remember things. I'd like to know as well. Emperor Xia stroked her head, looking doting and tender. The coming of the mysterious figure that day, coupled with everything he found about him, made her deduce that Yi Futian's background held earth-shattering secrets. Secrets that were utterly terrifying. Xia Qingyuan glared at her father rather furiously for patting her head like that. Emperor Xia laughed and continued patting after seeing her expression. If someone outside were to witness the exchange, they would have definitely been astounded. Rumor had it that Emperor Xia was extremely doting to his little princess, and the truth was more real than what was speculated. But, regardless of who he is, he ends up irking you nonetheless. How about I give an order and have him serve you and listen to your every order? Emperor Xia chuckled and continued, I'd like to see if that guy dare refuse. Xia Qingyuan recalled the times she had invited Yi Futian and had been rejected all the same. She came to find that proposal rather tempting, but upon recalling that putrid face of his, she refused altogether. No need for that. All right, if you come to need it done, then just let me know, Emperor Xia said with a smile before disappearing from the spot. The people from the Holy Ji Palace arrived at an inn and everyone gathered. The three swordsmen, Yi Wuqian, Su Ke, Zui Qianqiu, walked together. The three of them had been training together all the time back in the Holy Ji Palace and they were very friendly with each other. The upper worlds are very bustling indeed. I'm guessing that there'd really good booze around, Zui Qianqiu mumbled. He intended to take his time and take a good look of the upper worlds. Booze is boring. The girls on the upper worlds on the other hand, boy, beauties are everywhere. Su Ke at the side narrowed his eyes and saw a female cultivator not far away, looking rather stunning. People of the upper worlds were commonly of high training, so their bearing were all exceptional and it was a given that they all looked stunning. Yi Wuqian had long gotten used to the antics of both of them and did not pay any heed. Zui Qianqiu really loved booze more than anything, yet Su Ke was just all talk. Su Ke stopped at that moment, then both Yi Wuqian and Zui Qianqiu followed suit as they sensed something. Su Ke hailed from Tingxue House, so his senses were the sharpest of the three. He sensed killing intent headed for them. A group of people rode swords and came at them, dropping before them in an instant. All of them emanated startling sword will. It was apparent that they were all pure practitioners of the sword. They looked at Yi Wuqian and the other two with very, very cold eyes. Do you people have business with us? Su Ke narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group. They have not been arriving at the upper worlds for long, so there was no way they would have offended anyone. Unless, old scores to settle. All of those people were swordsmen, and the three of them have indeed had scores to settle with swordsmen. Chapter 1021, A group of swordsmen dropped from above, attracting the attention of people around them. There were people gasped in surprise seeing the garb the swordsmen wore. A group of swordsmen dropped from above, attracting the attention of people around them. There were people gasped in surprise seeing the garb the swordsmen wore. Swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. The number one holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm would have attracted attention wherever their people went. There were people gushing in from other places seeing the group of swordsmen from Lihan Heaven descending. Everyone looked in their direction. Those people then eyed Yi Wuqian and the other two beside him. Who are those three cultivators? Lu Qing, of Lihan Heaven. Someone recognized the leader of the group of swordsmen and they shuddered. Who are the hell are those three? Getting not only the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven to mobilize, but even Lu Qing, who ranked 9th on the Jiutian ranking as well. Lu Qing had tested his mettle in the Jiutian temple, being ranked on the Jiutian ranking. It was said that he was already at the pinnacle of Sage Plane and was one step away from becoming a saint. Anyone who had seen him fight in the Jiutian temple was able to recognize him right away. It seemed other than Lu Qing, none of the swordsmen from Lihan Heaven right before them were weak people as well. But then again, someone who trained in the number one holy land of the sword in Emperor's realm would not have been anything less than a rare genius to begin with. Lihan Heaven. All three of them knew what was going on immediately. It was said that Pei Qianying, the cultivator whom Yi Futian had crippled in the Jiutian temple back then, was a cultivator from Lihan Heaven. Those people were from the number one holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm, and all three of them stepped onto the upper worlds. It could have been said they were stepping into the turf of others. The upper worlds were not a part of the 9 states. Let's go. Su Ke said lightly and all three of them retreated like bolts of lightning. It was not a good thing to run into people from one such holy land as soon as they have gotten to the upper worlds. Regardless if they ended up winning or losing the fight, things would have turned out really messy. They, cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace, were fresh off the boat there, and so none of them wanted to make any trouble for the Holy Ji Palace. But then again, that was their wish and the other party might not have shared their intentions. The cultivators of Lihan Heaven turned into swords immediately and blocked their way. All of them were capable of moving at extreme speeds. Formless sword will filled the air and reached the three of them, making them feel extremely unwell, and their spiritual will seemed pained. Lu Qing turned his eyes at the three of them. He looked composed as he said, the three of them are sages. We'll play by the rules of the Jiutian temple of old, challenging you three as fellow sages. It was an order from their teacher. As such, Lihan Heaven did not field a saint. They needed to win according to the rules, which they lost to back then. It was the pride of theirs as cultivators of the #1 holy land of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm. While they knew that the ones freshly arrived at the upper worlds had saints among them, but the people of Lihan Heaven were not concerned about them making a move. Lihan Heaven was the one calling the shots in Emperor Xia's realm in that regard. Anyone dared field a saint to take on their sages might as well be digging their own graves. Yi Wuchen, Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu all burst with stunning sword will. Terrifying sword aura storms whipped up around them. If they were unable to leave, then they might as well fight. Cripple them, and leave the one-armed swordsman's life spirit behind. Lu Cheng's voice was a cold one. Pei Qianying was his younger brother in training. While they hardly talked to each other and the relationship was more like that of an acquaintance, but they hailed from the same holy land nonetheless. The score of him having his life spirit crushed was something that had to be settled the hard way. Get out as soon as possible, don't linger. Su Ke said to Yi Wuchen and Zui Qianqiu telepathically after sensing the powerful sword will around them. While all of the combatants present were sages, but their enemies consisted mostly of those at the pinnacle of Sage Plane, which differed considerably from the three. They were not dealing with the geniuses of the 9 states at the moment, but the top-notch swordsmen from Lihan Heaven of the upper worlds. As such, it was immensely difficult to fight with such a visible plane difference. It was especially so that all 3 of them were isolated from the entire group. A swordsman from Lihan Heaven stepped forward in the air and light of flames seemed to glow from his clothes. His body became intensely hot like the sun. Divine fires of the sun shone from above and terrifying sword aura whipped around. In an instant, a sword of rules coalesced. That sword seemed to have been forged by the fires of the sun, burning with glittering light of flames, and it seemed that the space around it burned as well. Chu Qingyang, the glaring sun flames. Many in the crowd who watched from far away reminded of a swordsman from Lihan Heaven as they looked at the handsome face of that one who attacked. It was a genius swordsman who went by the name, Chu Qingyang. Who are the Lihan Heaven dealing with this time? They were wondering who those 3 are for prompting the Holy Land to field such a lineup. Why is Lu Cheng mentioning about the rules of the Jiutian Temple? Another one from the left struck. That figure was armed with a thin sword, which was as thin as the wings of cicadas. The sword seemed to be devoid of weight altogether. The wielder seemed to be moving with the patterns of the rules of wind, emanating a flighty aura. Li Qiufeng, the autumn wind sword. The one who spoke before spoke again, seemingly very familiar with the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, so much so that they seemed to recognize them simply by observing how they wielded their blades. The third person attacked, and he was different from the first 2. He wielded a heavy blade which had no edge, looking like something that was incapable of cutting at all. He was tall and exuded power. He did not look like a swordsman, yet no one dared to take him lightly. There were no weaklings among the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. It was especially so in the case of Wang Mang, the overbearing sword. The 3 of them formed a triangle and stood high in the air, taking on the 3 below. Their aura was overpowering and the other swordsmen spread out, standing around to prevent the 3 from escaping. Everyone who saw that realized that that was the end for the 3 of them. Anyone that Lihan Heaven intended to cripple had no way of escaping, especially so when assaulted by such a lineup. It was apparent that Lihan Heaven had intentions of letting their prey escape. Boom! A stifling pressure swept the place and many felt as if a huge pressure had coiled around their chests. Those power of rules alone was enough to make a lot feeling they were about to suffocate. Wang Mang, the overbearing sword, struck first. He stepped forward and held his sword with both hands, striking down hard from above. A stifling rumble was heard in an instant, as if the air had been split open. Boundless might of the heavy sword was brought down. A terrifying storm whipped about in the air, pressing onto the 3 of them. They looked up in the air and felt countless heavy swords raining down on them, as if slivers of souls of swords pierced the air and pinned their spiritual will down, intending to shatter them into pieces. The 3 of them felt immense pressure on them within an instant, so much so that they seemed to have trouble even walking. The ground beneath them continued to crack and the cracks spread out, as if intending to create a crater right there and then. The powerful ones far away all sensed the stifling pressure and they continued to retreat. Yi Wuchen, Zui Qianqiu, and Su Ke were at the center of the storm. Their sword aura coalesced into a river and shot up at the heavy sword. While all of them were at Archmage plane, they still paled in comparison to their opponents as they were at upper level of said plane. If it had not been for having undergone the medicine baths that Saint Jiang had prepared for them for the past few years, that one strike would have injured all three of them. Lihan Heaven's rules of the sword were capable of targeting mental powers. Chu Qingyang the glaring sun flame struck, shooting down the light of the sun with just one stroke from above. A beam of sunlight packing intense heat shone on them. They felt as if the intense heat was about to tear their spiritual will powers apart before the sword was even about to reach them. Wang Mang, Chu Qingyang and Li Qiufeng were all at the pinnacle of Sage Plane after all. While the Lihan Heaven swordsmen were arrogant, they dared not underestimate their opponents nonetheless. The group of sages sent after the people of the one who claimed to be peerless in all of the 9 states, and had actually beaten the Jiutian Temple, would have definitely been extremely powerful. Any one of them would have been ranked at the forefront of the sage ranking, if they were to be cultivators of the 9 states of the lower worlds. Li Qiufeng struck as well. A storm seemed to have whipped as soon as he drew his sword, hitting all 3 of them. Thousands of currents conjured by the sword were fearsome enough, that every single current would have been able to cut down sages at the pinnacle of the plane. When all 3 of them lashed out, many sent their condolences to the ones at the receiving end silently. It was extremely difficult for anyone below Saint Plane to withstand such attacks. Even sages at the pinnacle of their training would have had a hard time, especially when the ones taking the attacks were sages who had yet to reach upper level of Archmage Plane. It seemed to have sufficed with each lashing out with one strike. Yi Wuchen, Zui Qianqiu, and Su Ke were caught in the middle of the storm. Brilliant light burst from Yi Wuchen's body, the sword while coursing about his body seemed to have mystical powers and felt excessively overbearing. A silver sword shot out from the center of his brow. That sword's spirit burst with dazzling glitter. Thousands of sword will raged and set out to tear everything apart. The attacks that were hammering on the spiritual will on all 3 of them were torn to shreds. The silver sword rang and terrifying storm of sword aura was conjured. A huge sword was materialized with the silver sword at the center. Brilliant golden light surrounded the giant sword. The 2 mystical beams crossed and looked incredibly dazzling. Break! Yi Wuchen looked up and a beam of ferocious sword will shot from his eyes. He pointed at the air with a finger and the giant sword unleashed towering sword aura, shredding the might of the sword pinning them. All sword wills were torn to shreds within an instant. Renhuang sword will. Lu Cheng took a look at Yi Wuchen. His younger brother in training has had a scuffle with that man over that Renhuang sword will, attempting to strip his life spirit to refine the Renhuang sword will. However, Pei Qianying was crippled before he was able to finish. Yi Wuchen, at present, seemed to have infused the Renhuang sword will within his life spirit, enabling him to borrow the might of the Renhuang sword will. The 3 who were attacking sensed it as well. They did not spend more than mere moments being stunned and quickly struck yet again. Wang Mang the overbearing sword conjured a sword madra and the might of the overbearing sword grew even more terrifying. Boundless golden swords appeared above all 3 of them. Every single sword was branded with glittering patterns, enabling all of them to burst with greater might. Cut! Wang Mang shouted coldly. The overbearing swords zipped down like bolts of lightning in an instant, dropping down onto the heads of the 3 below from above. Terrifying storms whipped up around Yi Wuchen. The Renhuang sword will was infused with his life spirit and countless swords appeared as well, shooting above and clashing with the sword aura that was raining down. The giant sword that was conjured by his life spirit clashed with the overbearing sword and frightening storms resulted. The overbearing sword shuddered and the patterns on it cracked and crumbled bit by bit. The sword eventually shattered as the cracks grew. Run! A single word was heard from Yi Wuchen. He shot up like a bolt of lightning. The sword spirit was even quicker than he was, heading straight for Wang Mang. Chapter 1022. Wang Mang saw Yi Wuchen attacking, his eyes sharp and imperious, and he stepped into the void, and a terrifying force of suppression rules swept out. Wang Mang saw Yi Wuchen attacking, his eyes sharp and imperious, and he stepped into the void, and a terrifying force of suppression rules swept out. Behind him, the life spirit bloomed instantly, and it was a giant golden overbearing sword. He held the sword of spirit and slammed it down from the sky, endless golden brilliance blooming while the overbearing sword slashed across the sky, killing everything below as its power was overwhelming. The brow chakra of Yi Wuchen lit up, and a beautiful and brilliant light shone out, connected with the sword of spirit, and it gave out an illusion between heaven and earth in an instant. At this moment Wang Mang only saw a sky full of swords and was unable to detect where he was. There was only an infinite sword sweeping over and competing with his. Others were not idle either. The speed of the battle of swordsmen was unimaginably fast. The forces of attack were extremely strong, and fast as lightning. The flaming sword of Chu Qingyang burned in the void. He stepped forward, wanting to attack, but he saw a grey afterimage came toward him. A dark air current appeared in the void, and Su Ke melted within the darkness, going for Chu Qingyang at an incredibly fast speed. The darkness ate away the flaming light bit by bit. Chu Qingyang lifted up his sword, the light of the sun shooting down and resonating with the sword. The light burned up everything, and terrible rays of the flaming sword light penetrated the darkness, piercing it. All the darkness seemed to be revealed under the flame. Su Ke's figure appeared, and in his hand, he seemed to be holding a very thin sword, like a needle. When Su was moving it was hard to see that there was any weapon in his hand, but it was a divine implement left over by the 9 cultivators sent by Li Yao when they were slain. Su Ke possessed one of them. Zui Qianqiu also had the same divine implement, and at this time he rushed toward Li Qiufeng. Both of their speeds were ghostly. All anyone could see was 2 shadowy images in the storm. The attack of the 6 swordsmen unleashed almost at the same instant. Yi Wuchen seemed to have opened his third eye, and his one arm stretched out, pointing to the void empty, and he spat out one word, open. The moment when his voice faded, the sword will of that upward motion was swallowed by the sword of spirit and turned into one sword, and there appeared a little dot above the void, as if one sword had opened up the sky. In this moment, the endless golden and giant sword that was falling down was shattered into nothingness, and the light slayed toward Wang Mang. As if detecting the danger, Wang Mang roared and a terrible sword armor appeared and surrounded his body, while the overbearing sword returned to its place and was held in his hands. Boom! When the sword arrived, the life spirit of the overbearing sword seemed to have cracked, and the sword will pierced through it. With a sound, Wang Mang's body was propelled to the distant sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Yi Wuchen glanced at the direction of Su Ke and Zui Qianqiu, the body suspended in the air, the sword spirit floated in front of him, humming and blooming endless air currents of sword wei, rolled toward the vast battlefield. In this instant, all the will of heaven turned into swords while Chu Qingyang and Li Qiufeng were occupying the absolute advantage. They suddenly felt a great sense of danger, and then they saw the hand of Yi Wuchen placed before the sword spirit, and a storm of destruction appeared in this void. At this time, Lu Cheng also looked up and swiped a glance at Yi Wuchen. He knew that Yi Wuchen was madly urging the Renhuang sword will, obviously having had some comprehension regarding the Renhuang sword will and could borrow from it to explode shocking power, injuring Wang Mang. Moreover, there was still some strength left over from it, but upon observing the sword he understood that Yi Wuchen could not have urged such a sword once or twice without exhausting his own spiritual willpower. This was him forcing the Renhuang sword will, at a great cost to his own detriment. Yi Wuchen's eyes were demonic, an endless sword will flowed between the heaven and the earth. His finger pressed once again, and in a flash a sword came instantly, locked onto Chu Qingyang for the kill. Chu Qingyang's body retreated explosively, and a sword crossed the sky and cut off the flame. The sword light whizzed past and cut off the sword in his hand and caused his body to back off wildly. Afterward, another radiant arc crossed and arced toward Li Qiufeng. Li Qiufeng's speed was fast to the limit, like a gust of wind that was retreating. His afterimages filled the space between heaven and earth. A radiant light now beamed between Yi Wuchen's brows, connected with the sword, so that the sword of spirit reached equally fast speed. In the void, man and sword chased one another and created lines and lines of curvature. Boom! With a loud sound, the storm was cleaved through, and Li Qiufeng spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was injured by the piercing sword will, and he was covered in blood. Buzz! The sword returned, suspended in front of Yi Wuchen's brow chakra, humming. However, the sword will between the heaven and the earth had weakened much. Obviously, after 2 moves of the sword, it was difficult for Yi Wuchen to sustain the power he had previously. Lu Cheng cast a glance at Yi Wuchen, and said nonchalantly, "Not bad for Renhuang's sword will, even if when borrowed by a sage it can have such power. Block this." When his voice fell, he stepped out. For a moment, the sword chi swayed, and above the firmament, there was an immense sword will attempting to slam down from the void. 3,000-mile sword, the hearts of the people in the distance trembled. The sword of Lu Cheng was the true inheritance of his master. A sword in which its sword will could traverse 3,000 miles. Lihan Heaven was the premier holy land for Sword Wei. In addition to Sword Master of Lihan who had long stopped involving himself with the matters of the world, there were several other Sword Saint-level characters whose cultivations were extremely terrifying. Lu Cheng and the others were the disciples of a Sword Saint, and he was also the one who taught Pei Qianying at Lihan Heaven. When Lu Cheng stepped out, there seemed to be a sword falling down from the sky. A sword condensed over his head, and the endless air flow of Sword Wei now whistled into the sword. Lu Cheng's palm made a grabbing motion in the void, and the sword was out, ditches forming in the sky, and with his body as the center, the 3,000-mile sword seemed to be obliterating everything in front of him. Yi Wuchen's eyes glanced at the sword wills that slashed from the void, the sword spirit in front of his brow chakra whistling, once again setting off a terrible storm. As if his spiritual will was burning, an endless spiritual will was integrated into the life spirit. Renhuang's sword will was once again being urged and supreme aurora of the sword was blowing and puffing. Over the top of his head, traces of sword marks came slashing toward him, like doomsday, as if the void had been broken. Yi Wuchen's finger pointed forward. The sword came out, and traces of sword marks that traversed thousands of miles apart were cut off and madly pulverized by the sword light. But still, there were a few sword marks that came toward him, and Yi Wuchen was between a rock and a hard place. He had not another arm to deal with them. However, at this time, Su Ke and Zui Qiangqiu descended by his side in a flash, and the sword smashed out at the same time blocking the sword marks. The swords of both sides collided, and Yi Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. The other 2 did not fare much better. Their spiritual will seemed to be torn to pieces, but they did not back off. Instead, they madly urged sword wills to destroy the sword of the opponent. Finally, the sword marks in the sky were all but destroyed. Zui Qianqiu and Su Ke took a step back at the same time, and both spat out blood. They were experts at slaying, but not frontal attacks, and so they suffered. Lu Cheng continued moving forward, and there was a terrible storm of Sword Wei appearing in front of him. He walked toward the trio and the endless sword will came together once again. Get out of the way. At this time, there was a violent atmosphere coursing from afar, and a roar shook the earth. Suddenly many who were watching the battle in the distance retreated, and then they saw a figure, like lightning, shoot toward the battlefield. The person who was at the most front was brawny in size, and every step he took into the void was earth-shattering, and the heavens and the earth seemed to be shaking. Looking at the other side, Su Ke looked at Lu Cheng, and a cold light flashed through his eyes, saying, "You are finished." "Is that so?" Lu Cheng also glanced yonder. In fact, he didn't know much about the situation in the 9 states' lower worlds, at least not as much as the Zhuiying Sword Saint had known. He only knew that Pei Qianying was handicapped by Yi Futian who was known as the unparalleled of the 9 states. The reason was because Pei Qianying had deprived the life spirit of Yi Wuqian, with whom he had just battled. He had also heard that in addition to Yi Futian, there were two other people who broke through the 9th layer of heaven and entered the Jiutian ranking. As for the other people at the Holy Ji Palace, he had no idea who's who. The man who was rushing toward them at this moment, was it one of the three who broke through the 9th layer of heaven with Yi Futian? But yes or no, what does it matter? Immense sword will condensed, regardless of the figure that rushed forward, his sword smashed down, and the sword marks of destruction annihilated everything in front. The speed of the rushing figure was raised to the limit, and the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven who were surrounded outside suddenly released the aurora of the sword to attack Yu Sheng. However, Yu Sheng seemed to not have seen them. There seemed to be a layer of dark gold armor upon his body, allowing the sword chi blasting upon his body, without affecting him. Even a swordsman who was in front of him was slapped away by him when he was running. Bang! A loud sound was heard and he stepped out to close the distance in the space, appeared in front of Yi Wuqian and the others. He looked up and glanced at the sword marks that were falling down, and his body suddenly grew tall and stalwart, its dark gold body was indestructible, the sound of Sanskrit lingered. Suddenly the big handprints of Buddha slapped out at the same time, toward the sword marks that were coming down. Fierce bursts of sound came out, the sword marks were destroyed madly, and the palm prints were also splitting and breaking apart. Yu Sheng stabilized his body and covered the other three people by his own body. The sword will continue to blast onto his body, but was not able to break his dark gold armor. A number of people rushed into the battlefield, and Huang Jiuge also arrived. Bang! Yu Sheng took a step in the void and went to Lu Cheng, who was in front. At this moment, Lu Cheng could feel an immense and strong pressure from the other. The power of this person was terrifying. Another loud sound, and Yu Sheng continued to step forward, each step made the world tremble. Lu Cheng frowned. Today, everyone who came from Lihan Heaven were its most powerful swordsmen, fully prepared to face Yi Futian and his cohort. Now before Yi Futian had even made an appearance, he had felt the pressure already. With sword in hand, the sword chi coursing, Lu Cheng's body leapt forward, and the infinite airflow of the way of the sword roared wildly, forming a force with the sword. Chop! Lu Cheng's body descended from the sky, and the sword slashed out, crossing a great distance, and sword marks where they have cut through the void, like the most terrible storm of destruction, slashing toward Yu Sheng's body. But Yu Sheng stepping into the sky, the dark golden light of the Buddha demon shined upon his body, and many people look at him moving forward in shock. Did he not care for his life? The terrible sword chi slammed down and blasted on his immense and wild body, colliding with his defense, but was not able to breach it. The Buddha and the demon now as one, but also both. Under his body that ran wildly, the sword marks were bursting and exploding madly. Later, everyone saw a huge fist rushing down with might force of the sky, and the space seemed to suffocate under its strike. Lu Cheng's sword once again slashed out, but before the sword chi could fully explode, the huge fist smashed on his sword, and the sound of destruction was heard. The sword exploded and pulverized, and Lu Cheng's body quickly withdrew like a sword, but the fist still fell on him and a terrifying force blasted on him through the space. Lu Cheng's body was blasted toward the distance, and all the bones of his body made a clear cracking sound of explosion. Chapter 1023. At the moment when Lu Cheng was knocked away, the hearts of everyone present also jumped. That strike was too fierce, and how could it be resisted by mere flesh and blood? At the moment when Lu Cheng was knocked away, the hearts of everyone present also jumped. That strike was too fierce, and how could it be resisted by mere flesh and blood? This strike probably cost half of Lu Cheng's life force. The people who were observing the battle in the distance revealed a look of horror. This time the premier holy land of Swordway in Emperor Xia's realm sent out such an impressive group to deal with several sages, and originally everyone thought the other party would definitely be at a disadvantage, but they never would have thought that following Yi Wuqian's explosive actions, Yu Sheng descended like a demon god, so that even someone as strong as Lu Cheng was crushed. I have seen him, a few years ago at the Jiutian temple. His name was still on the list of the Jotian ranking, but at that time he only challenged at the Magi plane. Some people exclaimed, shocked, and seeming to recall the haughtiness postures of the three. He continued, he came from 9 states. The 3 great cultivators who made a short-lived appearance a few years ago. Many people had heard of the Battle of the Jotian Temple. At the time, it had caused some sensation in the upper worlds. After all, 3 people from the 9 states broke through the 9th layer of heaven at the same time, and with Princess Xia Qingyuan attended the battle in person. Yes, this person was one of them, that person said, and suddenly many people trembled in their hearts, and they understood why Lihan Heaven had dispatched such delegates to face them. Those who had conquered the Jotian Temple would not likely be overcome by ordinary characters. As for the reason of their appearance, it couldn't be more clear. When Lihan Heaven disciple Pei Qianying was disabled at the Jotian Temple, it was in front of several other disciples from Lihan Heaven. Although it was Pei Qianying who had instigated the grievance with the other party, and had challenged them at 9th layer of heaven, he was, after all, a disciple of Lihan Heaven, and these disciples seemed to want to avenge him, so it was little wonder that Lu Qing declared that he wanted to disable these 3 individuals. But perhaps he had never thought that those people who had conquered the Jotian Temple, after these few years, were strong enough to crush someone as strong as he. Many in the upper worlds, like the cultivators of Lihan Heaven, had heard about the battle a few years back. Though they knew those 3 were powerful, they had no actual idea just how powerful they were. Today, however, they were seeing one of them. Compared to the rumors of a few years ago, he was only stronger than imagined, not weaker. Boom! Yu Sheng took a great step and continued to move toward the fallen figure. He was surrounded by a terrifying overbearing pressure, his demon godlike presence was giving out a suffocating pressure. Yi Futian led cultivators of Saint Plain to the upper worlds was because of what happened at that time, but as soon as they have arrived that trouble already was at their door suggested that someone was keeping tabs on them. Of course, Yu Sheng knew exactly what that meant. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to come so quickly. When the disciples of Lihan Heaven saw Yu Sheng's movements, they all came to Lu Cheng's side, and the sword will flowed around their bodies. A sword net seemed to have appeared in this space, the sword will of Lihan permeating every corner. Boom! A loud bang, Buddha and demon of all heavens appeared behind Yu Sheng, the Buddha and the demon as one, its authority pressuring the world. Their palms struck forward at the same time, and the magnificent body of Yu Sheng also struck out, like the Mahavairocana, but it was the palm of Mahavairocana with demonic attribute, blasting forward toward those cultivators. The swordsmen of Lihan Heaven swung their swords at the same time, and suddenly all the palm prints were torn and shattered. Yu Sheng stepped forward in great strides and the ground shook. The swords of the swordsmen pointed at Yu Sheng, intent to kill. All swords became one and stabbed on Yu Sheng's torso. The body that was covered by the dark golden armor seemed to be indestructible, but even so, the armor was disintegrated bit by that sword will of Lihan, and it was even slicing at the spiritual will, rushing into the mind of Yu Sheng. If it was another person, their body would probably be immediately separated into 1,000,000 pieces. However, the body of Yu Sheng was already exceeding normal physical limit. After the sacred war, he was also tempered by Saint Zhang's medicinal bath, so that the strength of his body was only below the saints, and not something that could be surpassed by mere numbers of combatants. Because after all, even a large number of people was not an indication of the increased combat power of an individual, and without a strong enough offensive, they would never be able to overcome the defense, so a large number of people was simply useless. The increase in the battlefield matrix that would increase the damages of the single attack, was perhaps a little more hopeful. Roar! A loud holler came out, the lion's roar shaking the sky, ringing through the eardrums of the people. The swordsmen from Lihan Heaven felt that their heads were about to burst, and then Yu Sheng threw a punch and the void seemed to be exploding, and many figures were knocked away. Even the strong swordsman from Lihan Heaven could not block him. What strength was this? Boom! Another step, Yu Sheng continued to move forward, and ran straight toward Lu Cheng, who had already stood up, and the sword that Lu Cheng had used to smash at Yi Wuchen, showing its intent to kill. Seeing that body, like a demon god, coming toward him, Lu Cheng's heart beating wildly, and his entire body was surrounded by shining and radiant sword light, his life spirit, bloomed. From the sky, there appeared a giant sword, and he felt an acute sense of fatal danger. Obviously, Lu Cheng never thought that anyone from the 9 states could be as strong as this. Upon Yu Sheng, the light of the Buddha and demon was blazing, and when he saw the faint divine authority above Lu Cheng, and divine implement had been shown, he did not hesitate to take out the battle axe of judgment and smash it toward Lu Cheng. Slice! Lu Cheng put both hands above the top of his head, waving forward, and suddenly a giant sword from the top of his head smashed out, cutting a thick and incomparable sword mark in the sky, like a natural fissure cutting through the void, piercing through the sky. The battle axe of judgment slammed down, and suddenly the sword mark exploded and was destroyed. The sword way continued to collapse and self-destruct, and Yu Sheng leveraged its momentum to smash toward Lu Cheng. With a loud boom, the battle axe of judgment smashed on the divine sword, crushing Lu Cheng's body. He let out an angry roar, still holding on, and the sword Qi sword. The Buddha and demon of all heavens appeared, and their power pressed the sky, and broke the sword Qi once again. Lu Cheng's knees slammed into the ground, and there was a loud bang. Terrible cracks appeared on the ground, which extended toward the 4 sides. Enough! A loud commanding sound came from the sky, and there was an authority of the divine path falling down, rocking the firmament. The heart of many jumped, and when they looked up at the sky, they saw the clouds and wind moving, and there was an invisible pressure of the divine path that flowed above the sky, feeling extremely sharp. This air current pressed toward Yu Sheng and asked him to stop. Yu Sheng looked up at the void, his look indifferent, and the battle axe of judgment continued its downward movement. The blood continued to come out of Lu Cheng's mouth, his body collapsing, and all the innards were rocked to their limit, and he felt on the verge of destruction. How dare you! A cold reprimand came out, the wind above the sky blowing, an immense sword will started to gather. The next loud sound of rumbling was heard, a sword came from outside the sky, and cracks appeared in the void. A sword that passed 3,000 miles, carrying the momentum of the thunder toward Yu Sheng. The heaven and the earth seemed to be annihilated by this one blow. In the distance, everyone was madly retreating, fearing that they would be caught in the peripheral of the attack. But obviously they worried overmuch. The opponent's control over the sword was superb, and it was meant only for Yu Sheng, and not the rest of the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. Yu Sheng looked up at the sword, and it came in an instant, forcing him to retract the battle axe of judgment and smashed it toward the sword will in the void instead. This sword came from outside the sky, and when the sword fell, the space in which Yu Sheng was in seemed to be pierced, the ground madly bursting and smashing, and that sturdy, godlike body crazily backing up. His shirt was torn, and a sword stabbed onto the battle axe of judgment, puffing out endless horrific authority of the sword, madly tearing at his body. An angry roar, the terrible defense of Yu Sheng was broken through by the sword Qi, and blood flowed. His body flew out in reverse, and at that time, the sword stopped, flying back to the void, and everywhere the sword had pointed to, its Qi was felt for miles. Boom! A loud sound, and everyone saw that Yu Sheng had fallen to the ground, covered in blood. The shocked crowd looked up to the sword, and the sword mark on the sky that ran 1,000 miles. 3,000-mile sword, they already knew who wielded the sword. Lihan Heaven, Sword Saint Liang. Sword Saint of Liang, even in the upper worlds, was considered a big deal, and he was also Lu Cheng's master, cultivating in Lihan Heaven, whose actual strength was unfathomable. At this time, there was a faint shadow gathering on the sword that was suspended in the sky. It was the shadow of Sword Saint of Liang, and it was also the person who Pei Qianying begged on the ground. Zhuiying Sword Saint knew that he couldn't take care of the people from the Holy Ji Palace, so he took Pei Qianying to Lihan Heaven, intended to us Lihan Heaven's power for revenge. The Sword Saint of Liang understood perfectly the idea of Zhuiying Sword Saint. But seeing his disciple kneeling and begging, and when he thought how he had been disabled, he still couldn't resist sending out the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, to allow them to take Futian and his cohorts, following the rules of the Jiutian Temple. However, even though Sword Saint of Liang had been cautious with the ability of Yi Futian and his cohort and had sent out the most powerful setup of Lihan Heaven, they were still crushed. He glanced at Yu Sheng. He did not expect that in the lower worlds in the land of 9 states such characters were possible. In this battle, they acknowledged defeat. Since Lu Cheng was defeated, Lihan Heaven will no longer be bothering you in the future. This is the end of the matter. Sword Saint of Liang said lightly. Lu Cheng was crushed, and there was probably no one on his side who could overcome Yu Sheng. If he made the move against these youngsters, he would appear petty and a laughing stock. The truth was that he should not have intervened. But when he saw that Yu Sheng had really wanted to kill Lu Cheng, he could not just sit by and watch Lu Cheng being killed. Yu Sheng was covered in blood, and his looked up angrily at the Sword Saint of Liang in the void, but he also understood that his anger was meaningless. The premier holy land of Sword Wei in the upper worlds. Even though the Holy Ji Palace lorded over all of 9 states, it was still far off from Lihan Heaven. This was not 9 states. The rules of sacred war did not apply. At this time, loud rumbling sounds were heard. Many people felt that their eardrums were shaking, making them extremely uncomfortable. They looked back at the distance and saw brilliant light coming toward this side. Sword Saint of Liang looked up and glanced over there, and suddenly said, "All of you go back." When the voice fell, his body disappeared and turned into a sword, flying toward the void. In this instant, the authority of the sword of the divine path sheltering the sky and was far stronger than it was before. There were swords above the firmament, and in front, there was a sword diagram at the center of which, a sword ran through the void and slayed with a speed that was difficult for the eyes to perceive. Buzz! The sword of Sword Saint of Liang puffed out infinite sword light, and directed toward the sword that was coming. The 2 swords collided in the void, and the horrible air currents of Sword Wei now appeared in the sky. "Let's go!" Many screamed and retreated in a hurry, and buildings within hundreds of miles of radius had turned to dust in this moment. Many people below Sage Plain spat out blood, and even those of the Sage Plain were also madly withdrawing to escape. However, at the moment their hearts were beating wildly. Today they did not merely witness an exciting and aggressive battle. But in fact, they had witnessed the exchanges between sword saints in the air. Chapter 1024, Sword Will of the Great Path coursed about in the heavens, shooting throughout the vast area. Sword Will of the Great Path coursed about in the heavens, shooting throughout the vast area. Countless cultivators throughout the area looked up at the terrifying scene high up in the air at that moment. An oppressive light screen of the sword appeared in the heavens as the sword will coursed. That is saintly might. There are sword saints fighting. Who is it that is fighting? Sword will coursed about everywhere within and in at that moment. Countless looked up at a compound hanging in the air and their minds shuddered. There was definitely a sword saint-level figure staying within. Yaya sat cross-legged and rings of sword will of the great path coursed about, streaking through the air around and shot far away. The sword diagram in the battlefield looked even more brilliant. Boundless sword will coursed about on that sword that was lashed out. Intense clashing was heard. Her sword had forced her opponent's sword to keep backing away. Sword gashes of the void continued to crumble and the cultivators of Lihan Heaven backed away from the battlefield immediately after seeing that scene. So the one who made the move was supposedly the reincarnated sword saint of the void told in the legends then. Is she already that strong now? Boom! A streak of extremely dazzling beam of sword flash came and went in an instant. The sword of Liang was penetrated right away and the sword gashes of the heavens crumbled and reduced to dust. A cold voice was heard throughout the place shortly after. If the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven continued to behave in such a manner, then it is best to stop fighting others as swordsmen from here on out, as it would have only tainted the name of swordsman. The voice was heard throughout thousands of miles in the air. Countless heard and their minds shuddered. There were actually people ridiculing swordsmen of Lihan Heaven and claiming them to have tainted the name of swordsman. Those were incredibly bold words. A grunt was heard in one of the palaces of Lihan Heaven. Blood was seen at the corner of a person's mouth. The sword will around the sword saint of Liang was dispersed. He wiped the blood of the corner of his mouth and looked far away with pointed eyes. The sword saint of the void. Both the sword saint of the void and the sword master had been known to be the two greatest swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm in the past, fighting to become the number one swordsman. So the sword saint of the void has returned then. He had naturally heard that voice as well. They were indeed the ones who were in the wrong in that battle indeed, but it was simply impossible for him to do nothing while seeing his students killed. As such, he did not think much about it. As for the case with the name of swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, they had been venturing out as powerful swordsmen of Lihan Heaven for many years. It was not something that people would have been able to taint with just words alone, even the one uttering such words was the sword saint of the void. At present, he, the sword master of Lihan Heaven, was the number one swordsman in all of Emperor Xia's realm. Sword will gradually dissipated in that battlefield at the moment. The overbearing pressure was finally gone. Many took a deep breath as they suffered quite a lot earlier, feeling as if their bodies would have been torn to shreds by the sword will around at any given moment. Countless cracks appeared on the ground and the surrounding buildings were all destroyed. Many were caught in the crossfire and were hurt. Yu Sheng's raging body remained standing in the ruins, stained with blood all over him. Many looked shocked. He was able to take one strike throughout the void by the sword saint and still remained standing. His physical body was seen to be insanely strong by those around. Even though the sword saint of Liang had only launched a strike remotely and had not been bringing his full power, it was nonetheless a strike imbued with the might of sainthood. If it had been common sages at the pinnacle of their training, they would have been rendered paralyzed on the ground even if they happened to survive. Yet, Yu Sheng was able to remain standing with blood all over him. It was a testament of the insane durability of his physical body. Many took a deep breath, as none of them had expected people from the 9 states of the lower worlds had actually been able to shame Lihan Heaven, the number one holy land of the swordsmen in the upper worlds. The very moment the sword saint of Liang made a move, it had actually meant that Lihan Heaven had lost, and it was a crushing defeat in their part. The man from the 9 states had truly been powerful. Yu Sheng swept his cold eyes across. The ones from Lihan Heaven had already retreated when the 2 sword saints duked it out remotely. They suffered a crushing defeat, so much so that the sword saint of Liang had to make a move to save their lives. As such, they had no face to remain staying. If it had not been for that one strike from the sword saint of Liang, Lu Cheng would have probably ended up dead by the hands of Yu Sheng. He was truly brutal. The raging aura that burst from him earlier was a testament that he meant business. You alright? Yu Sheng turned around and said to Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen sat cross-legged. His life spirit had retreated back into his body. His aura was unstable. He had been exerting himself a lot before. I'm fine, Yi Wuchen looked the bloodstained Yu Sheng and said. He had not been strong enough. Despite having borrowed the power of Renhuang's sword will, he had only been barely able to defeat the 3 major swordsmen, before he became hardly able to continue fighting. If he was as capable as Yu Sheng, he would not have needed Yu Sheng to make a move. The short skirmish previously also made him understand that the cultivators of the upper worlds were indeed far stronger than those of the 9 states. Many of the top-notch figures that he had met on the pilgrimage led by Xia Qingyuan years ago were of such standards. He was not all that talented, so he had to make up with hard work. The reason why he had been willing to give everything to meld the Renhuang sword will into his body, was precisely so to enable him to grow stronger. However, the Renhuang sword will was simply too powerful. He had only been able to refine a small part of it despite having spent years at it, but it had nonetheless helped him a lot in furthering his swordsmanship. Yet, it was clear to him that he had a long way to go. Powerful sword will was sensed coming from afar. A sword came together with the whooshing, hovering in midair, and 2 figures were seen standing on it. Yet another sword saint. Everyone was shocked to see the old man riding the sword. What the hell is with today? While there were many saints in the upper worlds, but the elder was nonetheless considered a major figure. The other figure seen standing on the sword was of exceptional bearing. His hair was snow-white and he looked extremely handsome. His eyes were brimming with spirit and his white garb billowed in the air. "Who is that gray-haired young man?" The gray-haired young man walked down and the sword saint followed behind him. The scene caused the pupils of many to dilate, their eyes sparkling. The young man is the one taking the lead here. Yi Futian walked down. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen looked at him. What happened? Yi Futian's eyes felt rather cold. The village chief was able to sense Yaya's sword aura when Yi Futian was on his way back, so they came here instead. The battle was over by the time they got there and there were only rebels left. Other than that, there was Yu Sheng, who was bloodstained, Yi Wuchen, who was injured, and the others. The ones from Lihan Heaven did this, Yi Wuchen said. Yi Futian's eyes were very cold. While Pei Qianying was from Lihan Heaven, yet the feud in the past was due to Pei Qianying being conceited enough to strip Wuchen of his life spirit, and had them look for him at the 9th layer of heaven. It was due to that he went about climbing the sky stairwell, beaten the Jiutian temple and reduced Pei Qianying to a cripple. So despite being the #1 holy land of swordsmanship, they are actually standing up for Pei Qianying then. Furthermore, the fact that they were able to come so fast meant that they had been monitoring the ones from the lower worlds all the time, right when they were still in the 9 states? How did you end up getting hurt? Yi Futian looked at Yu Sheng and asked. Even if the ones who attacked them were cultivators of Lihan Heaven, Yu Sheng would have never gotten so severely injured, despite the same could not have been said for Yi Wuchen and the others. Unless a saint made a move against him. An attack from a saint. Su Kei said coldly, if it hadn't been the case, all of them from Lihan Heaven would have stayed behind. Yi Futian's expression had gotten even colder as things had indeed happened as speculated. Not only that Lihan Heaven acted against them, a saint had even lashed out at Yu Sheng. If they had not came prepared, having Yaya and some saints traveling along with them in the upper worlds, things would have turned out very grim for them. We'll head back and get you people patched up first, Yi Futian said. Everyone nodded and the village chief took all of them back riding on the sword. They were out of sight within mere moments. Why did his hair turn gray? Some mumbled to themselves and there were many who had actually been guessing at Yi Futian's identity. There were those who had witnessed those battles fought in the Jiutian temple, and they had not been able to recognize him at first. It was not until they had taken a good look, that they found him to be the genius who claimed to be peerless in the 9 states, Yi Futian. No one knew if Lihan Heaven would have made another move against them, seeing how that holy land suffered yet another defeat. However, with even Lu Cheng, who had studied under the Sword Saint of Liang had been overwhelmed like that and the Sword Saint had to save him personally, claiming that the case was ended right there and then, even if the ones from Lihan Heaven wanted revenge, none of those who studied under the Sword Saint of Liang would have been able to defeat Yu Sheng, more so given that Yi Futian was on their side. Unless, Lihan Heaven was ready to field a great number of mighty ones, with even the saint making a move. However, as the #1 holy land of swordsmanship, there was no way Lihan Heaven would have done so, as it would not have been something they would have been able to boast about after all. The news of that battle was quickly spread throughout the upper worlds, as Lihan Heaven was simply too well known in the upper worlds, making it impossible for the news to not spread. Many claimed that while Yu Sheng, who had defeated Lu Cheng, and Yi Futian, who had beaten the 9th layer of heaven, were cultivators from the 9 states, but they nonetheless stood at the very pinnacle below Saint Plane, even at the upper worlds. They were worthy of being compared to the top few in Emperor Xia's realm. There had not been people like that emerging from the 9 states for a very long time. When the news spread, the names of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng of the 9 states, once again spread throughout the upper worlds. Many linked that battle with the day where 3 from the 9 states being able to make it to the 9th layer of heaven. At the 33rd layer of heaven of the Lihan Heaven, the clouds were fleeting and a figure was seen training with his eyes closed before a swordsman's palace. Those who were training there were all of the bloodline of the Swordmaster of Lihan. A figure was seen carrying a sword on their backs as they walked, going up the sky stairwell. He then stopped before that figure and bowed, calling respectfully, "Brother." The young man who was seen training with his eyes closed took a look at the one who came. He then smiled and asked, "How did you get free enough to come here?" Lu Cheng, a student of Uncle Liang, intended to ask for guidance in swordsmanship from you, the one who came said. The young man wore a puzzled look and asked, Lu Cheng was the best student studying under Uncle Liang. If he needed teaching, he would have gone to Uncle Liang instead. What is he doing here? A student who studied under Uncle Liang, Pei Qianying, was rendered a cripple in the past. Lu Cheng stood up for him and was overwhelmed by his opponents. If it had not been for Uncle Liang making a move, Lu Cheng might have been killed on the spot. As such, many chastised Uncle Liang for that. It would seem that that battle had instigated Lu Cheng enough, that he wanted to learn what it was like to be the edge of pinnacle below St. Plain. The man who came smiled and answered. The elder brother in training before him was the number one figure in Lihan heaven, the true edge of pinnacle below St. Plain, one of the few acknowledged by all in the upper worlds to be standing at the very top. As such, it was entirely within reason that Lu Cheng sought him out after being defeated by Yu Sheng. He was probably feeling vexed from being defeated. There is actually someone capable of landing such a blow on Lu Cheng. A tough one indeed then. Who would that be? The young man asked. Someone from the 9 states named Yu Sheng. He was probably very powerful, the one who came answered. Well then. The young man nodded and continued, tell Lu Cheng to come here. Indeed, brother. A decree was sent from the Emperor Xia's palace when many were still talking about Yi Futian, shocking many people. The decree of Emperor Xia stated that Yi Futian, palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State of the 9 states, was to be appointed as the princess valet and was permitted for the moment to venture outside for training. He was also allowed to enter Emperor Xia's palace. Chapter 1025, The appointment from Emperor Xia quickly whipped up a storm. The appointment from Emperor Xia quickly whipped up a storm. While it had seemed to be an appointment that was of little importance in first glance. But becoming the princess valet meant that he was able to get near Princess Xia Qingyuan, serving by her side and protecting her from danger. Everyone in Emperor Xia's realm knew that Emperor Xia doted on Xia Qingyuan the most. The person that was to become her valet would have been of significant importance. It meant that Emperor Xia had absolute trust in him, be it in terms of birth, talents, or powers. It was worth noting that some geniuses at the very pinnacle had thoughts about the princess. While they did not dare to show such thoughts in public, but that most beloved daughter of Emperor Xia was lauded to be the most talented in Emperor Xia's realm. While she had often appeared in men's clothing, yet it did not change the fact that she looked incredibly stunning. She was the princess born between Emperor Xia and the number one beauty in Emperor Xia's realm after that. There was no need to doubt about her appearance. No other young women in Emperor Xia's realm were deemed being worthy of being compared to Xia Qingyuan. No one would have batted an eye if Emperor Xia had appointed a saint from the previous generation to protect the princess, but the one appointed was none other than Yi Futian, who was said to be the most talented in the 9 states of the lower worlds. He served directly under Emperor Xia, and it was that he was very young and extremely handsome. Such unparalleled specimen of a human being getting appointed as the princess valet would have surely become the talk of the place. Furthermore, the timing of the appointment was very coincidental, as it happened when Lihan heaven had just clashed with the ones from the Holy Ji Palace who ventured to the upper worlds for training. From that standpoint, it was entirely within reason to see that to be some kind of warning to some forces at the upper worlds. As such, regardless of how powerful such forces would have been in the upper worlds, they would have had to consider carefully if they wanted to move against Yi Futian. That appointment had far greater influence than when Yi Futian and the other two had beaten the Jiutian temple back then. Many top-notch sages and saints would not have paid any attention to what happened in the Jiutian temple, thus many more came to hear of Yi Futian's name at present. Furthermore, many would have known that he hailed from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State of the 9 states at the lower worlds. He was a palace lord of a holy land at the lower worlds, one who served directly under Emperor Xia. While the upper worlds were also under Emperor Xia's rule, but forces like Lihan Heaven did not serve directly under the emperor. That point resembled the like of the great Zhou sacred dynasty of the Nine States, which had a standing army and forces within the sacred dynasty's territory serving it. At that moment, clouds circled around a mountain. There were some buildings built in a scattered manner on the mountain. Spiritual qi around there was incredibly thick and the scenery was very beautiful, with flowing rivers and waterfalls, as well as towers and pavilions found all about the place, making the mountain incredibly elegant. Many went out for activities as soon as they had gotten to the upper worlds. Gu Donglu and Zhuge Mingyue went to find accommodations, as it was impossible for them to stay in inns where people were many and gossip flying about for prolonged periods. They found the villa as a result. There was a new plaque right outside the villa with two simple words on it, the cottage. Those two words were written personally by Yi Futian himself and he was the one who named the villa. There was little need to explain why he had done so. The Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, and the others recalled a lot of memories as they saw Yi Futian writing the words down. With the exception of their teacher and Shui Yi, his fourth brother, being absent, all of the other students of the cottage were there in the villa. Yi Futian stood quietly in the mountain at the moment, gazing at the scenery beneath. He had naturally received Emperor Xia's appointment and he knew what the emperor meant with such a decree. The emperor was protecting him. Wuchen had been surrounded and beaten by mighty ones from Lihan Heaven and Yu Sheng was injured by the Sword Saint of Liang. While Yi Futian was indeed angry, he did not let anger get to his head and headed to Lihan Heaven right away, seeking revenge. He knew well how powerful Lihan Heaven was and how powerful they were in comparison. His mind was clear enough to tell that even with Yaya present, if they were to clash with the number one holy land of swordsmanship without thought and armed with only that bit of power, they might have as well been walking to their graves. They were not at the Nine States and he would not have been naive enough to think that Lihan Heaven would have talked rules and honor with him, if he were to go to Lihan Heaven seeking revenge. The Sword Saint of Liang had made a move against Yu Sheng after all. If he were to provoke Lihan Heaven, he would not have known how he had even ended up dead, when the saint of the other party simply went out and cut him down. While Emperor Xia ruled over both the upper and lower worlds, yet most saints in the Nine States became saints by using sainthood resources of Emperor Xia. The holy lands of the Nine States were under Emperor Xia's debt, making them the direct orthodoxy of Emperor Xia. As such, the emperor had absolute control of them. His orders were absolute and nobody dared to disobey them. Anyone who dared wage a sacred war would have needed to play by the rules. However, things were different in the upper worlds. Forces like Lihan Heaven trained entirely on their own, and they were powerful enough to have not borrowed any of Emperor Xia's powers. While they belonged to territories under Emperor Xia's rule, they were not considered serving directly under the emperor, and the emperor would not have interfered with their affairs much. If he were to clash with Lihan Heaven and that Emperor Xia sided with him out in the open, allowing him to kill students of Lihan Heaven, no top-notch forces would have continued wanting to expand and develop in Emperor Xia's realm then. Said top-notch figures would have left and headed towards other Renhuang's realms for training. If such a thing were to happen, Emperor Xia's realm would have fallen into decline. As such, even Emperor Xia would have had to strike a balance, appointing him to be the princess valet, protecting him in a roundabout manner and preventing him from any mishaps in Emperor Xia's realm. A figure appeared quietly behind Yi Futian. It was none other than Lulan Shui. "How are things below the mountain?" Yi Futian asked. Many people came often and some even wanted to challenge you, but were quickly sent home after Wuchen and the others overpowered them. Fewer and fewer came to disturb us in time, but this place had gotten very famous in the upper worlds, Lulan Shui said. Yi Futian nodded. The name of the cottage would have resounded throughout the upper worlds. He believed that it had nothing to do with him being appointed as the princess valet, and it was the power of the cottage itself. That was his vision for naming the villa, the cottage. "What is the glass saint doing now?" Yi Futian asked. She had been training in silence every day since she came to the upper worlds, thinking of nothing else, Lulan Shui answered. "Right." Yi Futian nodded, and as he willed, a loud cry was heard. A dark golden condor dived from above, landing before Yi Futian with its wings flapping about. It was none other than the black-winged condor. "I'll go to the Emperor Xia's palace for a bit," Yi Futian said, and stepped onto the black-winged condor, which took to the air immediately, and they were both out of sight soon. Having Emperor Xia's appointment meant that he no longer needed to fear for his own safety. Regardless of how capable Lihan Heaven was, they would not have dared to offend Emperor Xia. After flying for several hours, Yi Futian arrived before the gates of Emperor Xia's palace. The guards saw him and bowed, saying solemnly, "Emperor Xia's orders stated that Guardian Yi shall be allowed to enter and exit Emperor Xia's palace as he pleased. There shall be no need for report. Please." "Thank you." Yi Futian nodded and brought the black-winged condor into the palace and headed for the princess residence. He had been there before, and as such, he knew his way around. However, as soon as he entered the palace, a towering young man appeared before him. He stood there silently. The sun shone on his tanned skin and his eyes gazed far away. However, Yi Futian nonetheless felt that the young man was waiting for him. Yi Futian. The towering figure turned his eyes around and glanced at Yi Futian. He actually felt vague, yet extremely powerful pressure emanating from that young man. The man was incredibly powerful. At the very least, he was considerably more powerful than Jia of the 9 states. Anyone who was able to show up in such a place would have been of exceptional status. "What business do you have with me, if I may ask?" Yi Futian asked calmly. "His Majesty had appointed you personally, and I hope that you would not bring shame to such an honor." That figure kept his eyes on Yi Futian, looking somewhat jealous. He then walked from Yi Futian's side. Every single step he took made Yi Futian feel as if the pressure had grown stronger. Yi Futian frowned, yet he did not end up saying anything. He continued forward without knowing who that was. He was reluctant to stir trouble within Emperor Xia's palace. There were naturally people guarding the princess training ground. He was allowed inside after reporting, and soon, Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan looked at him and said coldly, "It was not my idea." Yi Futian was dumbfounded, wearing a puzzled look. "Are you talking about my appointment, princess?" Yi Futian asked. He had never thought about things from her perspective, and he naturally knew that it was the emperor's own idea. Xia Qingyuan seemed to have thought about it a little bit too much, thinking that he had misunderstood. Xia Qingyuan's eyes shone with a tinge of embarrassment after seeing that Yi Futian had never thought of the appointment that way, yet such embarrassment vanished in a flash and she returned to normal in an instant. She then looked at Yi Futian and said, "What are you doing here?" "I'm appointed by Emperor Xia to be your valet, princess, so I saw fit to come take my orders. While I'm permitted to train outside, but if you were to have any orders for me, please do not hesitate to do so. Other than that, I'd like to ask if I'd be allowed a meeting with the emperor," Yi Futian said. He was actually curious about what the emperor thought of him. Why did Emperor Xia covered for him, and then take care of things for me in secret? My father is busy with training and even I would not have disturbed him with good reasons. At ease. Since when did you learn manners, by the way? Xia Qingyuan said. She had invited him twice to train with her and she was refused twice. She thought Yi Futian would have been against such an arrangement. I know right from wrong at the very least, princess. Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan and said calmly, "The last time I was here, I was frustrated that I was being barred from entry by you, princess. As such, my emotions had been all over the place, and for that, I beg your forgiveness." Xia Qingyuan recalled what happened that day and felt rather irked. However, since Yi Futian came today to apologize, her mood had gotten somewhat better. My father appointed you as my valet, yet he allowed you to train outside. It is but a post and you need not serve by my side, and there is no need for you to take orders here, Xia Qingyuan said. I'm relieved to hear that from you, princess, Yi Futian said. It would have been a torture for him if she had indeed intended for him to serve by her side. You, Xia Qingyuan's eyes grew increasingly cold, but she saw Yi Futian cupped his hands and said nonetheless, "If there's nothing you'd need of me, princess, please allow me to take my leave. If you'd fix your attitude for a bit, I might actually allow you to train within Emperor Xia's palace." Xia Qingyuan smiled and said all of a sudden. Yi Futian looked up at Xia Qingyuan and had to admit that she had an extremely pretty face with no flaws found. The only downside to her appearance would have probably been her dressed in men's clothing. "If you'd be dressed in women's clothing, princess, those words may sound more enticing." Yi Futian looked at her faint smile and said. It was the truth. Xia Qingyuan's smile disappeared and she was actually fuming as she said coldly, "Get lost." "I shall take my leave," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan with his hands cupped, before turning around and left. Xia Qingyuan clenched her fists as she saw him leave. Slivers of coldness coursed about her. A servant girl who saw her like that nearby trembled in fear. The princess had been calm and composed usually, and she had actually been angered by that fellow. However, even that servant girl felt like beating the shit out of him for uttering those words. He had actually resented having to serve the princess. But then again, the princess somehow seems rather off today, compared to how she usually is. Chapter 1026. After calling upon Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian returned to the villa. Emperor Xia had personally conferred the title. Although he was only a valet to the princess, it was still a kind of protection for him. No matter what, he should go and convey his gratitude. It was only polite. After calling upon Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian returned to the villa. Emperor Xia had personally conferred the title. Although he was only a valet to the princess, it was still a kind of protection for him. No matter what, he should go and convey his gratitude. It was only polite. As for the fact that he hadn't seen Emperor Xia, that wasn't important. Xia Qingyuan had been very cold to him, but that was just the way she was. She had been born a noble, with thousands of people doting on her. She was the most noble princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Indeed, no one was worthy of her notice. But in fact, Yi Futian knew that Xia Qingyuan had a sharp mouth but a soft heart. Back at the imperial mausoleum, her attitude had changed after he had beaten her. She had not been as cold and unattainable as she had been the last 2 times he had seen her. Instead, she had spoken to him as an equal, showing him the respect he was due as a victor. He remembered the first time he had seen her was at Saint Xia's feast in the summer state. All she had said to him was that one sentence about following her to the trials. After he had refused, she had ceased to acknowledge his existence. And now she would be angry at his rebuttal. Pretentiousness and anger reflected 2 different kinds of attitudes. Yi Futian understood this well, so he was still somewhat grateful to Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. Was he not one of their people, at least for now? In the villa, the people from the cottage had been low-key for the past few days. Many people were watching their movements, but Yi Futian and the others didn't do anything. At that moment, Yi Futian was reading some classics that recorded some of the top figures of Emperor Xia's realm in the area around Qingshan. Since he had come to the upper realms, he definitely had to know these kinds of things. Lulan Shui stood beside him and selected useful books for him to read. Over the years she had grown used to serving Yi Futian, and she always did her best. She had not cultivated to a very high level, but she had just become a sage. There are many powerful figures in Emperor Xia's realm, but Emperor Xia's power is almost enough to easily control the upper and lower realms by himself, whispered Yi Futian. Emperor Xia had absolute authority within his realm. This was normal, of course. He had cultivated up to the Renhuang level. Lihan Heaven, which Yi Futian was familiar with, and Jiutian Temple were top forces in Emperor Xia's realm. There was also the young man Qin Qi who he had defeated at Jiutian Temple. The Qin Palace that he belonged to was also a top force. And Emperor Xia commanded 8 saint generals. All of them were extremely powerful, especially their leader, the one who stood above all others except Emperor Xia himself. Each of the 8 generals commanded a vast army and were under Emperor Xia's direct command. Besides them, there were also Renhuang's guards in Emperor Xia's palace, as well as some secret forces. In addition to the forces under his direct control, there were also some top powers that were very close to Emperor Xia. For example, Divine Cloud Valley was the foremost holy land for armorers in Emperor Xia's realm, and their palace lord was known as the best armorer. He was highly respected, and had once been Emperor Xia's royal armorer. Therefore, Divine Cloud Valley had a special status in Emperor Xia's realm, and was very close to Emperor Xia himself. There was also the foremost beauty of Emperor Xia's realm, Queen Xiao, who was Xia Qingyuan's birth mother. Her family was also a top force. Many powerful figures had appeared in her family in this generation, with infinite potential. And with Queen Xiao and Princess Xia Qingyuan in Emperor Xia's palace, it could be said to be a golden age for the Xiao family. So they had a special status as well. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. The holy lands of the 9 states would not even be worth looking at in this realm, other than the ones who had cultivated to the peak, such as the old sword saint of the void and the great shaman who was now number 1 on the saints' ranking. It was said that the great shaman was now in Emperor Xia's palace. Has Lihan Heaven made any moves? Yi Futian asked Lulan Shui as he closed the book. After the battle, a title was given, so Lihan Heaven probably won't cause a disturbance. But soon after there was some news going around about Huang Jiuge and Yi Wuchen, about Renhuang's inheritance and Renhuang's sword. It seems that someone deliberately leaked this news to make people watch them. I don't know whether or not it was Lihan Heaven that did this, said Yi Futian. This was no secret, many people knew it, but if someone did something to add fuel to the fire, it would attract a lot of attention. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Renhuang's inheritance did indeed have a lot of appeal. Emperor Xia had certainly given out the title in a timely fashion. After Yi Futian got up and left, he walked to the back of the mountain. A terrible sword will was in front of the cliff there that chilled him to the bone. Neither he nor Lulan Shui had ever experienced a chill like that. There were 2 figures beside the cliff. One was a beautiful woman, sitting cross-legged as she cultivated. Beside her, another woman was standing, seemingly guiding the cross-legged woman's cultivation. A strange look came over Yi Futian's face when he saw this. The beautiful woman who was sitting there was obviously Glass Saint, and Yaya was the one standing beside her. He walked towards them, and suddenly Yaya turned to look at him. Yaya, are you helping her cultivate? This was all very strange to Yi Futian. But it made sense. After all, Yaya was the sword saint of the void, so she could even teach some things to Glass Saint. Yaya turned her cold gaze upon Yi Futian. Can you call me something else? Yi Futian thought that she looked kind of cute when she was angry, so he reached out and pinched her cheek. Suddenly, Yaya's expression became so cold that it looked like she was covered in frost. Her sword will became extremely sharp and light swords beamed out of her eyes as she stared at Yi Futian. It's an old habit, I can't help it, said Yi Futian with a smile as he pinched her cheek. He used to tease her just like this when they were in Tombkeeper village. He didn't want to let Yaya go, even if she was the sword saint of the void. Perhaps he still did this because he didn't want Yaya to completely disappear. The sword saint of the void saw Yi Futian's warm, smiling face, and the sword will gradually receded. But she still slapped Yi Futian's hand away, then looked back at Glass Saint. She changed the subject, saying, right now she has no desires, but her understanding of swordsmanship has grown much stronger. Yi Futian saw that she was not reproaching him for his smile. Now Yaya maintained a dual personality within her, and the 2 personalities influenced each other, so she was still close to him after all. Otherwise he would not have been able to pinch her cheek. If you have time, you should also teach Wuchen and the others later. They aren't very talented, but they are tenacious. They can go far on the path of swordsmanship, said Yi Futian. All right. Yaya nodded. Have there been a lot of people monitoring the villa lately? Asked Yi Futian. Yaya was extremely perceptive, so she would know better than he would. Hmichum. Yaya nodded. Should we kill a few right off to deter the rest of them? You can't just go killing people all day. Let them be. He knocked her on the head lightly. Yaya's face darkened. She wanted to fight. You two should continue. Yi Futian left with a smile. He felt better now. As he was leaving, he saw the village chief coming. He nodded a greeting at him, and then walked over to Yaya's side and said, "Miss, get away from us." He had not even finished speaking before Yaya answered him coldly. The village chief blinked. What was going on? Did you hear me? Yaya looked back at him. I heard you. The village chief knew something was wrong with his mistress, and immediately slinked away. But he was bewildered. She had returned to the Saint Plain. Why was she so easily angered? Who had done this? Far away from them, Yi Futian was walking away happily. He was in a good mood. The next few days passed by in the blink of an eye. Yi Futian spent the time cultivating quietly. Qin Zhuang came up beside him. Yi Futian opened his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Qin Zhuang stepped forward and handed him a map with writing on it. It seemed to be a detailed introduction to a holy land. Is this information about Tianji Pavilion accurate? Asked Yi Futian. Qin Zhuang nodded. There shouldn't be any errors. What did you pay for this? Asked Yi Futian. A divine implement, answered Qin Zhuang. How heartless, they sold out their employer in the blink of an eye. And we will be able to get back more than one divine implement for this. Yi Futian smiled coldly. He stood up, his silver hair flying behind him, and said, "Go and tell Yaya, Glass Saint and the village chief. It's time to set out." Yes, sir. Qin Zhuan left to carry out his order. Yi Futian looked off into the distance with cold eyes. Just because he couldn't move against Lihan Heaven didn't mean other forces were safe. Since so many people were watching, he would set an example for them. In Zhuiying Palace, the splendid holy land of swordsmanship, although Pei Qianying had been defeated, it did not affect their vitality. Many swordsmen were cultivating there. Right now the Zhuiying Sword Saint was cultivating with his top lords. He opened his eyes and frowned as Pei Qianying walked over to him. He seemed unhappy. What is it now? Father, is Lihan Heaven really giving up so easily? Said Pei Qianying. He knew that his father was annoyed with him. After all, he had been ruined. He may have shown him sympathy a few times, but after such a long time his sympathy had gradually disappeared and turned into annoyance. The seeds have been planted. This is just a temporary calm. Sooner or later things will erupt. What are you worried about? The Zhuiying Sword Saint answered coldly. He has been named the princess's valet. Emperor Xia is deliberately protecting him. Can we still act against him? Pei Qianying's face grew ugly. He wasn't stupid. Emperor Xia had given him a title, so now Lihan Heaven had to restrain themselves. Given the character that he showed when he broke through the 9 layers of heaven, even if we let the matter drop, he certainly will not. All we have to do is be patient, said the Zhuiying Sword Saint. Should we wait until he is a saint? Even if he does something rash, he still won't attack us directly. Why not take advantage of his weak? Pei Qianying started. Enough, interrupted the Zhuiying Sword Saint. His eyes were cold as he stared at him. In that battle, the Sword Saint of the Void struck out, and the Sword Saint of Liang's sword will was cut. Did you not know this? How can we show our face now? Pei Qianying paled, and he said in a trembling voice, "You are afraid, father." The Zhuiying Sword Saint stood up. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Pei Qianying. Pei Qianying despaired when he saw the look in his father's eyes. "I'm sorry for disturbing your cultivation, father." On saying so he turned and left. The Zhuiying Sword Saint watched him leave. He was in a foul mood, but it had been a good thing that he had not shown his face last time, and instead had worked behind the scenes all along. Chapter 1027, At the top of Juying Palace, sword will flowed through an ancient hall. The Juying sword saint sat with his eyes closed in cultivation. At the top of Juying Palace, sword will flowed through an ancient hall. The Juying sword saint sat with his eyes closed in cultivation. Having cultivated to this level, it was extremely difficult for him to advance any more. It required perseverance, concentration, a firm state of mind, and outside luck in order to have a chance of moving forward. The Juying sword sage had been disturbed these past few days due to Pei Qianying, and it had affected his cultivation. Now he needed to let go of distracting thoughts. The conflict between Yi Futian and Lihan Heaven had ended. In the future they would deal with him without having to spend too much energy on it. Sword will float around his body. Brilliant light shone through the hall like a wonderful sword matrix. The Juying sword saint gradually calmed down. But at that moment his eye twitched slightly. He suddenly felt uneasy. He felt that something was about to happen. "What is going on?" he whispered to himself. As a saint, he would sometimes sense mysterious things going on in the world, or would have premonitions. His current unrest obviously had not come out of thin air. It was highly likely that something was about to happen. He opened his eyes and his spiritual will spread out in all directions through the hall. He quickly felt an incredibly strong sense of danger. His heart beat rapidly as he faintly felt something in the distance. His spiritual will continued to spread out in all directions. Suddenly his heart began to beat even faster. The sky was filled with flowing sword wills. A massive sword diagram filled the air, and in the center of it endless sword wills gathered together, forming a sword power that could swallow up and destroy everything. This isn't good. The Juying sword saint flashed up into the sky. But in the next moment a beam of light appeared in the center of the sword diagram, locking his body in place. "Get out of here quickly!" The Juying sword saint yelled. All of Juying Palace trembled. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. They did not even react, they just looked up into the sky. The Juying sword saint gathered all of his sword will into a divine sword. His body turned into thousands of images of swords. Brilliant light shone down. Another sword diagram appeared that covered the sky. The endless swords gathered together into a single sword and pierced through the air like a beam of light. It fell downwards, ignoring all spatial distance. In that moment, everyone felt like a god of death was descending upon them. Under this sword will, their lives were insignificant. The brilliant light pierced their eyes, hurting them so badly that they could not open them, and many of them could not help but hold their hands up to block it out. The thousands of images of swords gathered together into one. Everyone heard the Juying sword saint shout, and then a destructive sword will swept out, shattering Juying Palace into pieces. Everyone in Juying Palace was now soaked in sweat, and their terror was plain upon their faces. They looked towards the Juying sword saint. He stood in the air with blood streaming from his mouth and his long hair flying chaotically in the wind. His aura was weak, and he did not look good at all. He had been badly wounded. Below him, the hall had been pierced through by a sword and shattered to pieces. Not only that, the rest of the palace had been destroyed by the left-over power from the sword. Stunned by the sword, everyone stood in dumbfounded silence, staring blankly into the sky. There they saw a very young woman floating down. Far away, a sword shrieked as a group of cultivators appeared in the sky, overlooking everything. A white-haired figure stepped forward and swept his gaze over the Juying sword saint. The Juying sword saint stared at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He knew that those who had come on that sword in the sky had come for his life. They would show no mercy. Yi Futian. The Juying sword saint had definitely not thought that his opponent would take such decisive action against him. Pei Qianying also stared at the white-haired figure, shuddering, not only out of anger and desire for revenge, but because of fear as well. Why had Yi Futian led his cultivators here? He wanted to kill Yi Futian, no matter the cost. But even when he had knelt in front of his master and begged, he had never thought that Yi Futian would attack Juying Palace, appearing before him once again. The village chief and glass saint were already moving, surrounding the Juying sword saint from above. As the only saint in Juying Palace, they obviously could not let him leave alive. In the past, Pei Qianying and the Juying sword saint stripped my sworn brother of his life spirit. They came to Jiutian Temple with their mad words, seeking battle. They could not handle their defeat, and so they monitored my movements and went to Lihan Heaven to incite them to act against us. They spread news about Huang Jioge and Yi Wuqian. This must be punished. From now on, there will be no more Juying Palace. I will not drag in those who have nothing to do with this. As long as you don't move, and listen to my commands, I won't kill you. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely cold. His voice resonated throughout Juying Palace. Many people flashed outside of Juying Palace. They trembled to behold the scene before their eyes, and their hearts would not stop beating rapidly. The center of the palace was in ruins. Cultivators for hundreds of miles could sense the sword that had descended from the sky, and thus had come over as quickly as possible. When they heard Yi Futian's words, they knew that the Juying sword saint was finished. The Juying sword saint had plotted against Yi Futian behind his back. Now his opponent had come to his door to destroy Juying Palace. Let's go. A group of figures flashed away as they fled Juying Palace. For many people, the palace had been a place to cultivate and nothing more. Given that, their lives were far more important. Yi Futian had said as long as they didn't move they wouldn't be killed, but they were taking no chances. A giant, dark golden condor swooped down from overhead, lashing out with its claws. In an instant all those who fled were dead. Of course, there were those who had actually listened to Yi Futian. As long as they didn't move, they wouldn't be killed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrible sword wills flowed all around, and one of them shot towards Yi Futian. This was the Juying sword saint's attack. Yaya stood in front of Yi Futian, and a terrible light curtain appeared around her that separated her from the sword will. Glass Saint moved at the same time. She leapt towards the Juying sword saint with her sword in hand and her long hair flowing behind her. The Juying sword saint pointed into the sky, and suddenly the images of countless swords appeared. They tore through the air towards Glass Saint. But she seemed to not even notice them. A terrible cold filled the air, and everyone began shivering involuntarily. Her sword will flowed, and the swords coming from the sky were destroyed one by one. Glass Saint continued forward without having been hindered at all. The Juying sword saint went pale. Glass Saint was at the same level as he was, and had not been there for as long as he had. But he had been wounded already, and his aura was weak. He was no match for her. As he felt Glass Saint's aura approaching, he suddenly turned into a sword and fled backwards. The village chief flashed over and space seemed to freeze. Endless sword wills descended, blocking the Juying sword saint's path of escape. Whoosh! The Juying sword saint did not slow down. His thousands of images of swords combined into one sword that destroyed everything in front of him to help him escape. With sword in hand the village chief activated the sword diagram. Suddenly, a pattern of swords appeared on him. The Juying sword saint's attack struck the pattern of swords, destroying it, yet it was also blocked. At that moment, the Juying sword saint felt very cold all over his body. His very soul seemed to be trembling. It seemed that the entire world had become bone-chillingly cold. The whole world seemed to have become some sort of wonderland, and it was as if he and all of his cultivation were meaningless when exposed to this artistic conception. He turned suddenly and slashed out with his sword. The light from his sword swept out for hundreds of miles, but all he saw was a cold and ruthlessly beautiful face, and her emotionless sword. Her sword came towards him, and suddenly all his swordsmanship was gone. All there was that sword slicing towards his body. As the sword came towards him, he seemed to be frozen. He was afraid like never before. It cut through his mindfulness of the path and broke the foundations in the great path. The sound of shattering reverberated through him as he trembled in fear. He had been the Juying Sword Saint for many years. He had founded Juying Palace. And now he would lose his life to a junior cultivator. He did not have time to think about it. The village chief's sword pierced through him. The sword that could tear space apart destroyed him. His body seemed to turn into a beam of blinding light. He disintegrated in fear, and his endless sword wills disappeared. "No!" cried everyone in Juying Palace as they watched him fall. Their despair was plain on their faces. Could a saint really be killed on the spot like that? At that moment, everyone else kept silent out of fear. No one else dared to move. Yi Futian stepped forward towards Pei Qianying. No one would stand in his way. Pei Qianying watched him coming closer and trembled. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins stood out. Vengefulness, pain, regret and fear were all that was in his heart. With an indifferent expression, Yi Futian said, "Wuchen." Yi Wuchen understood what he meant. He stepped forward with an extremely powerful sword will towards Pei Qianying. In the past, Pei Qianying had ordered him to be stripped of his life spirit. He had been so arrogant, and they had to wait so long to fight him at Jiutian Temple. As he watched Yi Wuchen coming towards him, Pei Qianying screamed and rushed up into the air towards him. A dazzling light bloomed from Yi Wuchen's eyes as his sword spirit appeared, a golden sword will that could destroy anything. He sped up, leaving behind afterimages as his sword struck out. Pei Qianying struck out with his sword at the same time, but Wuchen seemed to be an instant faster. The golden sword flashed as it pierced through Pei Qianying's throat. He trembled violently. He put his hands up to his throat and blood ran through his fingers. Tears flowed from his eyes. He seemed to be thinking of the glorious life he could have had. Could it be that Pei Qianying, the prodigy of Jiutian Temple, a disciple of Lihan Heaven, and the son of the Juying Sword Saint, would come to an end like this? His body fell from the sky. There was an intense look of regret in his eyes. Why did he have to take Yi Wuchen's life spirit away all those years ago? Chapter 1028. After Yi Futian and the others left, Juying Palace had turned into a ruin, and many people had fallen here. After Yi Futian and the others left, Juying Palace had turned into a ruin, and many people had fallen here. Everything in Juying Palace was also looted. Many people stood above the ruins, and their hearts were extremely chaotic. Just like this, Juying Palace was destroyed. Even though Juying Palace was not considered a top holy land, but there was still a Juying Sword Saint whose strength was not inconsiderable. In this area, Juying Palace enjoyed extremely fame and popularity. And all of this was because of Pei Qianying. However, who would have ever thought that Pei Qianying's transgression toward a person from the lower worlds would cause such great chaos and even brought disaster to Juying Palace? When Pei Qianying stripped the life spirit of Yi Wuchen, and threatened to wait for Gu Donglu and the others at the 9th layer of heaven, no one had thought anything of it, as if that was the way it should be. The world of cultivation was a cruel one. If the people of the lower worlds were not strong enough, they had no right to compete for the sword will of Renhuang. However, Yi Wuchen's good friend, that unparalleled white-haired palace lord from the 9 states, Yi Futian, whose action was so decisive and yet peremptory. Back then, he went directly to the 9th layer of heaven, publicly disabled the life spirit of Pei Qianying and ended his road of cultivation. Today, he destroyed Juying Palace. His action was like thunder. There was no letter of declaration, not even any words were uttered. The Sword Saint of the Void simply engraved the matrix in the sky, unleashed the swords from the sky, and heavily injured Juying Sword Saint, blocking any chance for him to escape. How decisive and brutal it was. He had not been named as the valet of the princess for long, and he had already destroyed a holy land. It was unimaginable. The news spread quickly, and people came continuously, and they all witnessed the condition of Juying Palace. Even some principality of the Holy Lands had arrived. After a long while, a figure appeared in the sky above Juying Palace. A woman among them looked frosty, cold to the extreme, and said icily, "How did he dare?" The disciples of Lihan Heaven. Someone looked at the group of people. The woman who had spoken was Feng Shao of Lihan Heave, the senior sister of Pei Qianying. As of now, the body of Pei Qianying was still underneath, killed by a sword through his throat. Many people were thinking, what did Lihan Heaven think of all these? In this matter, Lihan Heaven also played a pivotal role. Yi Futian slayed the Zhuying Sword Saint, because Zhuying Sword Saint and Pei Qianying urged Lihan Heaven to get involved in this mess. What was more, the relationship between Lihan Heaven and Zhuying Palace was extraordinary, and Pei Qianying was a disciple of Lihan Heaven. Not only that, in fact, the Zhuying Sword Saint had a long history with Lihan Heaven. Zhuying Sword Saint used to be a disciple under a superb master in Lihan Heaven, and later had the opportunity to prove the divine path and thus created Zhuying Palace. And because of this relationship, Zhuying Sword Saint was able to discover the talent of Pei Qianying, and sent him to Lihan Heaven and valued him greatly. Now that Zhuying Palace was destroyed, perhaps Lihan Heaven could also feel the rage from Yi Futian. Not long ago, it was the people of Lihan Heaven who had their hands on Yi Futian. If Yi Futian did not have enough strength, perhaps the one that ended up being destroyed would not be Zhuying Palace. "Junior sister, let's go back and report it to the master," Emily said to Feng Shao. Feng Xiao's eyes were very cold, but still she nodded, and the two left together. Yi Futian, because of Emperor Xia's conferral, had become so fearlessly arrogant. After the news came out, many people had a deeper impression of Yi Futian. The cultivators who often appear in the cottage also left, dared not to stay in the vicinity to monitor Yi Futian's movements any further. The shock of the destruction of Zhuying Palace was clearly observed. Many people were waiting on the reaction of Lihan Heaven, and many speculated if Wang Chuan, disciple of Lihan Heaven, would come down from the mountain. Back then, at the Battle of the Ninth Layer of Heaven, after Yu Xing's forceful crush of Lu Cheng, coupled with the reputation of Yi Futian in the 9 states, to want to absolutely suppress Yi Futian was something perhaps only the first person of Lihan Heaven who enjoyed great reputation below the Saint Plain, the heir apparent of the Sword Master of Lihan, Wang Chuan himself, could possibly achieve. Since Emperor Xia had conferred Yi Futian personally, it was destined that Lihan Heaven could not throw its weight around to bully them. If someone from the Saint Plain made a move against Yi Futian, who were they really insulting? Being the princess's valet meant that Yi Futian was now under Xia Qingyuan's protection, especially when he was conferred also by Emperor Xia himself. If Lihan Heaven wanted to take revenge, they could only pick on those who were below Saint Plain. However, on this level, besides Wang Chuan, the first person from Lihan Heaven, who could have a solid chance to overcome Yi Futian? This time, the unparalleled of the 9 states was not so simple. However, Lihan Heaven was different from Zhuying Palace. What kind of power was the Lihan Heaven? The first holy land of Sword Wei in Emperor Xia's realm. Zhuying Palace, compared to Lihan Heaven, counted for nothing at all. Principalities such as Lihan Heaven would not necessarily worry too much about things that happened in the past. After all, it was only a matter associated with Sword Saint of Liang. Pei Qianying was also a disciple of the Sword Saint of Liang. Therefore, whether or not the heir apparent of the Sword Master of Lihan, Wang Chuan, would really make a move, no one could really be sure. Just when everyone was guessing and debating, the heat of the matter gradually cooled, and the Emperor Xia's realm was getting busy to usher in another event, one that caught the attention of the entire Emperor Xia's realm. The patriarch of the Shao clan was getting ready to host a birthday banquet, which was enough to cause quite a stir. Master Shao himself was of the top existence in the Saint Plain. His strength was extremely strong, but what was more powerful was that he produced the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm, who was greatly valued by Emperor Xia, and became the famous Princess Shao. Moreover, she gave birth to Emperor Xia's most beloved little queen Xia Qingyuan. One could only imagine the status of Master Shao in Emperor Xia's realm. On the day of the birthday party, there would probably be parties that came to greet from everywhere. Even Princess Shao may make an appearance. If Princess Shao came to the celebration, then Xia Qingyuan, the granddaughter of Master Shao, would most likely be present as well. Yi Futian knew that the news was because of an invitation, sent expressly by messenger of the Shao clan, to invite them to attend the birthday celebration. Cottage, Yi Futian looked at the invitation in his hand, and then smiled and said, now that we have received the invitation sent by the in-laws of Emperor Xia, could this be considered as some kind of recognition by the upper worlds? Perhaps the people of Shao clan want to see the person who had caused such chaos in Emperor Xia's realm. Gu Donglu, who was facing Yi Futian, said, do you plan on attending? Of course, could I afford not to? Yi Futian looked at his third senior brother and smiled. Shao clan could be considered part of the royal family. And they possessed a great strength within themselves, such a position of power was not hard to imagine. Yes, Gu Donglu nodded. But the forces in the upper worlds are intricate and complicated, and Master Zhao's birthday banquet will be a gathering of top figures from all sides. Let Yaya go with you. Third senior brother, with the conferral of Emperor Xia, and Master Shao being the father of Queen Shao, as well as Xia Qingyuan's grandfather, Shao residence would be safer than anywhere else, no need to worry, I will go by myself. Yi Futian replied carelessly. Although he had 3 saints around at his disposal, he did not want to bother them all the time. Especially Yaya, who led the charge every single time, spurring the nether sword matrix. It was so with the Great Zhou battle matrix, and it was also the case when wounding Zhuying sword saint, and they gave Yaya a great amount of pressure. Gu Donglu did not say anything more when he heard what Yi Futian had to say. He merely commented, your cultivation at the Holy Land to enter Saint Plain as soon as possible. At that time, you will not be helpless when facing the people of Saint Plain. Divine path is still far away, I'm afraid. Yi Futian said. The divine path required the resource of the state of mind, and his time of cultivation was still considered a short one, and his state of mind was not yet opened enough, so it may take some time for his mind to settle into the holy path. A few days later, the day of Master Zhao's birthday celebration had arrived. Shao clan, which was located in the southern part of the upper worlds, suddenly became extremely lively. Cultivators from all over had arrived in the air, and many of them were led by cultivators of the Saint Plain. They came to pay their respect and were invited inside the Shao residence. Yi Futian and his group went by the sword, and landed outside of Zhao's residence. There were quite a few of the younger generation who came, him, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen and the others were all there. Yi Futian, come to pay respect, Yi Futian put his hands together and greeted the people outside the Shao residence, and was immediately let in, and Yi Futian and his party entered Shao residence. Inside the residence, many people looked at him curiously. Is it Master Yi? A beautiful servant girl came forward to inquire. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. My master asked for Master Yi to come for a chat, the servant girl smiled. Who is your master? Asked Yi Futian. Young Master Shao Sheng, the servant girl replied. Yi Futian learned about the top figures in Emperor Xia's realm, but Shao Sheng's name was still somewhat unfamiliar, but Lulan Shui who was next to him reminded him, and transmitted secretly, in Emperor Xia's realm, among those who were the topmost figures just below the Saint Plain, Shao Sheng was one of them, and is quite famous. Within the Shao clan, Shao Sheng's position is extraordinary and is considered and treated as heir apparent. Yi Futian heard Lulan Shui's message and nodded gently, then smiled at the servant girl, what might young Master Shao require of me? He did not seem to know Shao Sheng. Not just Master Yi, but many young and excellent guests who came today, have all been invited by young Master Sheng. The master said that it was too boring among the older generation, so you are invited to get together and have some fun. The servant girl explained. Sure, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Please lead the way. The entire compound of the Shao residence was very large. The servant girl led Yi Futian and the others to a garden, and at this time, there were already many people present, all were young and vibrant. Among them, Yi Futian also saw an acquaintance, Gu Mu, whom he had met several years ago at Jiutian Temple, and also its young master. Back then, Gumu had a good relationship with Pei Qianying, because of Pei Qianying's excellent talent, and the fact that he cultivated at Lihan Heaven, so he was wooed by Gumu intentionally. Now that Pei Qianying had died in the hands of Yi Futian, what did he think about that? However, at this moment, Gumu's eyes were very calm, and without any disturbance. Yi Futian had never seen any of the others, but their temperaments were all extraordinary, presumably just as their status. At the moment when Yi Futian arrived, everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Futian. Now Yi Futian's reputation in the upper worlds was considerable, especially among his peers. As the host, Shao Xing's gaze also fell on Yi Futian. He wore a blue robe with a faint smile in his eyes, appeared extremely handsome. Chapter 1029, Shao Sheng, Shao Clan's Pulse, Princess Shao's nephew, Shao Qingyuan's cousin. Shao Sheng, Shao Clan's Pulse, Princess Shao's nephew, Shao Qingyuan's cousin. Never mind his God-given talent, just this status alone was something few could match in Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Xia was his uncle by marriage. This kind of background was enough to be the envy in Emperor Xia's realm. Seeing that Yi Futian had arrived, Shao Xing smiled and said, "I have long heard of the name of Brother Yi, so I invited you to come together to get to know you, and your reputation was not in vain. Please take a seat." "You are overly kind," Yi Futian nodded and greeted in return, then the servant girl took him to a seat to settle down, and Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen and the others sat down next to him. This time the three saints, such as Yaya, did not come. He did not want to bother them with everything, so he would rather spend time on the road. After Yi Futian sat down he glanced at the others in the other direction, and heard a cold voice that spoke, "A mere imperial bodyguard, what qualification does he have to be seated as the main guest? Young Master Shao is too kind to him." Yi Futian looked at the person who spoke, and saw Feng Shao and the Moli of Lihan Heaven, but the person who spoke was not neither one of them, but a cultivator who sat below them. The disciples of Lihan Heaven were sitting in the main position, and those other ones were sitting in the second place faintly seemed to be led by Lihan Heaven. Lihan Heaven being the first holy land of Sword Wei, had many powerful connections within Emperor Xia's realm, and was also the first choice of swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm. Many swordsmen who were able to enter Lihan Heaven to cultivate were themselves quite extraordinary, born of holy principalities, such as Pei Qianying, who was from Juying Palace. The grudge between Yi Futian and Lihan Heaven would be commented on by those who were attached to Lihan Heaven, which was to be expected. Yi Futian didn't even bother to respond, but Yu Xing turned his attention and glanced indifferently at the person who spoke. "He's the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the 9 states under Emperor Xia's jurisdiction, Baron state that rules all 9 states. What of you?" The man stared at Yu Xing, only to see the arrogance in his eyes, revealing a strong oppressive force, which made it difficult for the others to look him straight in the eyes. There was a faint aurora of the sword in his eyes, and he did not avert his gaze from Yu Sheng. "This is the upper worlds, not the lower 9 states. What about the upper worlds?" Yu Sheng was now full of great and intimidating demonic magic and said, "Little mice who needed the intervention of saints to save their puny lives dare to make a sound?" The man looked awkward, but was unable to refute. In the battle of that day, if it was not because the sword saint of Liang intervened, the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven could really have been finished there. He turned around and looked at Feng Shao and Mo Li, but all he heard was Feng Xiao's indifference, saying, "Shut up." The man looked pale. He had wanted to avenge Lihan Heaven with his words, but he had messed up and ended up being humiliated by Yu Sheng. All the cultivators from Lihan Heaven looked terribly. The rest of the people were looking at Yu Sheng. This must have been the person who had crushed Lu Qing previously. He had also followed Yi Futian to break through the 9th layer of heaven together and entered the Zhoutian ranking. "Today is my grandfather's birthday banquet, so I invited everyone for a get-together and get to know each other. There is no need to hurt each other's feelings," Shao Xing said gracefully and was full of smiles. "How about young Master Shao introduced to Palace Lord Yi the guests of today?" Feng Shao did not continue the attack toward Yi Futian. She knew that she wouldn't win. After all, now the combative power between Yi Futian and Yu Sheng probably far surpass her, unless senior brother Wang Chuan would come down from the mountain. Right now, Lu Cheng was cultivating hard under Wang Chuan, trying to comprehend the power that was below Saint Plain, probably because he wanted a chance to avenge the humiliation he suffered before. Sure, Xiaoxing nodded, there is no need for me to introduce Brother Yi, as you are well known to everyone. I will introduce to you the people who are present today. As Xiaoxing was speaking, he looked at the person in the direction of his left. There was a young man with an outstanding temperament, whose skin was as delicate as that of a woman. He wore a simple robe, with very beautiful hand, and 10 long fingers. His eyes were full of spirits. You must have heard of the 8 sacred generals in Emperor Xia's realm. This is the son of sacred general Yin Yan. Xiaoxing introduced. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He had learned of the 8 sacred generals not long ago. The 8 sectors of the Emperor Xia were ruled by 8 sacred generals, they were the main force under the Emperor Xia. The 8 sectors were Heaven, Earth, Qian, Kun, Do, Monster, Yin, and Azura. The 8 sacred generals were extremely powerful, and they were all stand at the top of Saint Plain, fighting for Emperor Xia and defending the Emperor Xia's realm. Yin Yan was very beautiful and smiled and nodded at Yi Futian. Gongsun Zhong, of Divine Cloud Valley. Xiaoxing introduced another person to the right, the premier armorer of Emperor Xia's realm, the Valley Master of Divine Cloud Valley was surnamed Gongsun. Gongsun family was the most direct line of descendants of Divine Cloud Valley, so there was no need to further explain the importance of Gongsun Zhong's status. Gu Mu, of Jiutian Temple, Xiaoxing pointed to Gu Mu. We have met. Gu Mu smiled and nodded slightly to Yi Futian, as if he paid no mind to the death of Pei Qianying. Jiutian Temple was the top force in Emperor Xia's realm, and Gu Mu was the heir apparent of Jiutian Temple. He would never lightly become the enemy of a man who had infinite potential. In the past, Pei Qianying cultivated at Lihan Heaven Days, just to deal with Yi Futian of the lower worlds, so he was naturally on his side. But now, Pei Qianying was a lost cause and Juying Palace was destroyed. Why would he stand up against Yi Futian because of a dead man? Xianyuan Palace, Xianyuan, Xiaoxing continued to introduce. Yi Futian looked at a strapping young man who wore an impressive golden robe. The other also glanced at him, his eyes showing neither surprise nor awe. From those eyes, Yi Futian could see an extremely strong pride without concealing it. Yi Futian thought of the introduction of Xianyuan Palace in the books, and was not surprised. Xianyuan Palace. Now Emperor Xia's realm stood at the top of the power, but an even more brilliant past belonged to the history that was Xianyuan Palace. Once upon a time the descendants of Xianyuan Emperor were the real descendants of Renhuang, the Renhuang that was before Emperor Xia. It was only after the fall of the Xianyuan Emperor that the Xianyuan clan went into decline, but even so, the name of Xianyuan was still extremely respectable. There is no need for me to introduce Lihan Heaven. Xiaoxing smiled and pointed to a young man clad in Taoist garb decorated with yin and yang fish. The appearance of this young man was unremarkable, his eyes were long and narrow, giving an impression of shrewdness. Before Xiaoxing could make the introduction, the young man took the initiative and smiled at Yi Futian, Tianji Pavilion, Mo1. If Juying Sword Saint and Pei Qianying were still alive, they would surely recognize this young man, who was the one who traveled to the Juying Palace to convey the news about Yi Futian. Tianji Pavilion had always been at peace with the world, only focused on seeking profits, therefore the name Mo1 was not well known. But in fact, he knew very well about Yi Futian, and it could even be said that he was the person who knew the most about Yi Futian, beside Emperor Xia and Shao Qingyuan. Prior to this, he was the one responsible for tracking the news of Yi Futian in the lower worlds. Qin Palace, Qin Bai. Xiaoxing introduced the person who was at the last seat. There was another person next to Qin Bai, Qin Qi, whom Yi Futian had met once upon a time at the Jiutian Temple, on the battle platform, defeated by his third senior brother. His strength was extraordinary, and he sat next to Qin Bai. After Yi Futian heard the introductions by Xiao Sheng, he thought that it was little wonder why that Lihan Heaven sympathizer made those sarcastic comments about his lack of qualifications to sit at the head of the table. Those who were introduced were all the people who were currently at the peak of the Emperor Xia's realm, the son of one of the 8 sacred generals, the descendant of divine Cloud Valley, and the descendant of Ren Huang of Xianyuan Palace. He was conferred as the imperial bodyguard of the princess, and what it really meant was that Emperor Xia was protecting him, but he could also be said to be just an imperial bodyguard, and even though an imperial bodyguard of the princess was quite a respectable title, but it was dependent on in whose company. On such an occasion as today, even the title as the imperial bodyguard of the princess seemed rather mediocre. Feng Shao deliberately asked Xiao Sheng to introduce these people, seeming also to intend as such, so that Yi Futian would know just in whose company he was in. Not just their origin alone, but the strength of the people presented, such as Xiao Sheng, Xianyuan Ao, Qin Bai, Gong Sun Zhong, were acknowledged by the public of the upper worlds to be those who were the most powerful just beneath the Saint Plain, well known by the young people in the upper worlds. It was just that as a newcomer Yi Futian was only familiar with the top powerful figures and didn't pay too much attention to the younger generation, so he was unfamiliar with them. Brother Yi is now the palace lord of a holy land, and also the imperial bodyguard to the princess. In due course, you will thrive and succeed, and perhaps one day, you will be at the position of the 8 sacred generals. Xiao Sheng smiled at Yi Futian, but my cousin the princess is arrogant and solitary with unparalleled talent. I am afraid that Brother Yi would not have an easy time next to the princess. The princess has a straightforward personality. Suppose there is a chance to cultivate under the princess, it should not be difficult to get along. Yi Futian responded. Although this is what he said, but he knew that he would never cultivate next to Xiao Qingyuan. As incompetent as the two of them were, Xiao Qingyuan probably would never cultivate in peace. Get along. Xiao Sheng was a bit shocked upon hearing Yi Futian's words, but he only smiled and said nothing, just gave Yi Futian a deep look. It's so lively here. A light laughter came through, just the sound alone made those who heard it felt their hearts jump slighted, it was full of wonderful charm. Many knew who it was without looking, but of course, no one would not want to look at who was coming. Everyone's attention turned to the voice and saw a woman wearing a thin, blue, long dress walking over slowly. In an instant, she became the absolute focus, as if she was the only person in this space. Her features were picturesque with an airy figure, her movement was elegant and ethereal like a fairy. When she smiled, it was as she was the only woman in the world. Most of us present today are men, and in the presence of the fairy, the rest of the world dimmed in comparison. Xiao Sheng smiled. Yi Futian's gaze also fell on the woman, and he admired silently, what an unearthly beauty. He instantly thought of another force, Yaotai Divine Palace. According to the books, the palace lord of Yaotai Divine Palace was a woman whose beauty could rival Queen Xiao. To be considered a competition with the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm was enough to see just how outstanding her beauty was. Of course, the woman who appeared at this moment was not the palace lord of Yaotai Divine Palace, but the current reigning Yaotai Virgin, Ao Shi. Many people in Emperor Xia's realm had said that in the future, Ao Shi could very well become the first beauty in the Emperor Xia's realm, so one could imagine the extent of her beauty. Yi Futian looked at Yao Shi, and saw Yao Shi looked at the crowd, and then linger a moment on Yi Futian, and gave him a smile. Her extremely beautiful eyes seemed to wield wonderful charms that seemed to make one sinking inside her enchanting beauty, which gave out a sense of purity. Chapter 1030, Yao Shi's alluring eyes did not linger on Yi Futian for long. That one look was of an appropriate length of time, leaving a striking impression in his mind but not ending up appearing offensive. Yao Shi's alluring eyes did not linger on Yi Futian for long. That one look was of an appropriate length of time, leaving a striking impression in his mind but not ending up appearing offensive. She turned her eyes on Xiao Sheng and chuckled, "Please, Mr. Xiao, you're too flattering. Goddess Feng Shao of Lihan Heaven is here, so it makes no difference to the scenery regardless if I'm present." Furthermore, Ms. Gongsun of Divine Cloud Valley should be here today as well. Everyone naturally knew who Yaoshi meant, the sisters of the Gongsun family. The sisters were indeed rare beauties on their own. We'll have to ask Brother Gongsun about that, Xiao Xing said as he turned his eyes at Gongsun Zhong. They're probably already here. Gongsun Zhong then added, but, today is old man Zhao's birthday banquet, so the queen should probably be here then. If both the queen and the princess are here, we're all but side characters. Nobody dares to steal the thunder from the queen and the princess after all. Everyone naturally nodded in agreement. Queen Xiao was the #1 beauty in all of Emperor Xia's realm. The princess liked to dress in men's clothing and no one had actually seen her dressed in a woman. However, her stunning looks remained highly visible in the least. That, coupled with her status as the princess, would have definitely made her the most high-profile woman in all of Emperor Xia's realm. No one would have been able to steal Xia Qingyuan's thunder, including Virgin Yaoshi of Yaotai. Mo1 of Tianji Pavilion sat quietly as he listened to the chatter. While the conversation had been a simple one, he was nonetheless able to acquire a lot of information from it. Tianji Pavilion was known for knowing everything in Emperor Xia's realm. No one present would have known more about Emperor Xia's realm than Mo1. His knowledge about the realm was so deep that he even knew all about the love affairs of Emperor Xia in the past. However, no one dared to bring such topics up. All who were present notwithstanding, even Mo1 only came to know about those age-old secrets from his teacher, to remind him who in Emperor Xia's realm should be deemed off-limits. It was the very reason why Tianji Pavilion was able to stay around for so long. Goddess Yaotai lost to Queen Xiao all those years ago, so there was little hope for Yaoshi to win against Xia Qingyuan. Furthermore, what Gongsun Zhong said earlier was rather inappropriate. Yaoshi was a stunning beauty herself with peerless appearance. It was fine for him not to compliment her, but mentioning Queen Xiao and the princess to overwhelm Yaoshi was rather unfriendly. If one were to take the ambitions of Divine Cloud Valley into consideration, it would have not seemed all that difficult to comprehend. Please, have a seat, Goddess Yaoshi, Xiao Xing said with a smile. Yaoshi nodded lightly. She scanned the place around and moved towards a direction with light steps. The place that she sat at caused a lot of the ones present to cast puzzled looks. While there were many seats available, Yaoshi did not sit at any of Master's seats, choosing to sit somewhere near Yi Futian instead. There were actually better seats elsewhere. While that move seemed insignificant, many looked at her with baffled looks nonetheless, wondering if she was doing so intentionally. Yaoshi of Yaotai Divine Palace, pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Yi. You do live up to your reputation and look incredibly dashing indeed. She nodded politely to Yi Futian as her beautiful eyes seemed to be dancing as soon as she sat down. Her voice was as gentle as water, soothing the minds of anyone within earshot. Every single expression and move of hers were bound to strike the minds of men. Yi Futian looked at Yaoshi with a rather surprised looks, feeling rather weird as to how Yaoshi behaved in front of him. While he was extremely confident of his talents and appearance, he did not think for 1 second that all of that would have sufficed to make someone like Yaoshi fall for him at first sight, and worse still, taking a liking for him simply by his reputation alone. That was some overused, rotten tropes written in some books, and would have never happened in reality. The reason why Feng Xiao deliberately had Xiao Xing elaborate on the identities of the ones present was to pressure Yi Futian, a way of telling him that all of them were of more exceptional status than him, a valet of the princess. Yi Futian admitted that much himself. He was at a gathering where the most brilliant of the later generations were found after all. Yaoshi hailed from Yaotai Divine Palace, so there was little need to talk about her privileged status. It looked rather unusual for someone like her to come up to him instead. Regardless of the reasons, since Yaoshi was showing goodwill to him, there was naturally no need for him to be unfriendly to the other party. You're too kind, goddess. I'm but a mortal man and there is no way I could be worthy of your praise. Speaking of which, it is my first time meeting you, goddess, and I must say that your appearance is so stunning that there is hardly even a handful of girls I know who would be able to remotely compare, Yi Futian replied with a smile. So you mean to say that there are ones who would be able to compare nonetheless then, Mr. Yi? I wonder who would look so exceptional. Yaoxi's voice was fine and alluring. Her eyes were such that few men would have been able to resist. My wife, Yi Futian replied simply. Yaoxi was stunned for a bit and actually looked rather dazed. It was apparent that she found the answer surprising. She thought that Yi Futian would have meant Xia Qingyuan, since he would have definitely known the princess better due to his status as her valet. That answer of his caught her off guard, especially so when he actually mentioned his wife despite being in the presence of such a stunning beauty. She apparently knew what the answer meant and that made her feel a little defeated. However, she rescinded those thoughts quickly and her eyes remained having a warm smile in them. I heard that you have beaten the Jiutian temple for a friend once and stripped Pei Qianying of his life spirit, Mr. Yi, becoming known as peerless among the lower worlds. Yu Sheng had too defeated Lu Cheng of Lihan Heaven once. The people of Emperor Xia's realm now claim that until the day Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven emerged from his training, there would hardly be anyone below Saint Plain capable of defeating you, Mr. Yi. Yaoxi then asked with a smile, what do you think about that, Mr. Yi? Well, I've no idea who Wang Chuan is, but it makes no difference if he emerges or not, Yi Futian answered with a smile while looking calm and composed. What he meant was there was still none in Lihan Heaven under Saint Plain, who would have been able to compare to him, even if Wang Chuan came to face him. Big words indeed. Another fellow whose arrogance knows no bounds. One angered comment after another emerged as soon as Yi Futian finished his sentence. All of that apparently came from the cultivators of Lihan Heaven. Feng Shao and Mo Li both turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian coldly. Their brother Wang Chuan was the edge of pinnacle below saint acknowledged by all. There were even elders in Lihan Heaven claiming that there were two planes right below Saint Plain, with Wang Chuan being alone in one while all the others in another plane. It was no secret that they held Wang Chuan in extremely high regard. Even the likes of Lu Cheng needed to ask for guidance from Wang Chuan at 33rd layer of heaven. Lihan Heaven notwithstanding, even when compared throughout the entire Emperor Xia's realm, there were few below Saint Plain who were deemed qualified to fight Wang Chuan. Yi Futian actually boasted that it would not have made any difference even if brother Wang Chuan were to emerge. His tone was so arrogant that it was apparent that he did not take Wang Chuan seriously at all. One could have imagined what was going through the minds of the cultivators from Lihan Heaven. Everyone present, including Yaoxi, sported puzzled looks and they were all surprised by Yi Futian. They apparently never expected such answers from him. There was no hint of doubt, as if Lihan Heaven cultivators have always been beneath him. Yi Futian behaved well since the very moment he arrived, sitting there quietly. He had few words to spare even when Yaoxi chatted with him. However, when the conversation came to involve training, what he said surprised everyone so much that the cultivators of Lihan Heaven were barely able to keep themselves from drawing their swords. Yi Futian looked extremely composed and unfettered throughout the ruckus. It was as if that he said something insignificant. He naturally knew what kind of reactions his words would have garnered, yet he did not mind them at all. The cultivators of Lihan Heaven ganged up on Wuchen and when they lost, the sword saint of Liang made a move and injured Yu Sheng. All of that meant that he had scores to settle with them. As such, Yi Futian actually wished that Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven would have actually emerged, so much so that Yi Futian did not mind fighting him on that very day. Lihan Heaven was a massive force and he was only able to obliterate Juying Palace. It was far from enough to be able to shake Lihan Heaven. But then again, it was something entirely different if the students of Lihan Heaven were to look for him, instead of the other way around instead. Please shut up if none of you are willing to fight. Yi Futian looked at a cultivator of Lihan Heaven who berated him, adding in a composed manner, if any of you wish to fight, please take your pick. But then again, I'm sorry to say that I've no intentions of entertaining the notion of saints rescuing their students, when things do not go their way. He was obviously referring to the time when the sword saint of Liang made his move last time. As expected, his words silenced all of those from Lihan Heaven and the ones who were subordinate to them. They simply glared at Yi Futian coldly as they were speechless about that battle. It was indeed considered a taint in the history of Lihan Heaven. Yaoshi felt rather surprised as she gazed at his handsome face from the side. He had never expected such sharp and pointed words coming out from the mouth of gentle, mild-mannered silver-haired young man. He had been able to anger every single one from Lihan Heaven with several simple lines alone. Uncle Liang had only acted to save Lu Cheng's life when he lost in the last battle. While it was indeed somewhat inappropriate, but he had never intended to kill Yu Sheng. He would not have been able to sit here otherwise. You claimed to be peerless in the 9 states, and while your talents were indeed extremely exceptional, you have respect for nothing and thought yourself invincible. I say that you've really underestimated the cultivators of the upper worlds, Mo Li commented. Due to his relatively mild-mannered temperament, his voice was a calm and composed one. So, you're saying that we should thank the saint of Lihan Heaven for not killing one of our own then? Su Ke, who was sitting beside Yi Futian, smirked coldly as he continued, the fact that your saint attacked remained. Whether it is to save a student's life or not is irrelevant. The swordsman of Lihan Heaven had no intentions of going easy on the 3 of us back then. So in conclusion, you're saying that Lihan Heaven is allowed to attack with intentions to kill, be defeated, and then it is entirely appropriate and correct to have your saint attack then? Number 1 Holy Land of Swordsmanship indeed. I've never claimed to be invincible. But I'm able to beat every single one from Lihan Heaven who is not of the saint plane. Would you care to find out? Yi Futian stared at Mo Li and said. The swordsmen of Lihan Heaven had sword will coiling around them as soon as he finished. Some even stood as they have had enough. Yi Futian was apparently ridiculing the number 1 holy land of swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm indeed. Beating everyone who is not a saint. All the others looked at Yi Futian without saying a word. Many who were present came to have some thoughts listening to Yi Futian's words. While Lu Cheng was ranked on the Jiutian ranking, but he was not actually at the very top. To my knowledge, Lu Cheng of Lihan Heaven was not even qualified to be compared with Wang Chuan. Gong Sun Zhong of Divine Cloud Valley looked at Yi Futian and added calmly, furthermore, Wang Chuan had beaten every single sage at the pinnacle of their training of Lihan Heaven 2 years ago. I'm afraid he's already half a saint now. Are you sure you're able to beat him? Chapter 1031, Gong Sun Zhong's tone was a composed one and there was hardly any emotions found within. There was no need to talk about if he liked or disliked Yi Futian, he knew too little about that young upstart to have such concerns in the first place. Gong Sun Zhong's tone was a composed one and there was hardly any emotions found within. There was no need to talk about if he liked or disliked Yi Futian, he knew too little about that young upstart to have such concerns in the first place. While extreme geniuses like Yi Futian were not all that common, yet there was little need for Divine Cloud Valley to be concerned with him. As the number 1 armorer force in all of Emperor Xia's realm, the Valley Master's relationship with Emperor Xia went a long way back. With the exception of top-notch figures, Divine Cloud Valley had little need to be concerned about anyone. However, Yi Futian's unbridled conceit displeased him somewhat. Despite being of peerless, exceptional talent, he was still just someone who came to train from the lower worlds. Emperor Xia appreciated him enough to make him the princess valet, so he should have known what he should and should not do. He should have laid low and train, staying within Emperor Xia's palace and doing his best to assist the princess, instead of throwing big words around, provoking Lihan Heaven. As the number 1 force of the sword in Emperor Xia's realm, it was only natural that that holy land's wealth, history, and powers were formidable in all sense. Even if Yi Futian was displeased with them, he had no right to vent his frustration at them. Does he really think that he could shake Lihan Heaven, just because Emperor Xia took a liking to him? He's only causing trouble for the princess instead. Furthermore, Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven did not get where he was without substantial powers to back him. Gong Sun Zhong was known to be a top-notch figure below Saint Plain, yet he never dared to say that he was able to win against Wang Chuan. The way Yi Futian behaved with such condescendence and arrogance simply meant that he was able to overpower every single one who was at the very cutting edge of their training. As such, Gongsun Zhong asked what he asked. Yi Futian looked at Gongsun Zhong and said plainly, I'm not talking about Wang Chuan alone, I'm talking about all below Saint Plain in Lihan Heaven. That flat, unfettered tone he took made Gongsun Zhong glare at him, staying silent for a moment, before an amused smirk was seen on his face. All below Saint Plain in Lihan Heaven, eh? Truth is, you have never met Wang Chuan and you don't know what he is capable of. Are you saying that you're invincible among all below Saint Plain then? Are you saying that you'd have no need to concern yourself with the plain level of others, as no one would be able to beat you then? Yi Futian turned his eyes away. He was picking fights with Lihan Heaven, but if Gongsun Zhong insisted on feeling offended as one of those who were scorned, then he would not bother explaining anything, as there was little need for him to do so. As for Gongsun Zhong's opinion of him, he saw that to have nothing to do with him. What would you all be chatting about? A woman's voice was heard. Everyone turned their eyes around and saw two figures walking in their direction. The two women had extremely stunning appearances. Both of them were top-notch figures, and the one who spoke, while looking slightly inferior to Yaoshi in terms of appearance, but the difference were almost negligible and she could have easily been deemed a beauty few would have been able to compare to herself. The other woman looked somewhat younger. Her clear eyes scanned everyone around her, before coming to look at Yi Futian. She wore a puzzled look for a fleeting moment before recomposing herself, and not looking in his direction anymore. Gongsun Xian, she went on to pilgrimage with the princess back then. All I knew was the princess looked after her quite well back then. Never crossed my mind that she was of the number 1 armorer force in the upper worlds. Su Ke looked rather amused as he spoke to Yi Futian telepathically. Furthermore, Luo Fan had taken a liking to her and attempted to woo her. Her refusal had been quite a brutal one. Yi Futian looked speechless as he heard that. He knew what his fifth brother was like with that big mouth. It was entirely possible that Luo Fan flirted with that woman over there. He never asked about anything that happened in those years. The thing that he was most clear about was the feud between Wu Chen and Pei Qianying. He knew next to nothing about anything else that had taken place. But then again, having gone on pilgrimage for several years, it was entirely for them to be acquainted with one another. And I. Xiao Xing's eyes turned to the woman who spoke, the beloved daughter of the divine Cloud Valley, Gongsun Ni, who was also the elder sister of Gongsun Xian. Both sisters looked extremely stunning while sporting exceptional talents. We're just chatting around. Brother Yi here claimed that he was capable of overpowering all who were below Saint Plain from Lihan Heaven. If there's such a chance to see such fights, I'd be delighted indeed, Xiao Xing said with a smile. He did not find Yi Futian's big words all that believable. That's probably just putting up airs anyway. Gongsun Ni took one look at Yi Futian's direction and her expression was a calm, unfettered one. She knew little about Yi Futian and so, did not bother giving an opinion. She simply said, the banquet is about to begin, shall we make a move? Very well. Xiao Xing nodded with a smile. He turned his eyes at everyone present and said, if the opportunity presents itself, I'd really like to see you spar indeed. Well then, to the banquet. He got up first and gestured politely. Everyone else stood up one after another. Xiao Xing walked towards Gongsun Ni and said, let's walk. Gongsun Ni nodded lightly. The Xiao clan was a relative of the imperial family and the relationship between Divine Cloud Valley and Emperor Xia was an exceptional one. Both forces shared a close relationship and kept close contact with each other. As such, she was naturally more familiar with Xiao Xing. Gongsun Zhong walked but Gongsun Xian stayed a little behind him instead. Yi Futian and his people walked together with Xiao Xing while the cultivators of Lihan Heaven cast cold gazes at him. Many of them wore sheaths behind their backs, as if that was some habit of theirs. Those items were probably a symbol of pride of them being swordsmen. When Brother Wang Chuan emerges, Yi Futian would have to shut up whether he like it or not. Shall we walk together, Mr. Yi? Yaoshi, who was at Yi Futian's side, seemed to be waiting for him, so she smiled and asked when he had gotten close. Very well. Yi Futian nodded and did not refuse. Both of them walked. The silver-haired young man was exceptionally handsome while Yaoshi looked absolutely stunning. They made quite a scenery just walking abreast. Yi Futian saw a beautiful silhouette standing around after walking for several steps, who was none other than Gongsun Xian. Luo Fan shirked behind Yi Futian, as if he had done something wrong. What now? So you don't know me anymore? Gongsun Xian asked after seeing Luo Fan shirking. You've had more guts all those years ago. Luo Fan lifted his head and smiled at Gongsun Xian, saying, well, I knew you were someone exceptional at the very first time I saw you. I never knew you were from the divine Cloud Valley of the upper worlds. It was little wonder why your skills with flame rules had been so exceptional. Yi Futian saw from the attitude displayed by both parties and knew that there had been little more than a scuffle between them. He left the scene and did not bother any more with his fifth brother's affairs. Gongsun Xian took a good look at Luo Fan and said, I never expected to see you coming up to the upper worlds to train. There has been lots of news regarding both Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Which force did you all belong to? Why were those two not present in that pilgrimage? Little brother and Yu Sheng were of exceptional talents, so it mattered little if they went on a pilgrimage or not, Luo Fan said. Little brother? Gongsun Xian looked puzzled as she asked. Both chatted as they walked. Yeah. Luo Fan nodded. Little brother ranked last among the students of the cottage. Our eldest brother, second sister, third brother and fourth brother, you've seen them all. Gongsun Xian nodded. She had seen every single person from the lower worlds who had been on that pilgrimage, but she was not familiar with any of them. Xian. Gongsun Zhong called, after he and Gongsun Ni, who were at the front, found Gongsun Xian walking behind and chatting with Luo Fan. Excuse me then, Gongsun Xian said to Luo Fan, who nodded. Gongsun Xian sped up and moved past Yi Futian and the others, meeting up with his brother and sister. You knew him? Gongsun Zhong asked. Indeed, during the pilgrimage, Gongsun Xian answered. It would have sufficed to just greet him. Don't talk to him so much from here on out. Gongsun Zhong reminded her. As the daughter of Divine Cloud Valley, men who were to marry both Gongsun Ni and Gongsun Xian needed to be of the best in Emperor Xia's realm, be it in terms of background, talent and training as well as appearance. For instance, Xiao Xing had a liking for Gongsun Ni, and Gongsun Zhong had little to say about that. Xiao Xing and Gongsun Ni were a good match after all, and Gongsun Zhong looked forward to seeing them together. Who the hell is that Luo Fan, by the way? He dares to swoon at the daughter of Divine Cloud Valley. Furthermore, what Yi Futian said left a bad impression on him. Besides, Yi Futian had a score to settle with Lihan Heaven. Despite appreciated by Emperor Xia, his achievements in the future would have been limited regardless, let alone Luo Fan who was behind him. I know what to do, Gongsun Xian answered. Both of them did not bother concealing their voices as they spoke, so there were many around them hearing the conversation, and they cast amused looks at Yi Futian and his people. While Gongsun Zhong had never conversed with Yi Futian directly, but Yi Futian's attitude was apparent nonetheless. Gongsun Zhong did not bother giving any face to that person who boasted that he would have been able to overpower all under Saint Plain from Lihan Heaven. Luo Fan turned his eyes at the front and he frowned a bit. Yi Futian caught Luo Fan's expression as he turned his head around, asking telepathically, so you've taken a liking to her then, fifth brother? Don't be stupid. I've flirted with her with a few lines a few years ago, that's all. We don't know each other much. Luo Fan shrugged and looked indifferent, yet he seemed to be averting Yi Futian's eyes nonetheless. I find her not bad though. Yi Futian smiled and said, she actually came up and chat to you. She might have actually taken a liking to you. Yeah, stop overlaying fourth brother's experiences on me, will you? Luo Fan quipped exasperatedly. Speaking of which, you and fourth brother seem to share similar likings. Yi Futian wore an amused look. His fourth brother had taken a liking to Yushi of Alchemy City all those years back, and his fifth brother came to like a daughter of an armorer force then. Both of those brothers are closest to each other and are always up to something together. So they come to like the same type of girls then? I was just bored from training all those years back and seeing the awesome might of the flame rules. I just happened to flirt with her for a bit. But you know, your fifth brother here has incredibly charisma. It's entirely normal for girls to like me, Luo Fan commented rather shamelessly. Fourth brother was better at it though, he sealed the deal right there and then after all. How about you try something similar yourself? You'd probably end up going home with the girl after winning an armorer competition or whatnot, like fourth brother, Yi Futian jested. However, even if there were to be such a competition in the upper worlds, Luo Fan would have had no part in it. Shut up. Luo Fan closed the conversation with 2 words telepathically. What's this little shit going to be up to? Seal the deal, my ass. It was due to you she having thoughts about running away from the arranged marriage in Alchemy City all those years ago, that their fourth brother had been able to end up with her with the first place. As with him and Gongsun Xian, he was having fun with words and never given all that much thought to it all. The well-fed has no idea how the starving suffer. This dude at the front seems to be able to pick up pretty girls wherever he ends up in. See, another extreme beauty by his side. All who came to celebrate hailed from holy lands. Yi Futian looked inconspicuous at all among the crowd. There were cheers heard and carriages were seen with clouds up in the sky far away. The entourage was a lavish one. Queen Xiao has returned to her home. A voice was heard from far away, heard all over the Xiao clan's vicinity. Queen Xiao was Emperor Xia's woman and was titled queen. Her status was exceptional and even just returning to her ancestral home was considered quite a trip in itself. The family head of Xiao clan and other core figures appeared one after another, receiving her at the pedestal. The carriage moved in the air and there were 2 figures seen sitting on the carriage. They were none other than Queen Xiao and Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan cast her gaze below and saw a familiar figure among the crowd, looked slightly displeased. Why is he here? She then saw the extreme beauty at Yi Futian's side shortly after, and both of them seemed to be having a good time chatting away. Chapter 1032, Xia Qingyuan glanced over there coldly, a faint look of unhappiness on her face. Then she averted her gaze. Xia Qingyuan glanced over there coldly, a faint look of unhappiness on her face. Then she averted her gaze. The carriage continued forward, and then landed softly in front of the platform. Upon the platform, the host of the feast, Old Man Xiao, smiled. The people around him all bowed and said, "Welcome Queen, welcome Princess." The people here were all Queen Xiao and Xia Qingyuan's elders, but they still had to show courtesy to them. That was proper etiquette. "Father, I have come to celebrate your birthday." Queen Xiao stepped out of the carriage with Xia Qingyuan following behind. Everyone's eyes were suddenly drawn there. Just her silhouette was enough to give them an idea of her beauty. "Grandfather," called Xia Qingyuan. Their guards presented their gifts. Queen Xiao smiled and said, "These are from the Emperor." "Excellent, excellent. We are honored by the Emperor's graciousness." Old Man Xiao was all smiles. Ren Huang had personally sent him gifts, the queen and the princess had come to his feast, and the top forces of Emperor Xia's realm were all there. At this moment, the Xiao clan was the most glorious place in all of Emperor Xia's realm, save Emperor Xia's palace itself. Below them, many people from the top forces in Emperor Xia's realm sighed slightly. The Xiao clan itself was very powerful, but it did not stand at the top of Emperor Xia's realm by itself. At the very least, Xianyuan Palace, Lihan Heaven and Divine Cloud Valley could all threaten them. However, ever since Queen Xiao had become queen, the Xiao clan's destiny had become brighter, and they had started on the path of glory, ascending to the peak of Emperor Xiao's realm. Countless people had come to their door seeking to enter their household. Now, the Xiao clan had the most favored queen and the best-loved princess. This was truly a grand time for them. Moreover, with Queen Zhao's wisdom and Xia Qingyuan's talent, as long as the Xiao clan did not actively seek their own destruction, they would continue to move forward, becoming more and more prosperous. After all, with Queen Zhao's cultivation, her looks had not deteriorated from age. And Emperor Xia had said that Xia Qingyuan's talent exceeded his own. If there were no major changes, then the Xiao clan's prosperity would be ensured for hundreds of years, or even longer. I welcome you, my queen. A middle-aged man to the side smiled. It was the queen's brother, Xiao Qianhe. No need for such courtesy, brother, said Queen Xiao with a slight smile. Please sit, said old man Xiao with a smile. Everyone nodded. Queen Xiao turned around and swept her gaze across the vast crowd of people. She stood there casually, with an air about her like she was the mother of the entire world, and extremely noble. Countless eyes fell upon her, including Yi Futian's. She wore a phoenix crown and an embroidered tasseled cape. She was noble and graceful, and exceedingly beautiful. As she stood there, it seemed like she was the only person in the world, and even the sun and moon lost their brilliance. This was a woman so beautiful that people would not even dare open their eyes around her. Any who stood before her would feel their inferiority. This was Emperor Xiao's woman. Greetings, Queen Xiao, said everyone in the crowd with a bow. No matter what social position they held, was there anyone in Emperor Xiao's realm who would not bow before the queen? Today is my father's birthday feast. There's no need for you all to be so polite, nor so ill at ease. There was a slight smile upon Queen Zhao's beautiful face. After saying this, she sat in the second seat of honor upon the platform, leaving the main seat for her father. Xia Qingyuan sat beside her. It is an honor to have you all here. Please be seated, everyone, said old man Xiao with a smile as he waved his hand. Everyone bowed and took a seat. Yi Futian also found an inconspicuous seat amongst the crowd. At a feast filled with people of the younger generation, he would not have to care about anyone, but many of the people here were elders of powerful forces. This was not his turn to seek the limelight. There would be time for that later. Yao Shi still sat beside him, which made him feel strange. He said, "Should you not be following your elder? Right now the only people here from Yaotai Divine Palace are me and a few others." "None of our elders came," whispered Yao Shi. She looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes, and there was a sense of charm in them. Yi Futian nodded and said nothing. He could not shoo away a beauty sitting next to him. Moreover, she was quite interesting to talk to. There was never anything improper about her. She was like a fairy. Her charm was obvious with every action she took, and in reality there were no problems with her sitting there. "I think the princess is looking at you," whispered Yao Shi. "You must be mistaken," answered Yi Futian. "The princess wears men's clothing, but she can't hide her beauty. If she went back to wearing women's clothing, I'm afraid she would make everyone faint," whispered Yao Shi as she looked at Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian did not say anything, but he thought that if Xia Qingyuan wore women's clothing, her beauty could compare to that of Yao Shi. At that moment the great figures at the feast were chatting casually, mostly polite formalities. Many serving maids weaved through the crowd, serving good wine and delicious food. It was truly a grand occasion. The people from the various forces offered their gifts in succession, but the gifts from the top forces were all just formalities. With the Xiao clan's current glory, what use were common gifts? When it came to Divine Cloud Valley, they presented a divine weapon was their gift. "How has Brother Gongsun been doing recently?" Old man Xiao asked a middle-aged man from Divine Cloud Valley. It was Gongsun Jing, the second-generation leader of Divine Cloud Valley. As for the most important figures of the top forces, they had not come. For those who stood at the top it was enough to just send some of their subordinates. It was only a feast after all. Only at a holy ceremony put on by Emperor Xia himself would all the top figures of the realm come together. My father is well. He has been painstakingly researching armoring, hoping to better himself in that respect and contribute more to His Majesty, replied Gongsun Jing politely. The leader of Divine Cloud Valley had once been Emperor Xia's armorer. That is so good of him. With brother Gongsun looking out for him, His Majesty can surely rest easy, answered old man Xiao with a smile and a nod. Divine Cloud Valley only has a meager amount of power. The ones who truly protect His Majesty are the 8 divine generals. It is said that there have been some disputes in recent years with Emperor Li and the demon world, said Gongsun Jing. Of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Emperor Li's realm and one of the demon worlds were adjacent to Emperor Xia's realm, so there was occasionally friction between them. Disputes are inevitable amongst the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. But things are much better than they were 300 years ago, said old man Xiao with a smile. 300 years ago had been the age of the twin great emperors' unification. The sword master of Lihan has been away for many years, traveling around the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and improving his swordsmanship. I have no idea how high he has cultivated now. Old man Xiao looked towards the cultivators from Lihan heaven. There was a saint among them. The sword master of Lihan's whereabouts are uncertain, so we from Lihan heaven also do not know how high he has cultivated, answered the saint. Ah. Old man Xiao nodded. I hope that all of us cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm can continue to get stronger. That is something for His Majesty to worry about. No need to trouble yourself over it, father, said Queen Xiao with a smile. Indeed. We are all old men here. We should be watching the next generation make names for themselves, said old man Xiao. Father, Qing Yuan is very talented, even unparalleled in this world. Are you really so worried about the next generation? Said Xiao Qianhe with a smile. Indeed. The princess is talented without equal, and she has been personally trained by His Majesty. Plus she had trained very hard. In the future she will certainly become an assistant to His Majesty, many people below them praised her one by one. Xia Qingyuan was already quite outstanding, and with her status as the princess, it was only natural that everyone would praise her so much. Xia Qingyuan seemed to be quite used to such occasions, and so she seemed very calm. She also did not seem too pleased with herself due to their praise. She accidentally glanced towards Yi Futian once again. The people there probably did not know that among them was one who had defeated her. Even if that man was a scoundrel. Yi Futian did not see her looking at him. He was casually chatting with Yao Shi. Since he had been invited, he could eat and drink in peace. As for him not bringing a gift, old man Xiao did not seem to notice. You are all flattering her too much, said Queen Xiao with a smile. Where is Xiao Sheng? She looked into the crowd and saw a figure stand up and bow. Here I am. Queen Xiao looked at Xiao Sheng, then at the beautiful woman beside him. She suddenly understood. Is this the daughter of Divine Cloud Valley? Greetings, my lady. I am Gongsun Ni, said Gongsun Ni. Excellent, you are truly worthy of being a junior of Divine Cloud Valley, Queen Xiao praised her. And you have grown up, Xiao Sheng. I'm sure you will both soon enter the Saint Plane. You should consider cultivating together. The path of cultivation takes a long time, so I would not like him to put too much energy into his feelings for a girl. Moreover, he is going to serve His Majesty in the future, said Xiao Qianhe. That is no problem. If he finds a suitable partner to cultivate with he can bring it up with me and I will make a request to His Majesty to let them marry. Queen Xiao was very wise. Xiao Sheng was moved by what she said. She understood what he wished for, and desired to help him, presenting her offer of help like a gift to his father. If I find a suitable partner, I will certainly tell you. Xiao Sheng bowed to Queen Xiao. Everyone looked at him in awe. To have the queen arrange a marriage for you was a great honor. As a relative of Queen Xiao, Xiao Sheng had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. The Xiao clan and Divine Cloud Valley would probably form a marriage alliance. This would make the Xiao clan even more glorious. Moreover, according to Xiao Qianhe's words, it seemed that he was planning to have Xiao Sheng enter Emperor Xiao's service. It seemed that the Xiao clan's prestige would become even higher. The people from Divine Cloud Valley also naturally understood what Queen Zhao's words meant, and had no objections. This would bring these two forces closer. This is also a generation of great talent for Divine Cloud Valley. Gongsun Zhong is but a half step away from the Saint Plain, and in a few years he will have a chance to get there. Lihan Heaven has Wang Chuan, Xianyuan Palace has Xianyuan Ao, and even more powerful characters appear at Jiutian Temple from time to time. Everyone is looking forward to this next generation of heroes. Old Man Xiao could naturally not only praise his own Xiao clan, he also had to praise the others. You are still missing one person, Elder Xiao, said Feng Xiao with a bow. Ah, who do you mean? Old Man Xiao looked towards the people from Lihan Heaven. Not long ago, someone boasted that he was unparalleled below the saint level. By himself he was able to sweep away everyone from Lihan Heaven who was not a saint, said Feng Xiao coldly. Yi Futian, who was sitting there quietly, lifted his head and stared at Feng Xiao with cold eyes. Chapter 1033, The entire feast quieted down at Feng Xiao's words. Everyone looked over at her with great interest. The entire feast quieted down at Feng Xiao's words. Everyone looked over at her with great interest. A single person had swept away everyone under the saint level in Lihan Heaven? Old Man Xiao smiled and said, I have heard that a junior of Lihan Heaven, Wang Chuan, is said by the elders of Lihan Heaven to stand alone on his plane. Who below the saint plane has as much ambition that they could sweep away all the cultivators of Lihan Heaven below the saint plane? Many people guessed what she was really talking about, and their gazes turned towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian had previously been named the princess's valet, leading to some turmoil. Some of the most powerful holy lands were paying close attention to this situation. Seeing many people look at Yi Futian, Old Man Xiao also turned towards him. He smiled and said, Ah, so it is Qingyuan's valet who is so ambitious. Excellent. Xia Qingyuan looked over towards Yi Futian. That guy was never inconspicuous. But she did not think that he was all talk. Whatever he boasted of, he could do. Her father had praised him, saying he could command the 9 states all by himself. Even if he did not use all his techniques, Wang Chuan could probably still not defeat him. So you are Yi Futian? Queen Zhao's gaze fell upon him, and she smiled slightly. Although she was smiling, there was still an air of nobility about her that no one would dare to profane. Yi Futian rose and bowed to Queen Xiao. I am Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State. Greetings, my lady. Queen Xiao nodded at him. You are truly a dragon among men. No wonder His Majesty thinks so highly of you. I wish you the best in your cultivation. Thank you, my lady, said Yi Futian. He sat back down. Yi Futian was of the younger generation, so even if there was wild boasting about him, the saints would not say anything. Moreover, the hosts of today's feast were Old Man Xiao and Queen Xiao, and since they had not said too much, naturally no one else would dare to. However, these words had been a bit too flattering. Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven, Xianyuan Ao of Xianyuan Palace, Gongsun Zhong of Divine Cloud Valley, Qin Bai of Qin Palace, and Yao Shi of Yaotai Divine Palace are all said to be nearly peerless below the saint level, said Xiao Qianhe from beside Old Man Xiao. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian and he said, Of course, you and Yu Sheng once fought your way through Jiutian Temple to the 9th layer of heaven. And not long ago, Yu Sheng defeated Lu Cheng, so presumably the two of you are worthy of being on the same level as them. This is why His Majesty regards you so highly and has named you the princess's valet. But you are still young. Please do not forget how you got where you are and look down upon the great figures of Emperor Xia's realm. Cultivate your righteousness and guard against arrogance, and serve well at the princess's side. Give her your full dedication, and your future will be unlimited. Everyone nodded at his words. Shao Qianhe was the princess's uncle, so he naturally had the right to remind Yi Futian of his place. There was nothing improper in what he had said. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Shao Qianhe. She had not expected him to speak. He was her uncle, and there had been nothing wrong with his words, but she knew that Yi Futian was different than other people. He was a man who was prideful down to his very bones. Even when facing her he had not lowered his head at all, and had even fought her at the imperial mausoleum. Moreover, her father had not named him her valet because he really wanted him to serve and protect her. It was to remind the people of his realm not to act against him casually. Yi Futian's current status was also very mysterious, and he must be very clear about why her father had helped him. After all, she knew that he had been depressed for a while, and as far as she knew he did not know how her father had handled him during that time. Not knowing if he was going to live or die coupled with the loss of his wife had led to his depression. Later, her father had chosen to protect him. He did not ask why, but he must have speculated. So, this guy definitely did not fear her, and did not think of himself as her valet. Shao Qianhe's words would have had no problems if they were directed at other valets, but Yi Futian would be unhappy with them. She looked at Yi Futian and saw him look up at Shao Qianhe. There was no joy or anger in his deep eyes, but it was Yushin behind him who looked unhappy. It seemed that he did not think it fell to Shao Qianhe to give pointers to Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled at Shao Qianhe and nodded. I will of course remember my elder's words. Shao Qianhe stared at him. Seeing his attitude, he was suddenly a bit unsatisfied. But, he started. But at that moment, Yi Futian continued, although I have received His Majesty's favor and have been made the princess's valet, I have never felt self-satisfied due to this. As for looking down upon the great figures of the world, let me say this, when the sages of Lihan Heaven were defeated, their saint got involved. All of Emperor Xia's realm must know this, as many cultivators personally witnessed it. So when I say that there is no one worthy in Lihan Heaven below the saint level, none can find fault with those words. This was too much. It was fine if people wanted to say he was arrogant, or didn't know his place. But a saint getting involved was a saint getting involved. They had surrounded Yi Wuchen, and the sword saint of Liang had wounded him. And then they had wanted to pretend like nothing had happened. That was impossible. What a stubborn fellow, many people thought secretly as they looked at Yi Futian. He was like this even in front of the queen and her own brother. He was truly a crazy and arrogant junior. It was obvious that Yi Futian would not accept Shao Qianhe's admonition. He persisted in his arrogance. Shao Qianhe's gaze was fixed on Yi Futian. Then he smiled and said, so there is some enmity between you and Lihan Heaven. There's nothing wrong with that. This is just a bit of disharmony on the path of cultivation. I hope that you can be so passionate in your service to the princess. Yi Futian looked back at Shao Qianhe. Although Shao Qianhe talked like there was no problem, he had a feeling that he was trying to sound him out. Moreover, who was it that had invited him to come today? Old man Shao would not care about the affairs of his juniors. And Queen Shao and Xia Qingyuan were even less likely. As for Shao Sheng, it was probably not in his power. It seemed that the only possibility was Shao Qianhe. What was he trying to find out? Why had he invited him and then tried to provoke him by his words? His Majesty and the princess know my disposition. They can understand me. Yi Futian was still exceedingly polite. No matter what he was thinking, he could not offend the queen's brother in front of her face. He would naturally be respectful enough to Xia Qingyuan outside. Emperor Xia had deliberately protected him, both by sealing off news about the sacred war and by naming him the princess's valet. He was very clear on his place in this arrangement, and knew that the emperor and the princess supported him. If it had just been Li Han Heaven, he could have completely humiliated them, after all they had acted first. If Emperor Xia was there, they would not dare do anything. But Xiao Qianhe was the emperor's uncle, and had a close relationship with Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan. If it was possible to not offend him, he wouldn't. However, he would not let the fact that he did not want to offend Xiao Qianhe make his determination waver. Xiao Qianhe really places a lot of importance on you, Lord Yi, said Yao Shi with a quiet laugh right beside Yi Futian. Places importance on me, responded Yi Futian. He seemed to disagree with these words. Why had she said that? You must not have heard that Xiao Qianhe previously told Queen Xiao that he wanted Xiao Sheng to enter Emperor Xia's palace, said Yao Shi with a smile. The Xiao clan is prosperous right now since the queen is from their family, but they obviously want to go a step further. Xiao Sheng is an outstanding talent and is a relative of Queen Xiao and the princess. What a close relationship. Him entering the palace is obviously so that in the future he can help Xia Qingyuan. Yao Shi lowered her head and continued. You tell me, is this not placing importance on someone? Although she was speaking unclearly, Yi Futian understood what she meant. He was surprised. Did she really see things so clearly? He never would have thought of this. Among the emperor's children, his favorite was Xia Qingyuan, and he had even said that her talent exceeded his own. Many people predicted that the one who would rule Emperor Xia's realm was not the prince, but the princess. Xia Qingyuan was the queen's only daughter, and so the Xiao clan would naturally support her. Due to this, the relationship between Xia Qingyuan and Xiao Sheng was much closer than that between other half-siblings. So if Xiao Sheng became Xia Qingyuan's assistant, how high would his position be in a few years? And a marriage alliance between the Xiao clan and Divine Cloud Valley would only help this along. Given this, Xiao Qianhe naturally would not want to see someone else besides Xia Qingyuan whom the emperor would value highly. Yi Futian had come from the lower realm and was in Emperor Xia's faction, and moreover had been made the princess's valet. Perhaps it was because of this that he had attracted Xiao Qianhe's attention. Yi Futian suddenly realized why he felt like Xiao Qianhe was sounding him out. He was indeed sounding him out, and not just that, he was probably sounding out the princess's intentions at the same time. In that case, obtaining the favor of Emperor Xia and the princess was equal to offending Xiao Qianhe. His opponent's position had been set from the start. This had nothing to do with Li Han Heaven. And his arrogance had even less to do with it. Thank you for the reminder, he said to Yao Shi. If not for her, he would not have seen things so clearly. The two of them were communicating through spiritual will, so it took only a short time. Xiao Qianhe was silent for a while, then smiled and said, Many people have said that you are unequaled in the 9 states and are highly favored by His Majesty. Since you persist in your self-confidence, perhaps you truly do have the qualifications necessary to have your name be heard throughout the world. If so, I will say no more. Do you have anything to add, Qingyuan? He turned and looked at Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian narrowed his gaze slightly. This Xiao Qianhe was shrewd. Today was Xia Qingyuan's grandfather's birthday. Him being at the feast was equivalent to defying Xiao Qianhe. And since Xiao Qianhe was Xia Qingyuan's uncle, him asking her if she had anything to add meant she had to declare her position. Xia Qingyuan stared at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes as everyone's gaze fell upon her. It seemed that they all wanted to know how she felt towards Yi Futian. This fellow is arrogant and doesn't know his place. He does not understand the rules, she said. Xiao Qianhe smiled upon hearing this. But Xia Qingyuan continued. Yi Futian, you have boasted that there is no one of note under the sage level in Li Han Heaven. This has offended the people of Li Han Heaven. Let's take this opportunity to settle the matter. And if you lose, you must return to the lower realm. There was anger in her voice. Chapter 1034, Many went into deep thought after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words at the banquet. Many went into deep thought after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words at the banquet. What does Xia Qingyuan mean by all that? While it seemed as if she was berating Yi Futian, she had nonetheless given him permission to engage the ones from Lihan Heaven. With Wang Chuan being absent, none of the students of Lihan Heaven present would have been able to take Yi Futian on. It was something that many present found amusing. Emperor Xia made Yi Futian the princess valet, which meant that Yi Futian served Xia Qingyuan. While her words seemed to be targeted at Yi Futian, many wondered if she was also voicing her displeasure at the ones from Lihan Heaven. Feng Shao was the one who provoked with words earlier, spreading what Yi Futian said for all to hear. If that was the case, then they would have only needed to duke it out right there and then. There seemed to be no reason to refuse such a proposal. Shao Qianhe took one look at Xia Qingyuan. It seems that the princess has made up her mind then. Well then, we shall see what Yi Futian is made of. If Yi Futian turned out to be just some crazy guy having a penchant to boast, then there would have been no need to worry. Both Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan would have no longer had any need for Yi Futian. Yao Shi took one good look at Yi Futian by her side. She did not know if Xia Qingyuan was clear how capable Yi Futian really was, and she had no idea how powerful Yi Futian actually was. However, she would have been able to gauge more or less if he were to fight, and she would have been able to tell what kind of an attitude Xia Qingyuan had towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan with a rather surprised look. Others may have known little, but he knew well that no one present knew what he was capable of, than Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan had learned plenty from both the battle in the Imperial Mausoleum and the sacred battle fought at the Holy Ji Palace. The fog that clouded Yi Futian's mind dissipated within an instant. If Xia Qingyuan were to take his side, that meant that to a certain extent, he had Emperor Xia's consent as well. As for the Shao clan, the family the queen hailed from, there would not have been any risk of getting him into trouble, so long as he did not offend them too harshly. Yi Futian was feeling rather grateful for she did for him. While he found Xia Qingyuan's personality irksome, but that hardly mattered there, as one's stance took priority over everything else. But then again, Xia Qingyuan probably meant every single word she berated him with. If the opportunity were to present itself, he would have had no doubt that Xia Qingyuan would have wanted to beat him up real good. Yes, princess. Yi Futian bowed and stood up, appearing very polite and respectful. He was Xia Qingyuan's subordinate after all, so he had to play the part with the right attitude. There was an empty space in the banquet. While the place was by no means small, but it was apparent that it was still inadequate for having pinnacle sages fight. However, Yi Futian did not mind at all. He walked to the middle and bowed to both Old Man Shao and Queen Shao on the pedestal, saying, "Today is the day where your birthday is celebrated, Senior Shao. As a junior who was invited to the event, I naturally do not see it fit to spoil the mood of the event by fighting here. As such, I'd like to play a song here instead, a way to celebrate your birthday, Senior Shao. I shall repel the sword wills of the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, with the tune alone." Yi Futian finished his lines and turned his eyes at the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven, saying, "Since you all, students of Lihan Heaven, claim that I was merely boasting, well then, all of you below Saint Plain, feel free to come at me at once." He sat cross-legged as soon as he finished. The Guqin spirit appeared before him. He started plucking the strings without waiting for them to make a move. A tune was soon heard. The banquet turned unusually quiet after that, with only the sound of the tune in the air. Everyone turned their eyes at the silver-haired young man sitting alone, as if he was the only being worth paying attention to at the moment. There was a tinge of loneliness heard within his tune, as if he was isolated from the world. Vivid illustrations welled up in the minds of everyone within earshot. Despite being at the center of a lively crowd, he seemed isolated and completely alone. "Let's go," the leading sword saint of the Lihan Heaven students said. One figure after another appeared. Many swordsmen walked together and surrounded Yi Futian in the middle. Mo Li of Lihan Heaven sat cross-legged before Yi Futian and took out his guqin as well. Feng Shao stood by his side while all the others stood, surrounding Yi Futian and emanating sword wills. "You could make your move," Yi Futian said. One of them, who stood before Yi Futian, shot with sword wills about him as soon as Yi Futian finished talking, without any reservations. Both parties were very near each other, and compressing sword will attacks in very small vicinities would have been something extremely dangerous, as the destructive capacities of such attacks would have been formidable. The sword will rang with a high-pitched noise as it launched at Yi Futian at blazing speeds. Yi Futian plucked the strings and sent a sliver of music into the air, which surprisingly was converted into terrifying power of rules, shattering the incoming sword will. Whoosh! Terrifying sword aura storms whipped up within an instant. All of the mighty ones from Lihan Heaven burst with frightening sword will. A stifling pressure washed all over the banquet, turning into frightening storms. Saints acted and laid down screens of light, isolating that battlefield from the outside world. The terrifying sword aura storms were tore through the space as boundless sword will, intending to cut Yi Futian down. Yi Futian did not move, and neither did the ones from Lihan Heaven. It was only the music and the sword wills that were clashing. That small space looked like doomsday within that mere moments. Yi Futian was at the very center of it all. However, it seemed as if he was unable to feel any of that and remained playing his tune quietly. His tune pierced through the sword aura storms and became heard outside. A frightening storm of rules manifested around that lonesome figure. As the tune continued playing, sound waves shot forth and the air seemed to have been cut open. It tore right through the storm of sword wills, and the scene looked harrowing. The tune that Emoli was playing was heard as well, converted into extremely sharp sword wills. It seemed as if thousands of threads were flying about as every single tune he played felt like a sword, stabbing into Yi Futian's mind. Worse still, there were still boundless sword wills heading straight for Yi Futian, emanating from that storm that was cut open earlier. However, Yi Futian continued to look as if he had not felt any of it. He continued sitting where he was quietly, as if countless swords cut his body and stabbed into his spiritual will. Yi Futian, in the situation he was caught in, felt as if he would have been torn to shreds at any given moment. But then again, he remained playing his tune in silence. His tune was lonely and sad, yet it had extreme pride laced within, as if to announce to the world that even if he were to make enemies with the entire world, he would still remain as he was and his mind would remain unflinching. Yi Futian's hair billowed in the storm like swords, his clothes whooshed in the air. He emanated an aura of rules about him at that moment, that none of the sword wills were able to cut. An amalgamation of starry and space rules. The saints seemed to have been able to sense the power emanating from Yi Futian. He placed absolute defense around his body, while his power of rules continued to rage while being shrouded by his tune. The mighty ones from Lihan Heaven frowned mildly and burst with even greater sword wills. Some even unleashed their life spirits. Emoli plucked the strings in a frenzy, intending to penetrate his opponent's mind using his tune, in an attempt to affect Yi Futian. However, he soon found that Yi Futian looked as if he heard nothing. The storm brought forth by Yi Futian's tune grew increasingly intense, shrouding boundless spaces. The tight space was filled with devastating space-tearing powers, making many feel threatened. A swordsman finally made a move. His body burst straight like a sword, lashing out straight for Yi Futian. One strike would have been capable of taking life and splitting space. Yi Futian remained seated quietly still and did not even bother lifting his head. The swordsman simply felt devastating lightning flashed in his mind in that moment, making him shudder at his very soul. At the same time, his body seemed to have stopped altogether. Devastating storms shrouded him and he felt intense fear. What is with the power of rules and spiritual will attack of such magnitude? It seemed as if he was totally defenseless. The people of the world claim that I'm unbridled and arrogant, yet why would I need to prove anything to the world? Yi Futian said calmly. He plucked at the strings as he finished talking. That swordsman grunted and spitted blood at that very moment, as his body dropped. He was not alone. Every single swordsman of Lihan Heaven around him was being attacked by his tune at the same time. At that moment, his tunes seemed to have been turned into true spiritual attacks, penetrating their will right there and then. They all suffered hallucinations right there and then, feeling as if they were being subjected to the might of the light of doomsday. That was not all. Their bodies seemed to have been frozen solid, making it almost impossible to move. I am who I am. Who below Saint Plain from Lihan Heaven, is qualified to fight me? His fingers plucked the strings again as he finished his words. The people around him all grunted and spitted blood from their mouths in that very instant. The strings on Mo Li's instrument snapped right there and then. His face was as white as paper. The entire space was filled only Yi Futian's music, and that stifling storm. It was as if everyone was being subjected to Yi Futian's control. Who below Saint Plain from Lihan Heaven, is qualified to fight me? None among the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven dared move a muscle, and none had the strength to. Yi Futian was still playing nonchalantly. However, his frenzied tune was near its end, turning quiet yet lonesome. It was as if he needed understanding from nobody, and he had nothing to prove to the world. There were naturally many who doubted him, who came from the 9 states of the lower worlds. While many great figures deemed him too abrasive and unbridled, that he was not fit to stand abreast with the geniuses who stood at the pinnacle. But then, so what? Xia Qingyuan allowed him to fight. As such, he overpowered everyone from Lihan Heaven who was not a saint, with just one song. His tune slowly came to a close as his hair billowed. He remained seated there quietly, as if he had never done anything. However, everyone present was immensely shocked. He dealt with the attacks of the swordsman with only his control of rules and his formidable constitution. Yet, at the very end when he finally attacked, lashing out with both his tune and rule attacks, no one was able to stand in his way. No one was capable of doing so. It did not matter that they were cultivators from Lihan Heaven. The result remained the same. Everyone present had their eyes on him. That one song seemed to have made them realize just how much pride that silver-haired young man from the 9 states held. It seemed that Emperor Xia had indeed made him the princess valet, due to having known of his strength and came to appreciate him because of it. When that was said, Emperor Xia's appreciation of Yi Futian seemed to have exceeded the expectations of everyone present. The permission that Xia Qingyuan gave to Yi Futian to make a move became more intriguing than it had otherwise would have been. Is this her way of telling everyone that Yi Futian belongs to her? Shao Qianhe cast his gaze at that figure. He sensed a sharp aura emanating from Yi Futian. Yi Futian put away his Guqin spirit and stood, bowing at the pedestal before saying, "I beg your forgiveness for having interrupted the mood of the event. I shall take my leave at once." "Go on then," Xia Qingyuan said before anyone commented anything. Yi Futian excused himself and left with the people of the Holy Ji Palace. Since Shao Qianhe had his own agendas, then Yi Futian saw no need to give him face and stay behind in the party. Chapter 1035, The Swordsmen of Lihan Heaven retreated in shambles after Yi Futian left. All of them suffered injuries of varying degrees. The swordsmen of Lihan Heaven retreated in shambles after Yi Futian left. All of them suffered injuries of varying degrees. It was especially so in Fengxiao's case, who looked extremely irritated. Yi Futian transformed his music into rules and manifested it as a large hand, pinning her on the ground right there and then, making her look really beaten up. The banquet turned eerily quiet. Everyone wore looks suggesting deep thought. Many had been able to guess that if Emperor Xia was willing to make Yi Futian a valet of Xia Qingyuan, his most doted daughter, then there must have been something about that direct subordinate from the 9 states that caught his attention. Furthermore, with the battle records of both Yi Futian and Yuxing added to the list, he could have possibly been ranked alongside the most cutting-edge of geniuses. That battle that just happened moments ago verified their speculations. The mighty swordsmen of Lihan Heaven had been vastly overpowered and none of them were worthy of fighting him. Their powers and his were of different orders of magnitude altogether. There was no doubt that Yi Futian was at the level of edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain as well. It was entirely possible that he could have fought toe-to-toe with Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven after all. They were wondering if such massive loss of face in Lihan Heaven's part would have been enough to prompt Wang Chuan to descend from the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan Heaven, visiting Yi Futian at his cottage personally. Xianyuan Ao, Gongsun Zhong, Qin Bai, and the others watched Yi Futian leave. All of them came to have some level of respect shown in their eyes. There were probably a handful of such opponents to be found in even all of the upper worlds, so much so that they probably existed only in single digits. Yaoxi's eyes glittered. That tune from the silver-haired young man had been stunning, as if to declare that even if he were to not budge for even an inch, he would have been able to tear through the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven regardless. No one below Saint Plain from Lihan Heaven would have been qualified to fight him. The only who was deemed qualified was probably Wang Chuan. She turned her eyes and looked at Xia Qingyuan. Her smile was indeed alluring. From what was seen, while Xia Qingyuan behaved coldly towards Yi Futian, she was nonetheless helping him out actually. One who was valued by His Majesty has indeed been of exceptional talent, and one who has quite an attitude to boot as well. A voice was heard breaking the silence of the banquet. Shao Qianhe smiled and said, "Qingyuan, your valet is really something indeed. But you'd still need to work on him more. He would have become something quite difficult to tame otherwise." Xia Qingyuan's eyelashes twitched. Tame? She never actually had any thoughts about taming Yi Futian. However, since Shao Qianhe put it that way, she nonetheless nodded and said, "My father made him my valet precisely. He knew what Yi Futian is like. The first reason would be to nurture him, and second, to shape him up for the future. He hailed from the 9 states and is a palace lord of a holy land. He is quite arrogant and unbridled, knowing not when to keep his ego in check even in such an event today. I'd have father berate him when the opportunity presents itself. Please forgive the offense caused, uncle." "Yeah." Shao Qianhe nodded without minding at all, yet he felt coldness all over him nonetheless. It seemed that the princess had indeed grown up and had her own mind, not giving him any chance to meddle in her affairs. What Xia Qingyuan meant by letting her father berate her simply meant that Yi Futian served her and Emperor Xia. As such, the emperor would have kept him in check personally, and that uncle of hers had better not have any ideas. Small matter. That tune has spruced up the banquet quite a bit, I'd say. Queen Shao smiled and added, "Qingyuan, your father had planned out everything for you, making Yi Futian your valet and even letting you go on a pilgrimage with people from both the upper and lower worlds back then. You're near becoming a saint now, and you should indeed nurture your own force. When would you be summoning the heavenly chosen ones from the lower worlds?" As the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan would have probably become the heir of his father's Renhuang throne. As such, she naturally needed to nurture her own force, and she needed the best of the best, as only those people would have been able to keep up with her and be useful to her. Emperor Xia would have chosen some candidates for her while she was free to choose to nurture people on her own. Yeah, their planes would have been near Archmage Plain by now. I'm already considering summoning them up to the upper worlds to train, and have them achieve sainthood in the upper worlds. Xia Qingyuan nodded. Not just the ones from the lower worlds. If there are any geniuses of the upper worlds that you came to value, you could inform your father as well. But then again, I'm sure you have your ideas, so I won't tell you how to go about it. Queen Shao smiled and continued, "But regarding your marriage in the future, I'd really like to do something for you, as your mother." "What are you thinking, mother?" Xia Qingyuan asked indifferently. She had yet to reach Saint Plain, and as such, she had no mind for love affairs. "Well, you're right. Make sure you make the right decision in the future. I wonder who in Emperor Xia's realm would have made a good match for you. But then again, you'd venture out yourself one day to the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. There'd be many top-notch figures out there." Old man Shao smiled and added. The few of them talked in discreet voices, as all of that were matters within the family after all. The others did not see their conversation as such, however. All of them listened intently, picking up the conversation despite the minuscule volume. Many came to have their own thoughts about things. The princess' future marriage would have definitely became more than an affair of their own family, it would have became something massive that would have affected all of Emperor Xia's realm after all. Many top-notch figures in the upper worlds harbored such thoughts, but they kept such thoughts to themselves. No one dared to let others know such thoughts out in the open. Xia Qingyuan's talents were known to be peerless in all of Emperor Xia's realm, and at the moment, few were capable of speculated who would have been worthy of becoming her future spouse. Gongsun Zhong of Divine Cloud Valley turned her eyes onto the proud and cold silhouette on the pedestal. As the most core students of Divine Cloud Valley, it would have definitely not been his first time meeting Xia Qingyuan. He met her many times before and he felt stunned in every single one of the meetings. He wondered himself as well, what kind of a man would have been deemed worthy of her hand in marriage. While he was of excellent talent himself and was the #1 figure below Saint Plain in Divine Cloud Valley, being rather renowned in Emperor Xia's realm as well, but he would have lost his shine before Xia Qingyuan nonetheless. However, he strived to work hard and keep up with her, as that was the only girl that piqued his interests in that kind of way. While Yaoshi of Yaotai Divine Palace was stunningly beautiful and had looks that would have made cities fall, he remained unmoved at all. The second master of Divine Cloud Valley, Gongsun Jing, who stood by his side, took one look at Gongsun Zhong and spoke to him telepathically, "I'd have your grandfather make a request to Emperor Xia to let you train with the princess. It'd be up to you if you'd be able to seize the opportunity or not." Gongsun Zhong took one look at his father and said nothing. The banquet continued and the ones from Lihan Heaven found some reasons to excuse themselves. Everyone knew what was going on and did not say much. Mo Wen of Tianji Pavilion stayed at his seat silently throughout the whole time, watching the attendees. He found it rather amusing that many of those who were present had their own thoughts, and most of the thoughts surrounded Xia Qingyuan, the most renowned genius of a woman in all of Emperor Xia's realm. Things would have turned more interesting in the future in Emperor Xia's realm. However, none who were present had probably speculated that history would have moved in a totally different direction instead. And all of that had nothing to do with Yi Futian at the moment. He would have been able to train in peace after he returned. The battle at the Shao clan's banquet spread like wildfire. Many were impressed by Yi Futian's powers, so much so that he was actually able to make short work of all the swordsmen of Lihan Heaven. Just how powerful is he? Would Wang Chuan emerge? Many looked forward to it all, yet they found that Lihan Heaven was hardly doing anything at all, and Wang Chuan did not seem to have any intentions of emerging from his training. Some claimed that he was indifferent while others speculated that he was simply making a breakthrough into Saint Plain. Regardless, no one knew what was actually going through Wang Chuan's mind. The #1 figure of Lihan Heaven hardly emerged from the mountain for the past 2 years. He was already at the very pinnacle of Sage Plain 2 years ago. It was said that even more than 2 years ago, there had been hardly anyone among the top-notch swordsmen of Lihan Heaven capable of taking even one strike from Wang Chuan. Time passed and year 10020 of Divine Prefecture calendar was nearing its end. While it was said that as one's training reached higher heights, one would have came to have little thoughts about the concept of the end of the year. However, Emperor Xia's realm continued to be rather lively nonetheless. Countless forces busied themselves, and many were about to inspect the progress of their younger generations for the past year. Yi Futian did not enter the palace to serve the princess and Wang Chuan did not emerge as well. Emperor Xia's palace remained standing at the top of Cloud Peak, symbolizing its power and prestige. Many mighty ones from Emperor Xia's palace stepped out and stood high up in the air, casting their gaze far away, seemingly waiting for something. The clouds rolled several hundred miles away and golden clouds were seen showering. A roar of the dragon was heard in the clouds. At that moment, countless looked up in the air, hearing the dragon's roar thundering in the air. Dazzling golden light rained down below. A huge figure appeared basking under the golden light. That huge figure was golden throughout and its head looked overpowering and magnificent. 5 claws were seen at its abdomen, with lengths reaching over 1,000 meters. It was none other than the golden dragon. The hearts of many shuddered. One golden dragon after another emerged and filled with divine might. Those were saintly might and they were sacred beasts capable of taking human form. Yet at that moment, there were actually 18 divine dragons pulling a carriage, blocking out the sky and looking magnificent. Who are they? The hearts of some raced. Which force in Emperor Xia's realm dared to emerge with such a magnificent entourage? Not even Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan would have put up such a massive display going out, no? Images of true dragons were carved on the huge golden carriage, looking extremely extravagant, and there was an enormous golden character on it saying, Li. Emperor Li's realm. The hearts of many continued to race. Such an entourage could have only been of the neighboring Emperor Li's realm, which was right next to Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Li established the Dali dynasty and ruled all of the lower and upper worlds of his. His power was magnificent and he held stricter control over his realm, compared to Emperor Xia was his. What's with the mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm doing with such a huge entourage, and heading straight for Emperor Xia's palace? Let's head to Emperor Xia's palace. The hearts of many remained racing as they followed the golden dragons, heading towards Emperor Xia's palace. The massive groups of mighty ones gathered as they headed for the palace, standing tall in the sky. Powerful saints stood guard outside the palace, blocking the golden dragon's way. Their extremely overpowering divine might shrouded the place. There were in Emperor Xia's realm after all. They needed to follow the rules and customs even if the visitor was none other than Emperor Li himself. The golden carriage descended and one figure after another emerged from within. The one taking the lead was a figure who was clad in golden, extravagant clothing and had mighty ones by his side. That young leader bowed in Emperor Xia's palace's direction shortly after. A voice was heard somewhere near him saying, Li Yao, Crown Prince of Emperor Li's realm, has come to pay a visit to Emperor Xia. The palace stayed silent for a brief moment before a voice was heard. Permitted to pass. The voice was heard everywhere. Li Yao and the mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm stepped into Emperor Xia's palace shortly after. News quickly spread that Li Yao, Crown Prince of Emperor Li's realm, came to ask for the hand of the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan. The news of the marriage proposal came as a great shock. Chapter 1036, The Divine Golden Dragon pulled the carriage and entered Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia was looking down from the ninth heaven palace, yet the people from the Emperor Li's palace were unable to see him. The divine golden dragon pulled the carriage and entered Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia was looking down from the ninth heaven palace, yet the people from the Emperor Li's palace were unable to see him. What is the matter? Someone asked with a brimming voice at said palace. Li Yao, the crown prince of Dali dynasty, has reached the age of marriage. He has long heard the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, Xia Qingyuan, who is of superb talents and unparalleled appearance. As such, in the name of Emperor Li, the prince would like to ask Emperor Xia, here at Emperor Xia's palace, for her hand in marriage. The powerful saint at his side replied to the voice in the palace, bowing courteously as he spoke. He was not worried about what Emperor Xia would have done to him. Emperor Xia was a Renhuang, emperor of the people, after all. When two realms fight, both parties shall not cut down the envoys. A Renhuang would have definitely not done anything that would have tarnished his status. Xia Qingyuan was at her residence and heard the voices coming from below. That person's voice resounded throughout the heavens, and everyone within the vicinity of Emperor Xia's palace heard the words spoken telepathically clearly. However, Xia Qingyuan's expression was a calm one and he was unmoved at all. She knew what was going on and the marriage proposal was but an excuse. Those people were there for something else. Li Yao, has your father told you to look at the mirror before you departed? A voice was heard from high above, plain and unfettered. Li Yao did not mind Emperor Xia's sarcastic remarks. He bowed and replied, he did not, Emperor Xia. Get out of my sight at once and tell Emperor Li this. If he dares to bring a marriage proposal here again to insult Qingyuan, I shall cut down his envoys. A solemn, majestic voice was heard from the palace above. Heavenly might spread all over the place all of the sudden, bearing onto the people from Emperor Li's palace. The 18 dragons howled and shuddered. They were almost about to lay prostrate. Emperor Xia's voice was an extremely overbearing one and took Li Yao's marriage proposal to Xia Qingyuan as an insult to the princess herself. While the people from Emperor Li's realm were bearing the mighty pressure from Emperor Xia, their expression hardly looked any different, as if they have expected things to turn out as such. Figures like the Renhuang had zero tolerance for provocations. It was no secret that Emperor Xia doted on Xia Qingyuan, so much so that even Li Yao, the crown prince of Emperor Li's realm, did not seem to be a fitting match for his daughter in his eyes. Furthermore, both realms had never actually been on good terms and had scuffles with each other every now and then. The crown prince and the princess met several times before and he had long admired her. As such, we were granted permission by Emperor Li to come all the way here. It is fine that you did not find the arrangement agreeable, but Emperor Xia, was it necessary to insult the crown prince of Emperor Li's realm? The saint beside him then continued, if you place the princess in such a high regard, then she would definitely be as superbly talented as told in rumors and unparalleled in all of Emperor Xia's realm. We have quite a number of superbly talented cultivators from Emperor Li's realm here today, and we would to request a sparring with the princess. How dare you? A cold, aloof, and very overbearing voice was heard. A proud silhouette was then seen standing tall in the air, appearing above those people. It was none other than the sacred general of Qian of the 8 sacred generals. He glanced at the people from Emperor Li's realm and said coldly, the princess is of unparalleled and esteemed status. She is not someone you people could simply ask for sparring matches with. We would be fine with having someone capable of fighting in her stead and defeating our cultivators nonetheless, the people of Emperor Li's realm said again, as if they were actually there to fight. Emperor Xia remained seated calmly in his palace and said with a composed expression, get out. It was apparent that the emperor was chasing out the guests. The mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm looked above and they were unable to see where Emperor Xia was. The saints dared not probe haphazardly with their spiritual powers. While they were indeed boastful, they nonetheless actually did know where they stood, the Emperor Xia's palace, which was the absolute center of Emperor Xia's realm. None of them dared to do anything that would have truly overstepping the border, as they were simply there to fulfill their tasks. If Emperor Xia do not like us here, then we shall wait outside Emperor Xia's palace for a battle. If there shall be no one emerging to fight us within 3 days, we shall leave at our own accord, without needing further orders from you, Emperor Xia, a mighty one from Emperor Li's realm said with a brimming voice. They then retreated shortly after, leaving the palace. As they stated earlier, despite stepping outside the palace, they did not leave the realm. They really set up camp outside Emperor Xia's palace, and that action alone was one of blatant provocation. Even though the guests from Emperor Li's realm set up camp outside despite being ordered to leave the palace, Emperor Xia still could not have simply ordered for their execution. A huge crowd was drawn outside of the palace due to the golden dragon carriage being around. No one was able to tell how many people actually gathered around there. They all heard the conversation within Emperor Xia's palace earlier. There was simply no way a marriage proposal from the crown prince of Emperor Li's realm to Xia Qingyuan could have not attracted any attention. However, Emperor Xia had been incredibly overbearing, stating that if the other party were to bring the matter up again and insult the princess, he would have cut them down all the same, despite them being envoys. It was apparent that Emperor Xia had taken Li Yao of Emperor Li's realm seriously, and furthermore, he had taken such an action to be an insult to his most beloved daughter, Xia Qingyuan. The way he saw it, Li Yao was beneath Xia Qingyuan. That is our Emperor Xia indeed. Many were wondering deep down that, just how important the princess was to Emperor Xia, that he had to treat even a crown prince of Emperor Li's realm in such a manner. Who would actually be qualified in Emperor Xia's eyes then? What happened at the palace quickly spread everywhere else. Mighty ones stepped out from Emperor Xia's palace soon enough, led by the sacred general of Qian, heading towards to people from Emperor Li's realm. A group of exceptional youths were around the general. Battles broke out soon as witnessed by countless there. The ones who came from Emperor Li's realm were all pinnacle figures below the Saint Plane. While the mighty ones from Emperor Xia's palace were too, extremely formidable, but they nonetheless lost more matches than won. In short, they were completely overpowered. What was even more astounding was that every single figure from Emperor Li's realm seemed to have been able to step into the level of edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane. All of them were unervingly powerful and saintly powers were actually emanating from them. Emperor Li's realm had actually deployed such a lineup to come provoke them. There were also people who doubted if Emperor Li's realm had indeed been so terrifying, that they seemed to be able to easily overpower all of the genius who emerged from Emperor Xia's palace. They heard that Emperor Li had established the Dali dynasty and ruled all of Emperor Li's realm. All under the realm, whether they be from imperial lands or not, were subjected to absolute rule. As such, it would have definitely been far easier for Emperor Li's realm to mobilize capable men for specific tasks, than Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Xia sat quietly at his ninth heaven palace above, his eyes pierced through the layers beneath and watched the battlefield. A cloaked figure stood quietly by Emperor Xia's side and gazed at the battlefield below as well. So the period of 10 years is finally up then? Emperor Xia, who had been sitting regally, asked. The cloaked figure by his side nodded and said, "Your Majesty, it would be after the end of this year." The armies of Tian and Dou had begun to mobilize. Right. Emperor Xia nodded slightly. So they are here to probe us then. It is no wonder that they are able to overpower our men. They came prepared after all. Those people have been subjected to forced transformation of their foundations using saintly powers. Most of them would never be able to go any further, and they are little more than pawns of Emperor Li, the cloaked figure commented. He was naturally able to tell that the group of people from Emperor Li's realm out to provoke them, were extremely powerful. They did not get to where they were from their own superb talents. They, who were all pinnacle sages, had also been subjected to inhumane means of infusing semi-saint-like powers. However, doing so would have been the same as shattering their future. But then again, it was entirely possible that those people did not have what it would have taken to make it as saints, so they were selected to become machines of war instead. How about we mobilize Tianji? The cloaked figure asked. If Tianji and Xia Qingyuan were to be there to fight them, there would not have been much of a problem. Only people at the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane level people, the semi-saints, would have been able to overpower those forcefully created mighty ones. No need to hurry. Have Tianji mobilize his men, but no need to act for now. Let the others feel what those people are capable of first. We might be meeting them in the battlefield soon enough. As for Qingyuan, tell her to stand down, Emperor Xia gave his orders. Acknowledged. The cloaked figure nodded and his silhouette turned ethereal, before disappearing altogether. The news of the battle spread at blitzing speeds, kicking up quite a ruckus. It was especially so with the top-notch forces, as they were the first to catch wind of the news. Many mighty ones made their move, heading towards Emperor Xia's palace. The battles outside Emperor Xia's palace continued for days. The cultivators from Emperor Li's realm continued to have the absolute edge and overpowered the sages from Emperor Xia's realm by a considerable margin. Countless were stunned at the strength of the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm. But then again, the saints were somehow able to tell that something was off. Many younger generations of many top-notch forces gathered outside Emperor Xia's palace. People from the Divine Cloud Palace, the Qin Palace, the Shao Clan, the Jiutian Temple and many others were seen there, including some who were ranked on the Jiutian ranking. Some among them even made their move, yet things remained unchanged. Most from Emperor Xia's realm continued to be overpowered, and only a handful had been able to win. Those top-notch figures kept their hands to themselves. The princess and the few of the most powerful figures of Emperor Xia's realm had yet to make a move as well. Xia Qingyuan was nowhere to be seen even then, as if none of that had anything to do with her. Countless from the upper worlds discussed about that matter, and Yi Futian naturally caught wind of it. He then arrived outside Emperor Xia's palace. He was there for one reason only, Li Yao. Many noticed Yi Futian's presence and discussed about him. He was then considered a renowned figure after all. Yi Futian took a look at Li Yao, who was sitting on the carriage as soon as he came. Li Yao was inexcusable for making that battle several years ago back in the Holy Ji Palace being so brutal. Saint Ji and the 9 mighty ones acted as they did because of Li Yao. If Saint Ji had not made a move against him, Jieyu would not have died. As such, it was within reason to hold Li Yao responsible for Jieyu's passing, and Yi Futian was compelled to show up. He was not the only one there. Gong Sun Zhong, Qin Bai and others were there as well. At that moment, high above the 33rd layer of heaven of Lihan Heaven, a figure was sitting there quietly. Sword will of the great path flowed and circled around him. Several people stood behind him and they were saying something, seemingly informing him of the happenings of Emperor Xia's realm as of late. The ones from Emperor Li's realm are very strong then? The young man asked. There were seniors claiming that the people of Emperor Li's realm had been thrust into semi-saint level through forced means using saintly powers. Unless people at the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane were to act, the chances of defeating them would be incredibly small, the ones behind answered. Semi-saint eh? The young man mumbled to himself in a calm manner. He took one look and the sky and sword will gushed about, seemingly coalescing from the heavens. Sword. The young man said with a brimming voice, penetrating the heavens. Thousands of swords seemed to have flown and arrived before the young man in mere moments. He stepped forward and traveled using the swords. Sword aura burst as he made his move, tearing the space before him at breakneck speeds. Many at Lihan Heaven turned his heads above to catch a glimpse of the mighty scene. Their minds were shuddering. Looks like our big brother is only one step away from becoming a saint then. Wang Chuan, the number 1 figure below Saint Plane at Lihan Heaven, finally descended from the 33rd layer of heaven on that day. Chapter 1037, Things were at all-time high and mighty ones flocked outside Emperor Xia's palace. Things were at all-time high and mighty ones flocked outside Emperor Xia's palace. People were seen everywhere at a corner of the vast space. 2 people were seen fighting at the center of the crowd. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm threw a punch and terrifyingly devastating lightning was seen coiled around his fist, as if concealing the power of the great path with. That punch struck its target, making the person on the receiving feel as if their body was tearing apart from within. Every single one of his internal organs seemed to have been ruptured as he was sent flying, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground. Many continued to be shocked by that scene. The side of Emperor Xia's realm suffered yet another defeat, as the one who was defeated was a mighty one from Emperor Xia's palace, and he too was overpowered. The power of his opponent's fist had concealed might of the saints, and furthermore, its force was compressed as much as it had been able to. As such, there were hardly any terrifying aura being sensed by the onlookers, yet the attack burst with extremely devastating force nonetheless. People of such levels would have been able to have fine control of their power at will. Their control was unerringly terrifying. If they were able to make it as saints, such qualities would have been even more pronounced. At that moment, the crowd split without anyone telling them to. Cheers were heard and countless eyes turned around, looking at Emperor Xia's direction. A figure descended from the palace above and stepped into the crowd. The princess is finally here. The eyes of many sparkled, not knowing if the princess would have fought personally. Princess. The people from Emperor Xia's palace all bowed. Tian Ji brought his men and appeared behind Xia Qingyuan. Gong Sun Zhong, Xianyuan Ao, and many others were there as well. The moment they saw Xia Qingyuan, they knew that the time for the ones from Emperor Li's realm to go home was near. If those people still insisted of staying around, they would have acted then. Princess Qingyuan, we meet again. Li Yao turned his eyes at Xia Qingyuan and smiled. Xia Qingyuan is indeed stunningly perfect. What a waste for her to be dressed in men's clothing indeed. If she were to be clad in phoenix robes, her stunning looks would have enabled her to charm kingdoms. That, coupled with her cold yet elegant bearing as the princess, would have made her unmistakably charming. It was quite a pity he would never have had any chances to get near such a woman. Emperor Xia would have definitely killed him if he dared. The upcoming battle shall be one fought to the death. Do you intend to continue, or get lost? Xia Qingyuan eyed Li Yao and asked. We have yet to see what Princess Qingyuan is capable of, so we shall naturally continue, Li Yao replied calmly. Tianji, Xia Qingyuan called. Yes, princess. A towering figure was seen stepping out from her side. He seemed to have been able to shake the ground with every step he took. Yi Futian took a look at that figure, whom he recognized. It was the man who stopped him when he was at Emperor Xia's palace, requesting to see Xia Qingyuan. Tianji. Many around them looked on with anticipation. He was Tianji, the son of the leader and the #1 figure of the 8 sacred generals. He had superb talents, and acknowledging the merits and efforts of his father, Emperor Xia allowed him to train in Emperor Xia's palace. Despite being little more than a guard, but that was only because of the limit of his plane. Tianji was destined to walk the same path as his father, becoming a sacred general serving Emperor Xia directly. As to whether he could have succeeded his father to become the next sacred general of Tian, that would have up to the extent of his powers and how far he would have been able to go in the future. Boom. Tianji walked. Unmatched pressure swept all over the place as he stomped the ground. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm who fought before walked as well. Flashes of lightning clad around him and coursed about his body, bursting with devastating might of rules. Tianji raised his fists and within an instant, golden images appeared on each of them and materialized as blinding halos. Terrifying power of tearing rule burst from them. Furthermore, halos appeared on his body as well, emanating formidable pressure as if they were divine light. Halos of great path glittered and pressured his opponent. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm frowned a bit and seemed to have sensed threatening force. However, there was no way he could have backed away then. He stepped forward as well. His fist struck the air with shattering crack of lightning, seemed to be out to swallow the heavens. Both came to clash with each other up close and personal within seconds. Boom. 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 Wrecking explosions were heard, and within an extremely short span of time, both sides brought countless punches to bear. A shriek was then heard. The mighty one from Emperor Li's realm had his arms turned bloody and gory, before his internal organs exploded from the relentless attacks. He was quickly thrown back to the dragon carriage and slumped to the floor, totally and undoubtedly dead. The hearts of countless spectators raced. They looked at the glittering Tianji, finding that the son of the sacred general of Tian had indeed lived up to his father's mighty name. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. Tianji was an edge of pinnacle below Saint Plane himself. He was nearly invincible at Sage Plane. Even if his opponent happened to possess powers enhanced through external means, said opponent was nonetheless quickly killed. Li Yao did not show much of any emotions from seeing his men killed. Those people had been trained to become suicide fighters and martyrs to begin with after all. All of them should have been prepared to die in battle. Tianji, son of the sacred general of Tian, was indeed formidable. There was little idea how many people of such levels were there in Emperor Xia's realm. Who else? Tianji turned his eyes at Li Yao. Li Yao looked at someone at his side and said in a low voice, "Get up there." There was a mighty one at each of his side respectively who had never participated in the battles. It was apparent that those two differed from the others. One of them walked out and stood before Tianji. That supreme bearing emanating from him seemed like a natural one instead of achieved using external powers. Xia Qingyuan stared at the battlefield. That person would have probably been very powerful. As expected, the resulting fight between those two men was indeed spectacular. Tianji and that mighty one from Emperor Li's realm fought, and the fight ended up in a tie. Even someone as powerful as Tianji had been incapable of taking down his opponent. That will do, Xia Qingyuan then spoke. Both Tianji and his opponent stepped down simultaneously. The aura of both men still felt agitated. Xia Qingyuan turned her eyes at Tianji's opponent. Other than the ones who have had their powers forcefully amplified, Li Yao had also indeed brought two true edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain fighters with him indeed. The sacred general of Tian had been known for his almighty prowess, and the son was equally as extraordinary. Are there any others from Emperor Xia's realm like him? Li Yao asked. Gongsun Zhong, Qin Bai and some others were eager to try their hand, so they were about to walk out. However, Yi Futian stepped out before everyone else. His expression was extremely cold as he gazed at Li Yao. Li Yao looked at him with a puzzled expression. He was not at that sacred battle back in the day, and his people, who had been watching the battle back then, were killed as well. As such, he decided to bail right away and left Emperor Xia's realm. He only knew later that the Holy Ji Palace emerged victorious in the sacred war. That good-for-nothing Saint Ji acted and still failed. He seemed to have sensed vengeance from Yi Futian's gaze and asked, "Are you going to fight?" "I challenge you," Yi Futian looked at Li Yao and said. "You?" Li Yao smirked when he heard what Yi Futian said. "You want to challenge me?" There was no way he would have taken the challenge. Who else? Li Yao did not bother with Yi Futian, and had instead asked his people at his side. Someone else stepped out, spreading his aura at Yi Futian. The surrounding spectators from Emperor Xia's realm felt rather hopeful about that battle. They thought the likes of Gongsun Zhong would have made a move, and never expected Yi Futian to have acted first. Furthermore, Yi Futian intended to challenge Li Yao. However, given that they were at Emperor Xia's realm, there was no way Li Yao would have simply agreed to fight. But then again, the people of Emperor Xia's realm were actually very curious as to how capable Yi Futian would have been. That battle would have allowed them to witness for themselves. Li Yao isn't going to fight. Stay out of this battle. Xia Qingyuan spoke to Yi Futian telepathically. If vengeance is what you're after, you'll get plenty of opportunities in the future. Yi Futian remained standing where he was even after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words. He gazed at Li Yao and asked, "So you took Saint Ji's son away then?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Li Yao naturally would not have admitted. While Emperor Xia would have definitely found out that he was present when the Sacred War of the Nine State took place, but he never participated directly. There was no way he would have been stupid enough to just own up to the accusation of him inciting a lord of Emperor Xia's holy lands to revolt, when he was right in front of Emperor Xia's palace. You would be in their place soon enough. Yi Futian turned around and left after leaving a line behind. There would have definitely been reasons for Xia Qingyuan to tell him to stay out of that battle. Many were feeling puzzled as to what Yi Futian meant with that line. So, that's it. Gongsun Zhong then walked out next, fighting the one who emerged from the other side. Like how it was with Tianji, he too killed his opponent. Qin Bai, Xianyuan Ao, and a few others killed one of the other side each, letting everyone witness what did it mean to be called edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain. Other than the two sages right beside Li Yao, the number of other mighty ones continued to dwindle. So you really are not going to spar then, Princess Qingyuan? Li Yao continued to ask, seemingly still wanted to have Xia Qingyuan fight. Xia Qingyuan did not answer. Li Yao then smiled and said, "Well, if that is the case, we shall take our leave." He was able to more or less tell what the top-notch figures from Emperor Xia's realm were like in terms of powers. So they're finally leaving then? Many asked themselves deep down. While the supposed enemy had been sent home, but the battles actually ended with Emperor Xia's realm being on the losing side as a whole nonetheless. However, Swordwell whipped about in the air at that moment, seemingly announcing the arrival of someone. Countless looked up and found out to their shock, that swords rained down straight from the air ceaselessly. Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven, here to spar with the people of Emperor Xia's realm. Voice of the Great Path seemed to be heard from above. Sword aura blocked out the sky and Countless witnessed a figure arrived, riding on thousands of swords. Wang Chuan, an edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain from Lihan Heaven. Such unparalleled bearing. Many felt their minds shuddering in awe. It only merely an instant for the swords to arrive and one mighty one after another before Li Yao stepped out, taking on the opponent who showed from the other side with sheer numbers. Wang Chuan, however, commanded the swords to coalesce into one entity. He himself seemed like the master of the swords. Celestial sword techniques seemed to brought forth as he launched himself at all others before him. One mighty one after another roared as their bodies burst with power. Their aura was cranked to the maximum, intending to take that one sword entity head-on. That sword, however, pierced through the air and straight into their minds. One strike was all it took to tear them apart. PFFTT. With only a light tearing sound, one of the incoming mighty one was unable to hold on and spitted blood. He dropped to the ground right away as his spiritual will was cut down right there and then. One sword to cut it all. Wang Chuan's sword will pierced the bodies of all before him. All of them dropped while spitting blood. Their auras dropping at alarming rates. Heretical tricks unworthy of the higher circles, Wang Chuan commented plainly. His finger pointed downward as soon as he was done talking. All before him were penetrated by his swords in that one instant, ended up dead right there and then. Li Yao's eyes were frozen in place and the other two by his sides looked troubled. The hearts of those from Emperor Xia's realm raced. Yi Futian provoked Lihan Heaven back then and Wang Chuan never bothered looking for him. However, he was absolutely stunning as he descended from the 33rd layer of heaven and cut down the mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm. Wang Chuan was truly the number one figure below Saint Plain in Emperor Xia's realm. Chapter 1038, Countless people were fascinated as they watched this heroic figure with the impressive sword. Countless people were fascinated as they watched this heroic figure with the impressive sword. Someone had come from Emperor Li's realm to provoke them by giving a command to their princess. In Emperor Xia's realm, many people looked at Princess Xia Qingyuan as a goddess that should not be profaned. However, in the provoking battle with Emperor Li's realm, the cultivators of Emperor Xia's realm were suppressed. Tian Ji and Gongsun Zhong had gotten involved, and thus they were able to defeat their opponents, but their foes had been so many that it seemed the only way they were able to win was due to the intervention of these two great figures. One of the two people beside Li Yao had even managed to fight Tian Ji to a standstill. Because of this, Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven had flown over on a sword. He was such a powerful figure that as his sword struck the ground, all the cultivators besides the two people beside Li Yao who had a bit of divine path power were killed. Moreover, his sword had clearly already reached the extremes of the sage plane. It had elements of the divine path. It seemed that Wang Chuan was much more than halfway on his path to sainthood. One more step and he would be there. Before Princess Xia Qingyuan had reached the peak of her powers, even she would have had difficulty beating Wang Chuan, who was at the peak of what was possible below the saint level. It was highly likely that Wang Chuan, who had come from the 33rd heaven, could inherit the ceremonial robes of the leader of Lihan Heaven. At Old Man Zhao's feast, Yi Futian had suppressed the cultivators of Lihan Heaven and had boasted that there was no one there of note below the saint level. Was that really true? It was just that Wang Chuan had not wanted to come down for a single battle. At that moment he stood there majestically and independently in a white robe with sword wills flowing around his body as he stared at Li Yao. Li Yao stared back at him, then smiled and said, "Marvelous. I am grateful for this opportunity to see you in action. If we have a chance we should do it again." He waved his hand and suddenly 18 sacred golden dragons streaked through the air, pulling the carriage into the sky. And so he left. Xia Qingyuan did not order for him to be stopped. Although he had provoked her, she still followed the rules. Emperor Xia was the host here, and could not detain his opponent. Princess Xia Qingyuan, I'll see you on the battlefield, came a voice from the sky along with the dragon's roaring. Xia Qingyuan knew what he meant by this. Li Yao sat upon the dragon with eyes flashing. Today he had tested the combat prowess of the cultivators below the saint level of Emperor Xia's realm. It seemed that more preparations needed to be made. Even though those dead soldiers had been strong enough, they still could not resist someone of Wang Chuan's level. And they would be even more useless against actual saints. Yi Futian looked up at Li Yao riding away on the dragons. His white hair flew in the wind, but his heart was cold. His enemy was right before him, but he didn't have the power to kill him. He could not get revenge for Jieyu. Moreover, Li Yao had never looked at him seriously. He probably had never cared about what he had done at Jisheng Cliffs. Who had died there had nothing to do with him. All that he cared about was whether or not Saint Ji had completed his service. As for everything else, it meant nothing to Emperor Li's son. And as a mere sage, why would Li Yao ever care about him? Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yi Futian. Besides the people from the palace, she was probably the only one who knew the hatred that he felt for Li Yao. As for the others, they were all looking at Wang Chuan. The figure who had come down from the 33rd heaven turned slowly and nodded slightly to Xia Qingyuan. He was elegant beyond compare. He turned to look at Yi Futian. This was his first time seeing him. They had not known each other before, but upon seeing him he instantly knew who he was. Yi Futian felt him looking at him, and he turned away from the fleeing Li Yao, looking back at Wang Chuan. In that moment their gazes crossed over each other. Everything was silent across that vast space. It all seemed a little bizarre. This silence was all because the two of them were looking at each other. One was Yi Futian, who had swept away the swordsman of Lihan Heaven and said there was no one there of note below the saint level. The other was the best cultivator of Lihan Heaven, Wang Chuan, who had come down from the 33rd heaven and killed the cultivators of Emperor Li's realm. The two of them finally stood face to face. So, would they have a real exchange today to solve the enmity that had grown between them? Everyone was trembling on the inside as they watched with great expectation. Could Wang Chuan defeat Yi Futian in a single sword stroke as he had done to the cultivators from Emperor Li's realm? The sword way of Lihan Heaven has 33 levels, and countless cultivators follow it. I don't even know how many powerful cultivators there are below the saint level. Many of the swordsmen have never revealed their true strength, and have not come down off the mountain. This does not mean that there is no one of note, said Wang Chuan, seemingly in response to Yi Futian. If there are people of note, then why did a saint have to get involved, asked Yi Futian. Uncle Master Li Yang made a mistake, but if it had been me I would have done the same. After all, I could not watch the cultivators of Lihan Heaven being killed, and I'm sure you would have done the same as well. They had really done wrong in Pei Qianying's battle, but it was still unfair. Lu Cheng had gone to fight for Pei Qianying, but was still defeated. Wang Chuan's voice was calm as his sword was wrapped around him. To put it bluntly, Li Yang had done something wrong. Many people sighed inwardly. It was probably only someone as heroic as Wang Chuan who could call out their elder like that. But he had said he would have done the same in that situation. Indeed, there were some things that from a certain standpoint should be done even if they were wrong. Could he have really watched his disciples die? In the end, he was his own person, and nobody could shield him from his own faults. Even so, I have not heard a single apology, nor will I acknowledge your so-called standpoint. In the end, our strengths were not equal, said Yi Futian. If their strengths had been equal the outcome would have been very different. Is the world of cultivation not always like this? Wang Chuan looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not dispute this, but nodded seriously. You're right. Such is the world of cultivation. Whether it was Lihan Heaven or Li Yao, it was all the same. Would Li Yao not think the same way? He only pursued his own goals. Why would he care about the deaths of others? I heard that the enmity between you and Pei Qianying stemmed from Yi Wuqian, and that was why you fought your way up the sky stairwell and to the 9th layer of heaven. If you cannot calm yourself today, then come up to the 33rd layer of heaven. I will wait for you there. If you can fight your way through 33 layers of heaven, that will prove that you are right. When Wang Chuan was finished speaking, the sword will float around him and he turned into a brilliant light sword and sped away. But the words he left behind made everyone's hearts beat faster. He had not fought Yi Futian, but would wait for him on the 33rd layer of heaven. Yi Futian had said there was no one of note below the saint level in Lihan heaven. If he could fight his way to the 33rd layer of heaven, that would prove his words. But that was Lihan heaven, not Jiutian temple. Would Yi Futian dare to go? Yi Futian looked up into that figure that had turned into a sword and said, "In 7 days it will be the new year. I will see you then, Lihan heaven." Now, the 10,020th year of the divine prefecture calendar was coming to an end. In 7 days, it would be the first day of the 10,021st year, and on that day he would go to Lihan heaven. He had agreed to do so, so he would go. "I will wait for you," came Wang Chuan's voice from the sky, making everyone's hearts beat wildly. Yi Futian really wanted to go to Lihan heaven. He was truly insane. Gu Mu was also there that day, watching Yi Futian. In the past, Yi Futian had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven, and he had personally witnessed him crush Pei Qianying. But no matter how powerful those at Jiutian Temple had been, the people on the 33 layers of Lihan heaven were stronger. Many of the top figures from Jiutian Temple were there. As for Wang Chuan, he was at the limits of what could be achieved below the saint level. He did not need to go to Jiutian Temple to prove his power. It would be nearly impossible for Yi Futian to fight his way to the 33rd layer of heaven. And even if he could, judging by Wang Chuan's performance with his sword here today, he was only a half step away from sainthood. Could Yi Futian really defeat him? Everyone had a feeling of great anticipation. Emperor Xia's realm had proposed a marriage alliance with the princess, Wang Chuan had killed his foes with a single sword stroke, and Yi Futian had declared his intention to go to Lihan heaven. The end of that year could truly be called shocking. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian as well. His answer had been firm, he really was going to Lihan heaven. She swept her gaze over everyone and said, "In 7 days, I will go as a witness." On saying this, she turned and left, returning to Emperor Xia's palace. But her words left everybody stunned. This. Xia Qingyuan would personally go to witness the battle. Was this also for the purpose of protecting Yi Futian? After all, they were going to Lihan heaven. If Xia Qingyuan was there, no one would dare do anything underhanded. Of course, since Wang Chuan had made a promise and invited Yi Futian to Lihan heaven, it was not likely that anyone would try anything underhanded. Phew, many people sighed. On the first day of the next year there would be a great performance by some magnificent actors. The crowd dispersed, including Yi Futian. The news spread with frightening speed. After all, the people from Emperor Li's realm coming had already caused a huge sensation and so many people were gathered together. That had been followed by the agreement between Yi Futian and Wang Chuan. How could this not ignite everyone's emotions instantly? This was the first time that a great stir had been caused in Emperor Xia's realm by 2 juniors. There had never been so many people paying so much attention to 2 junior sages before. And moreover, Xia Qingyuan was going to watch. This was destined to be a year of unsettlement. Everyone felt that the 7 days passed very slowly, and they could not wait for them to pass by. But the more they wished for this, the slower they seemed to go. Finally, under great anticipation from everyone in Emperor Xia's realm, the 10,021st year of the divine prefecture calendar came. Many people gathered together under Lihan heaven, coming from all directions. On that day, Yi Futian came riding on a sword. He stood beneath Lihan heaven, preparing to ascend the 33 layers. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.